Ridge Road, State Highway 46. You need to be in your safe place right now because this is a confirmed tornado right now through our radar indicated, and it's coming through right now, crossing over that county line there from Stewart to Montgomery County.
Yeah, so if you are in the path of this storm, you know, this is no longer a situation of it's a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. The National Weather Service is now saying that through the radar imagery, which can tell us so much about what's going on inside of a thunderstorm, that this is now a confirmed tornado on the ground. It is in Stewart County right now, getting ready to push into Montgomery County. So if you're in the path of this storm, you need to be getting into your safe space immediately. Make sure that you are in the lowest level of your home. This is most likely going to have some hail with it, some heavy rainfall, and gusty winds out ahead of that. The storm itself could probably have wind gusts of 50 to 60 miles per hour, but it's moving to the east right now. So if you're in the path of this storm, Melanie, if you can throw a track on that again for me, that'd be great. Sure. Some of the towns we're looking at, Woodlawn, Dotsonville, out near Palmyra as well. We'll worry about Clarksville in probably the next half an hour or so, see how well this storm ends up holding together. But once we throw this track on, keep in mind the time is 1:29. It's almost 1:30. So Oakwood at 1:34, Cave Spring at 1:36, Woodlawn at 1:40, Boyd Acres 1:48, Northwest High School at 1:48 as well. So it does look like it's moving toward Oakwood in Montgomery County. That it would be the area of main concern, I think, right now as we get a good view of it. And I think if you turn on the rotation detector, we'll get a good idea as to where that rotation actually is. And yeah, it's right here. So see Gilliam Hollow Road? It looks like right now that rotation will track right near Oakwood. So St. Paul Road, Knight Road, north of Cave Spring. So it's moving out of Stewart County. It's going into Montgomery County. There's Cooper Creek Road, Blooming Grove Road, also on Woodlawn. There's Highway 70. It's going to travel parallel with that. Melanie just drew that track on there. It's very subtle, but it is in there. Looks like that tornado warning. An additional one may have been issued or just may have been extended a little bit farther out. But we're looking just to the north and east of Indian Mount. What Melanie's showing you right here is just our radar, giving us a better view of where that center of rotation is and where that tornado could be as it moves to the east. So all of these areas in the path of this, what you're seeing now here is our debris detector. So this is giving us a good view of things that are being lofted into the atmosphere by this storm. It's really one of the telltale signs that there is something on the ground here and it's throwing debris around. So it's throwing things like trees, tree limbs. It might be Christmas decorations. It could be shingles from roofs. It could be siding. It could just be anything that's not natural. So it's not rain. It's not hail coming down. What it's telling us is something is being lofted by this storm, and that's why we have this confirmed tornado warning. If you are just to the east of Dover, we are in the clear right now, just off to the east. That storm has now passed, but if you are in Montgomery County, you need to be getting into your safe space immediately at this point. It's going to go right along Highway 70. There's 79 as well, moving towards Clarksville. We're not in that warning just now in Clarksville yet, but this confirmed tornado warning areas like Woodlawn, Dotsonville, Palmyra, get into your safe space immediately. If you're hearing my voice, you live in these areas we've been talking about through Stewart County, now beginning to move to the east into Montgomery County. Turn the volume on your TV as high as it can go. Get to the lowest level of your home. An interior room on your first floor will be great. Basement is going to be better. I know many of us don't have them though, but if you do, that's the safest place to be. An interior powder room, a bathroom, maybe a laundry room without any windows that you have on the first floor, and make sure you protect your head from any and all flying debris that could come with this. So the easiest way to do that, use pillows, use blankets, a baseball helmet, a bike helmet, football helmet, whatever you may have. If you do live in a mobile home, unfortunately, the best thing to do is to just abandon that and try to get away from this storm, Melanie, as we keep a very close eye on what is now our second confirmed tornado of the day.
That's right, and it's been a while since we've had any severe weather here in the mid-state. Keep in mind, we have not had any active severe weather since August 12th. It's been about 4 months since we've seen any active tornado warnings, even active severe thunderstorm warnings. What we're coming onto in the air right now, we're breaking into the soccer game. I know a lot of you tuning in for that. We'll get back to it here in just a minute. But we are looking at an active tornado warning on the ground here in Montgomery County, Stewart into Montgomery, as we see it crossing over that county line right now at 1:40 until 1:45. I do want to mention we have heard from emergency management out there in Stewart County that we do have some power lines down out on Red Top Road. That's north of of Indian Mound, Tennessee. And as we zoom in here, you can see Indian Mound right this way. This is exactly where that biggest cell of the storm is right now. We had a lot of rotation come through there. We were showing you a rotation detector and debris detector a few minutes ago.
There's that
and there it
rotation.
is right there. You can see it. What we're looking for are those kind of bright red and bright green colors together. And it's definitely kind of moving it. You can see it track from west to east. That is going right over that particular area. So we've definitely seen some rotation. It's becoming a little bit more broad, a little weaker, which is good. We don't want it to keep going, but definitely seeing some rotation with this one. So we're going to stay on here on air with you until this passes through. Getting more reports of lines down and debris in the road. Again, that's that same particular area there, Red Top Road and Gilliam Hollow Road in Indian Mound, Tennessee. They have fire units en route to you right now there if you do live in that area.
And if you remember, just a couple minutes ago, those were the roads we were talking about. So it was going toward the Oakwood area. I think it'd be good if we zoomed in between Oakwood and the Woodlawn area again, because that seems to be the main area of concern here as to where that storm has been tracking. So State Route 76, Dover Road, it's moving to the east right now. 76 obviously eventually turns into Woodlawn Road, so we'll watch that area. But there's Lylewood Road, Cook Road, I think that is, I can see. Darnell Road, there's Farm Circle. If you can hear your road, a street that's near where you live, you need to be getting into your safe space. Again, this is a confirmed tornado warning that moved out of Stewart County. It's now going into Montgomery County. So looks like that warning actually has been adjusted at this point, but it's moving off to the east quite quickly. It's probably going about 30, 35 miles per hour. Might even be more than that occasionally. But Woodlawn, the current time is 135. Woodlawn, it'll be there at 140. It'll be in Sherwood Forest at 146. Dotsonville, it'll be near us at about 147. West Creek High School, 149. Northwest High School at 149. One of the things to watch with these storms, and this might actually be the same cell we were watching earlier. I'll have to go back in the radar later and take a look at that. They can pulsate, so they can spin up a brief but powerful tornado, and then they can bring them back up. But then it doesn't take that much again in this volatile atmosphere to spin more up again and drop a tornado very quickly. So that's why we're watching these storms so closely. Like I said earlier, this would be the second confirmed tornado, at least radar confirmed tornado, that's been on the ground. This one, though, now in our area actually has a history of producing damage. And I mean, take a look. We actually have another tornado warning that fired up. It's not quite in our technical viewing area quite yet, but we have another tornado warning that went from Huntington, Brewston. It's headed toward Camden. So that'd be parts of Benton County that we'll have to watch next. But it's this storm that Melanie's showing you now. That's all the way to our west near Atwood. There's Milan. All of these areas are now sort of in the line of fire of another potential tornado. So as these storms move into, as these storms, that what Melanie's showing you there is, again, maybe another potential debris ball that we could be looking at. But all of these storms are moving into an atmosphere that's been charged up. It's been very humid. We've had breaks of sunshine today. The atmosphere has a lot of energy. As these storms move into an energy-rich environment, what can happen is you can really start to see some of these storms fire up. They start to get stronger. They start to spin, and they can quickly drop a tornado in some areas. So we're still focused, though, on this confirmed tornado that's moving into Montgomery County. If you live in Montgomery County and you're along the Woodlawn area, I think that's Highway 79 that I'm looking at, right near Woodlawn. That's kind of where the storm has been tracking. Oakwood, Dover Road, all of these areas, you need to be getting into your safe space immediately. That's where we want you to be in the event that this storm does come rumbling through and it still has a tornado on the ground. So make sure you're in the proper locations, Melanie. I mean, the first floor of your home is going to be the best place.
That's right. First floor of your home, and make sure you have something to protect your head with, just in case this is a strong enough tornado that can do some damage to your home. I want to quickly show you, too, it's not just a tornado warning that we have going on right now. We also have several severe thunderstorm warnings in our area. We have this one here that you see kind of almost sandwiching, kind of encompassing that tornado warning. This one is for Stewart, Houston, and Montgomery County. This stays in effect until 2:15. That's the orange polygon that you see there around the purple one. And then up here a little bit closer up into the Hopkinsville area, we've got this one that goes until 2 o'clock, the one right next to it until 2:15. So we've got several severe thunderstorm warnings on the board for us right now. That one is over in the Christian County area. We also have one a little bit closer back here toward Trigg County as well. That it's going to keep going until at least just after 2 o'clock. Main area of concern, though, is going to be this confirmed tornado warning. We've had a couple of scans with our radars. Let's take a look back here. And good news is we're not seeing as much rotation. It's becoming very general, kind of really breaking up here. And debris detector not showing us much either. We want to look for those really cool colors, blues, greens. That indicates that we have something that's flying up in the air, and I'm not really seeing that much anymore. So it does look like whatever was going on here has weakened. But again, as Stefano was mentioning, these can pulse back up again. So we're going to stay with you here until it is allowed to expire in the next couple minutes here, 6 minutes away.
Yeah, so what can actually happen with these storms is, they can spawn a tornado, and the tornado can almost, if you will, jump from place to place. So the tornado can touch down in one spot, raise back up, travel a couple of miles, and then drop back down immediately. So that's why the confirmed tornado warning continues at this point. Once that storm is showing some signs that the rotation has really fallen apart completely, that will most likely to be allowed to expire. I think this goes until what, Melanie? 1:45, that tornado warning that we have, the confirmed one right now that's moving into Montgomery County. So it's headed toward Clarksville. If we can get in for a little bit of a tighter view from areas Clarksville and off to the west, that's the main area that we're actually watching for from the west. And I think we have a view from the Clarksville camera. So you're not seeing a whole lot in Clarksville itself. Is this camera, guys, do we know, is this looking to the west? I know there's the Cumberland. I think it looks just to the west, if I'm not mistaken. I think it might. So you can kind of see the storm approaching on the back side of this camera, the lightning flashes as well that are coming with it. So it does look like that this is, in fact, coming from, towards the camera. So everything calm in Clarksville right now, but things are going to change very quickly on you. As you're out and about, you'll start to see lightning. The rain will pick up. The wind will pick up. Then, of course, we have this tornado warning as well. The rotation signs have been weakening. That's been good news. But if you live in areas like Oakwood, Woodlawn, you're right along Highway 79. All of these areas, you have to be getting into your safe space at this point. This is not the only tornado warning we have, by the way. There's another one that's been issued down to our south. It's not quite into our viewing area yet, but I know we do have viewers out in the Huntington area, I should say, and near Brewston. Eventually, this will move into parts of Benton County near Camden. So this warning goes until 2:15. That's a pretty powerful cell that's back to the west. It's not only probably got heavy rainfall, it's probably got some hail in it. It's also got some rotation. The difference between the two that we're talking about, this one is radar indicated rotation. The other one has been producing a tornado debris signature. It's also been producing some debris balls as well. So we've been watching that closely. There's the hail that's within some of this. And remember, sometimes the hail on our radar can over-exaggerate it just a little bit. So I don't think we're necessarily seeing 1-inch hail definitely in that main area, but you could still be seeing hail that's maybe up to just over dime size, nickel size hail. We're not quite dealing with any major wind gusts that are causing damage, at least that are getting reported at this point. But the main focus is still in this area in Montgomery County, northwest Montgomery County, near Woodlawn, north of Dotsonville. It's headed towards Clarksville. Time is 1:41. If you're hearing us, a tornado warning has been issued for now Montgomery County. Looks like Stewart County, we should pretty much be in the clear. But 1:42 now, the warning set to expire at 1:45. We'll see what the National Weather Service ends up doing with it.
Hey, Stefano, just got an update there. Actually, let this one go ahead and expire. We've had several scans of where it has been very calm. We're not seeing as much rotation on the radar here either, so they're going to let this one go ahead and expire now. So you were looking good. We're also keeping our eye on this other tornado warning out of Gibson and Carroll County out in West Tennessee. Right now, not looking like they're going to extend it into Middle Tennessee just yet. We're going to keep our close eye on it. They're watching it as well, but it has had a history of producing a lot of rain, looks like a lot of hail, and possibly a lot of debris with this too. Real quickly before we get you back to that soccer game, I do want to let you know that I know it looks pretty quiet across most areas of the mid-state, Nashville included in that. We're already starting to see a few showers moving through. It is this line of storms that I do want to point out to you is really coming through. Notice down closer toward Memphis into northern Mississippi, there's some tornado warnings there. We're not done, folks. This is going to be coming in through our area throughout the rest of this afternoon and into this evening. This is a long line of storms with a history of producing tornadoes, a history of producing severe thunderstorm warnings. So we will keep you updated on air and online.
And yeah, what we want to talk about here too, by the way, briefly, is these storms still have a long way to go. I mean, from west to east. Look at the rest of the mid-state. There's not a whole lot that's fired up in areas like Nashville, near Clarksville as well, that we're talking about. If you can get it back out for the bigger view, Melanie, so we can talk about these storms that are working their way to the east. There's still a lot of the atmosphere at this point that still has energy with it. So as these storms move to the east, they're not hitting walls of stable air. They're not hitting these walls where the storms are just dying out. What you're seeing now, guys, do we know where that camera is that we just pulled up? But it looks like we're keeping an eye on an additional tornado warning coming our way. So let's see where the National Weather Service is putting this one. Okay, so what it looks like they've done, Melanie, there is the confirmed tornado warning has been allowed to expire. So what that means for us is that this isn't definitely on the ground anymore, but what this does mean is that the storm is still rotating. The storm is still spinning. So now this tornado warning, it's been adjusted a little bit. It's also moved into the northern portions. Wow, look at that.
There we go.
The northern portions right now of Montgomery County, I should say. What Melanie's showing you with the rotation detector is showing very strong rotation right now, just to the north of Bell Forest. So Ringgold, West Fork Hills, Hermitage Estates, Brentwood. This is obviously the Brentwood that's northern into parts of Montgomery County that we're watching. Meadowbrook, Kenwood High School, all these areas, Melanie, need to be on alert now.
All right, and we're kind of resetting here real quickly because they've just extended this one up a little bit more. So this is going to be for Montgomery County, and this will go a little bit further now until 2:15. So we're extending this about 30 minutes. A rotation detector picking up on a good amount of rotation here. You can see just right over Hermitage Estates, Ringgold Acres, West Fork Hills, Bell Forest. If those sound like somewhere where you live, you need to go ahead and be in your safe place right now, because we are seeing possibly even some debris out that way. Some very strong rotation indicated from our radar. If you are maybe new to the area, we have a lot of folks who have moved here from places like California, Chicago, where we don't have a lot of tornado warnings. You want to get to the lowest level of your home. That could be maybe a coat closet. Maybe it's a bathroom underneath the staircase, some kind of interior room where you can have as many walls between you and your outside walls of your home as possible. Make sure you're protecting your head in case there is a pretty strong tornado that could bring in a lot of flying debris. Protect your head with pillows, blankets, even a child's bicycle helmet could be a really great thing to have handy. Maybe you have one laying around your garage you can grab real quickly. Pillows, blankets, great thing to have with you. If you know someone who lives in this line of these storms, who lives in a mobile home or some kind of trailer, call them and say to get out now. I know that sounds absolutely terrifying, saying to get out in the middle of a storm, but a mobile home is just not a place to be when you're in the middle of a tornado warning like this. So the winds are just too strong. It can literally pick up that mobile home and throw it. It is too dangerous. You want to be actually in some kind of storm shelter or in a ditch, the lowest ditch you can find nearby.
If you guys can you pull up the Clarksville camera? I know you have that other camera up right now, but can you pull up our Clarksville camera? I believe that's net 3 for us, net 3. So this is looking at that storm that we've been tracking for you. And I don't see a whole lot, but you can really just get a good look at how fast those clouds are moving. Actually, there's somebody on a boat. That's not safe. But anyway, regardless here, what we're watching is this storm that's really working its way to the east that's causing some problems. You know, we've had the rotation in there as well. This storm looks like it's had some pretty good rotation, some pretty good spinning with it as well. As we've been watching this move to the east, we've been really getting reports of some damage in some areas. It looks like from the National Weather Service, that tornado, let's go back to First Alert Live radar, guys. That tornado in, I believe this is the one in Montgomery County. Oh, yeah. Yes. The tornado is now confirmed. So this tornado, that debris ball right there, that is now confirmed. Northern Montgomery County, this would now be the 3rd time we've had a confirmed tornado today. So here's the deal. you're hearing my voice. You need to get into your safe space immediately. Basement's going to be best, lowest level of your home. If you're in the path of this storm, you need to take this seriously. Okay, there's West Creek High School. I'm going to step out here so I can give you a better view of everything. Brentwood, obviously Brentwood, that's in Montgomery County, though. So let's name some roads. I want to go east of where that debris ball is. There's Peachers Mill Road, Henry Place Boulevard, West Creek Coyote, Allen Griffey Road, West Boy Scout Road, East Boy Scout Road as well. We look a little farther to the east. There's Needmore Road. All of these areas, if you can hear my voice, volume all the way up. Lowest level of your home, interior closet. What you're seeing right now, what Melanie's tracking out for you, that is our radar showing us that there is something that is within this storm, that there is a tornado on the ground right now. It's lofting debris in the air. That debris could be twigs, it could be trees, it could be Christmas decorations, it could be the siding of homes or shingles on homes as well. It could be lawn furniture. There's the timing of that. West Creek High School, 150. Northeast High School, 158. The time is 1:49. Do not delay. Get into your safe space. Out near Guthrie, we'll be watching at about 12:16, but that's at the tail end of this and probably the tail end of that warning as well. But another confirmed tornado warning has been issued for northern Montgomery County. There's that rotation right near Brentwood. Again, that's Brentwood in Montgomery County. I do want to stress that for everyone. West Creek High School, there's a little bit farther to the north and east. Millwood Estates, the camera that we have that I think we're still trying to get the location on, is shaking. So this storm is really packing some gusty winds to go along with it. We'll watch where this rotation goes as it moves to the east. There will certainly be heavier rainfall in this as well as those gusty winds, Melanie.
Yeah, you can see that camera really shaking there with the wind. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit to give you get your bearings straight here and see exactly where this is. Just moments ago, we had this extended up to the northeast just a little bit, and it is actually getting into southern Kentucky as well. So if you live in areas like Oak Grove, Guthrie, you were included in this as well. It's going to be just a little bit further south of Elkton. If you're in the Todd County area, Christian County, this will be included for you as well for this tornado warning. Confirmed tornado on the ground.
Okay, can you guys pull up that camera, that big camera that you have? Just make that full screen, because that's it. This is Whitfield Road. This is it. This is it on the ground. This is Whitfield Road in Clarksville. There it is. That's the tornado on the ground in Montgomery County. If you are near Whitfield Road in Montgomery County, listen to my voice. Get into your safe space immediately. That is a confirmed tornado on the ground right now. It is moving to the east in northern Montgomery County. A confirmed tornado is now on the ground. There it is. That's what we're watching. It's moving to the east. That's a large funnel cloud. It's coming your way. Safe space immediately. Lowest level of your home, interior room, basement, whatever you can do, pillows, blankets. Make sure you are in your safe space immediately. That is what we're watching. It is now on the ground. This is live footage. What road is this one more time, guys? Whitfield. This is Whitfield Road moving to the east. That's the funnel cloud on the ground. It's a large funnel cloud, and it is packing a punch. We already have had the debris signature with it. It's moving off to the east, and it's really a dangerous situation. Let's quickly go back to First Alert Live radar, because I want to break down exactly where this is going next. I want to know towns, I want to know cities, want to know roads. That's Futurecast, something we'll come back to a little bit later on. But it gives you a general idea here that along I-65 there will be, some areas, guys. I need it back on links if you can, or at the very least, guys, at least get us back to the image that we were just looking at, because haven't seen much like that. There's the tornado warning that we're tracking. Moving off to the east. Looks like the tornado warning has actually been extended. So let me step out. Let's start doing some roads one more time. Melanie, go back in on that. Let's go right now. There's Needmore Road. There's Autumn Drive. All of these areas, you need to be getting into your safe space immediately. To the left of your screen, that is the funnel cloud. That is the tornado confirmed on the ground. It is heading toward Northeast High School. If you live near Northeast High School in Montgomery County, you need to get into your safe space immediately. Hazelwood Road, it's moving off to the northeast. Tylertown Road, there's Trenton Road. Also, Ellie Nat Drive, all of these areas, if you can hear my voice, you need to get into your safe space immediately. This is not radar confirmed. It is now visible. We can see the funnel cloud moving across the screen. It looks like it's kind of moving off right now, but what Melanie's showing you, this sort of 73 mile per hour, 66 mile per hour, it's called gate-to-gate shear. It's a fancy name. All we're doing here, adding these numbers up, tells us how much wind speed could possibly, how fast this is rotating. You do some quick math here, 120 miles per hour, if not more than that in some spots. That's what we're tracking for you. It's moving off to the east across northern Montgomery County. It is a confirmed tornado on the ground. Let's get back into the view again. Northeast High School. You're around Northeast High School in Montgomery County. You need to be listening. There's the little hook that we talk about. We talk about a hook echo quite a bit as it spins through and rotates through. We're watching what this is going to do next as it moves. It looks like that confirmed tornado warning, by the way, Melanie, has been extended into parts of southern Kentucky. So right now the immediate threat is in northern Montgomery County, but we're going to start looking a little bit farther north into portions like Todd County in southern Kentucky, maybe Logan County in southern Kentucky as well, as this moves to the east, Melanie.
That's right. So what we're going to do is kind of show you a bigger view here, and you can see exactly where this is moving to. Up into places like Christian and Todd County. You're also included in this as well. This is tracking to the northeast right now at about 35 miles an hour. What I want to do is take you from that center of rotation and pull it up about 35 miles an hour, just so you can get a latest track on where this is going to. Kind of a rural area, so right now all it's really showing us is the Guthrie area at 212. But if you do live in the path of this, anywhere between that state line there, this is going to be just east of Fort Campbell, a little bit south of it as well, and then over the Kentucky state line. This is heading for that Guthrie area. If you live closer toward places like Trenton, Kentucky, you're not too far from this either. We'll give you some street names here. Chester Stall Road, Tylertown Road, Clarksville Road. If any of those sound familiar to you, if you live near those, this is where that threat is heading to next. It's immediately right over in the Northeast High School area, but it's going to be crossing that state line here very shortly. This tornado warning goes until at least 2:15, so about 20 more minutes to go on this. It could be extended even further.
It very well could, and it looks like it has in some areas. So what Melanie's showing you there on First Alert Live radar, that little hook that you're seeing in there, how it kind of looks like the storm turns back in on itself, that's a telltale sign that this is still on the ground. So this has not lifted. There's the debris ball. It looks like that storm went just to the north of Northeast High School, but it's still moving, obviously, to the north and east. And Melanie is right. It will at least start to get into a little bit more of a rural area here, probably in the next 15 or 20 minutes. But we know there are still people that live in those areas, so we'll be right here with you. Again, it's a confirmed tornado warning. The current time is 1:55. That warning goes until when now, Melanie? Because it's been extended, I believe, and it's been extended off to the north and east.
2:15 is the latest time I saw here.
Okay, so it goes until 2:15, and I believe we said it's moving to the northeast. So there is, looks like Ellie Nat Road. It's a little tough for me to see that one, but it's moving off to the north and east here, probably at about 40, maybe even 50 miles per hour. Lawson Poindexter Road, that will be another one that'll sort of be under the gun with this as it moves to the east. Benjamin Drive, Gray Fox Drive, rather, if you can hear those two and you live in one of those areas near Ellie Nat Drive, Benjamin Drive, or Gray Fork Drive, this storm is right on top of you. It's coming your way. It's on the ground. We've already seen it on one of our cameras. We saw the large funnel cloud that was coming through. There's Melanie. Go ahead and throw in a track on this for us, which is very beneficial. I mean, Guthrie will be there at about 2:12, so that's still about 10, 15 minutes away, but the storm has a history of, being able to hold itself together pretty well. There's not a whole lot in this area. Once it gets into, say, southern Todd County and Logan County, it gets a little bit more rural in those areas, but for right now, this storm is causing problems. Let's see if we can go back to the debris detector, Melanie, so we can get an idea of what's being lofted, and there it is. I mean, this is a scary sign. It always is when we're talking about any kind of tornado on the ground, Melanie, because this storm it's lifting something and throwing it in the air, and that could be anything. We just know it's not rain, it's not hail, it's debris.
Right, so that could be things like tree limbs. It could be siding of a home or shingles of a roof. This means that there is something foreign to our radar that we're seeing being lofted here. So a good debris detector here. here. This is a pretty significant one. We call that a debris ball. And then when I turn on a rotation detector, that bright green color there, that sticks out to me as well. That indicates that we have a lot of rotation here, strong rotation. And a few moments ago when we measured that out, it was well over 100 miles an hour. So those can be very quickly spinning up. It can be quickly pulsating down, but these have been pretty legit as they've been moving through. So this one in particular here in Montgomery County is going to be causing us probably a good bit of damage here. And there's the latest radar scan. It just crossed that state line into Kentucky. So if you do live maybe near the Guthrie area, Chester Stall Road, Graysville Road, near the Hammocksville area, this will be heading toward you here very shortly.
I think we're in Todd County now in southern Kentucky, if I'm not mistaken. And the tornado warning also goes into Logan County. It covers those areas so that you cover these storms that could very well be long-lived, long-track tornadoes, which it looks like this one could. And we saw that funnel cloud, and that was very large. Maybe we can get, maybe someone rolled on that and we can get something a little bit later on. But there's, I believe that's the confirmed tornado on the ground that was back when this is when this was in Stewart County. That's how how long lasting this has been, Melanie.
Right, it's been going for quite a while. So we have a report here. This is from a trained emergency management official out in Stewart County. Power lines down, debris on the road. This was back on Red Top Road, north of Indian Mound. This is where we first saw that tornado really come to life here, and it's tracked not just from Stewart County into Montgomery and now into Todd County, Kentucky as well. Just for a quick moment, I want to take a wider view here of the rest of the mid-state just so we can tell you what's going on here. We've been watching several severe thunderstorm warnings in that particularly northwestern portion of the mid-state. We've had a couple of tornado warnings as the morning and afternoon have gone on. What we're looking at back to our west, very congested here with a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings that have been picking up. We had a couple of tornado warnings that were issued out closer toward West Tennessee. Luckily, those were able to expire and become more of just a severe thunderstorm warning for us as it gets closer into places, say Huntington, Camden area. You're about to see some pretty strong storms right now too. But it looks like we now have a brand new tornado warning that was just issued into Russellville, Kentucky, out there into Logan County. This will be an extension of that tornado warning, that confirmed tornado warning that we've been tracking this whole time since back closer into Montgomery County.
And yeah, we are tracking a confirmed tornado warning right now. This is for Montgomery County, but it's now moved into Todd County and Logan counties in southern Kentucky. So if you are in the path of this storm, the tornado is on the ground. We've already seen it on the ground through parts of Montgomery County. We saw it back when it was in Stewart County as well. But there is that rotation, very tight rotation, and we've seen the debris ball within that as well. Let me walk over to the wall for you. Let's get an idea of where this is going next. And again, what Melanie's showing you, these two numbers, the 49 miles per hour, 75, this is something called gate-to-gate shear. It's a fancy name. Don't worry about the name too much, but what it's telling us is how fast the storm is rotating, how the winds are within that cell. What you do is you normally add those two numbers up. So when you get 76, 40, I mean, you're talking somewhere of, 120, 130 mile per hour winds. At least that's telling us how fast the storm is rotating. This is as good as a rotation detector image as you are going to get. Let me step out, give you some roads one more time. That debris ball Melanie's showing you, it's near Chester Stall Road, Lawson Poindexter Road. So it's moving off to the northeast. So that would be near Dixie Beeling Highway, State Highway 181 South. This would be moving through parts of Logan, eventually into Todd County through southern Kentucky. Anderson would be the next main spot that this would be sort of headed toward next as it moves off to the east. Also Pincham as well. There's Sidnap Road. I mentioned State Highway 181, U.S. Highway 41, which is also Dixie Beeline Highway. We'll watch that very closely as this moves off to the north and east. Again, a confirmed tornado warning is now moving off to the north and east. It's getting into Todd County. It will eventually head to Logan County. We'll see how well this can actually hold together. It's just to the south of Trenton. Actually, it's right on with that radar site that we have in that area. So it's a main area of concern. If you can hear my voice, if you live in Todd and Logan Logan counties in southern Kentucky, Christian County as well. You need to get into your safe space. Trenton, Guthrie going to split the gap between us, but if you live between those two towns, it's a good idea to get into your safe space. The easiest place to go, lowest level of your home. Basement's going to be best. It's a broken record, I know, but we're going to keep telling you. Interior room on the first floor of your house. If you have a bathroom, that's great. Maybe a laundry room, a powder room, even just an interior closet. As many walls between you and this storm as possible. Melanie threw a track on this. It is getting into a little bit more of a rural area, but still, I mean, this has been pretty long track already, and looks like it may continue to do that. This is Whippoorwill Road, I should say. Whippoorwill, not the road, but just the town. In 227, the time is 2:03, and Cave Springs at about 2:30, moving off to the east. Quite a bit. I mean, 40 miles per hour. It's definitely got some speed to it. And not only do we have the tornado warning tacked onto this, but we also probably have some gusty winds. We have some heavier rainfall, maybe even some hail in there. But the main concern, Melanie, right now is on that tornado warning.
That's right. And it is now out of Montgomery County. If you live in Montgomery County, you can get out of your safe place. You're probably still hearing a lot of rain coming down in that area. We're talking torrential downpours, really heavy rain, possibly even a little bit of hail possible with this as well. You're still under a severe thunderstorm warning, so don't let your guard down too much just yet. But those tornado warnings are now into southern Kentucky. Todd and Logan County taking the brunt of that right now as this rotation that we've been tracking continues over that state line there. Really quickly, I do want to reset and give you a wider view so you can see what we've been watching. Still pretty quiet throughout Nashville, areas south of I-40 and east of I-65 especially. I know you want to get back to this soccer game, but we have a pretty serious situation going on for all of our friends up here in the northwestern portion of the mid-state, especially off toward West Tennessee as well. Even though we don't have tornado warnings, or at least active ones, we did earlier, we don't have tornado warnings right now. We do still have that threat, and if you are in Davidson County, you do have a threat coming your way. A tornado watch is in effect for all of the yellow shaded counties until 7 o'clock tonight. So we are not done with this yet, folks. We got a long way to go until 7 o'clock tonight.
Quite a long way.
We will stay with you here every step of the way. Right now, the focus, though, are those two tornado warnings up into southern Kentucky. That will include Todd and Logan County until 2:15, I believe. Is that still the time?
I believe until 2:15. It might go a little bit earlier. It might go just a little bit later in the parts of Logan County because it hasn't quite gotten there yet. So 2:30, 2:45.
Okay. All right. So a little bit longer to go on these. And guys, this is a pretty serious storm, a pretty serious tornado that's on the ground here. A lot of rotation that we can see. And normally what happens here when we have a weak spin up tornado is we'll get a couple of scans from the radar. It will weaken, will be allowed to expire. This one's been holding strong since it was back in Stewart County. That was 3 counties ago.
And we had video of it moving through the Clarksville area. I don't know if we rolled on that video, guys, and if we can get it up a little bit later on. So when you guys have that video ready, just let us know and we'll go ahead and show it. But right now, Clarksville just getting some heavier rainfall. That's from our F&M Bank camera. But what you're seeing with the rotation detectors where that storm is now.
And you can see, even if you're not in the middle of Clarksville seeing an active severe weather situation, that rain is really coming down. It's a small screen, I know, but the rain, it's making it very hard to see. We can hardly even see from that camera there. I can see traffic going very, very slow. Headlights are on. If you know someone who might be caught out in this, tell them they might just need to pull over and just wait for this to pass, because this is a very serious storm system that's coming through right now.
Melanie's absolutely right. I mean, if you know anybody that maybe just left a couple of minutes ago, you want to give them a quick phone call and, tell them pull over, get out of your car. This is the debris ball that we've been watching, so closely over the last half an hour or so as this warning's been going. And what I've done now is we've actually put some tracks on this that line up with that debris ball pretty well. So that would be where debris is being lofted by this tornado and thrown into the atmosphere. So it's picking up on things like tree limbs, leaves, maybe even some roof shingles or some siding of some homes, and moving off to the east here. So it's right on our doorstep in Anderson. It looks like it'll go just to the north of Haydensville. So it's something that we really need to watch where this tornado tends to go, because what can happen is it can actually have almost a little wiggle room to travel a little farther north or a little farther south. So Melanie, thanks for showing the rotation detector here. As it goes to the east, Melanie, it could drift a little farther north, it could drift a little farther south. That's why these warnings, these polygons are so large in size. It covers a good amount of the area the tornado could change its track. So you look a little farther to the east. I mean, it's going to go just to the north of Haydensville. Some of the roads in those areas looks like if I can see here, it looks like Dr. Boyles Road, South Narden, or is that Snarden Mill Road, Banton Coots Road as well. There's Allensville. All of these areas, that's where that debris ball is headed next, Melanie. So that's where that tornado could be headed next.
Right, exactly. And the rotation detector still holding on strong for us, too. I know it doesn't look like much to you at home watching. You're going, what are these red and green colors? It's what we call an inflow and outflow boundary, and that's what detects that rotation that we're seeing. So those greens and red colors together, that indicates that we are seeing some good rotation here. It has held together, and here we go again. The latest scan here pushes it a little bit closer, right near the Anderson area. If I can zoom in, get you some more street names here. Pensham Road, State Highway 848. This is coming right over you right now. So if you live in the area of Dr. Boyles Road, Allensville, I know Stefano just called out a couple of these, Joe Gill Road. If you live there, you need to be in your safe place right now. You need to be in the lowest interior room of your home. It could be a coat closet. It could be a powder room. It could be some kind of interior space you have. If it's underneath a staircase, that's usually a great place to be as well. You want to protect your head from any flying debris, because with this rotation coming in possibly over 110, 20 miles an hour, this could do a lot of damage to your home. You want to have something to protect yourself. If you have tennis shoes on, that's great too. Use pillows, blankets, a helmet, whatever you can find to protect yourself. If you have kids at home, make sure they're protected as well. The worst place to be right now in a storm like this is in a car or a mobile home. And what we're seeing from these live cameras is where a lot of folks are out in cars right now. And unfortunately, that's just not a good place to be. We're seeing a lot of people taking it slow on the roads. Even when we're not having an active tornado warning, these severe thunderstorm warnings are picking up a lot of wind. Even this morning, I was on air with you this morning on WSMV 4 Today. I was showing you wind speeds of about 20 miles an hour before these storms even got here. So we're talking about a very windy day today, torrential downpours throughout the day today as well. Our main focus, though, is on these two severe thunderstorm warnings, two tornado warnings that are out in southern Kentucky. They're going to be out in Logan and Todd County right now, and they go until 2:30 and 2:45. So if you do live in those areas, please make sure you're in your safe space. Get there now if you have time. If you're in Logan County, get to a basement, an interior room, and protect yourself. And as we mentioned earlier, this is not it. We're not done yet. We still have really the rest of today into tonight to go, because this is part of a much bigger system that is working way off to our west and down to our southwest, out into Memphis right now, out into Little Rock, Arkansas, all the way down into Texas. We're seeing these showers and storms. These will eventually move up kind of northeast as they're pushing to the east, and we'll see more than likely a lot of storms continuing even into Nashville as the day goes on. We also have a tornado watch that will go until 7 o'clock. I'll pull this up for you here. You can see it's all the counties highlighted in yellow, and this goes until 7 o'clock tonight. For all of these counties here, which does include Davidson, Williamson, Rutherford County, Sumner County, Montgomery. You already know, you've already had your fair share of it so far, into southern Kentucky. The areas that are not included will be the Cumberland Plateau, a couple of areas down to the south of us as well. We're looking at really seeing just a lot of a heavy night ahead for us.
Okay, and it looks like, by the way, we have a quick update from meteorologist Cruz Medina, who's here as well. Cruz, you have an update on the severe threat, looks like just issued by the Storm Prediction Center for us.
Yeah, that's right. So we've actually been upgraded to a level 3 out of 5. That is an enhanced risk, and you can see where that stretches through. It's some of the same areas being impacted by this right now, and some of you have not seen those storms just yet, like Nashville and up into Franklin, Kentucky. Keep in mind, this storm system is moving off to the east, so the environment is even more favorable now. We know the winds just above our heads and a little higher up in the atmosphere are also strong enough to cause some of the rotation that we've been seeing so far. That's going to be a problem for us as we go through the rest of the the evening as well. So now is not the time to let your guard down. That level 2 out of 5 extends for the plateau. This also has to move through those areas. I don't foresee another upgrade coming to this, but for the time being, that tornado threat is not off the table. Obviously, we have active warnings right now, and we're going to keep you updated throughout this evening. Know that even aside from the tornado warnings, we also are watching out for high wind. That's been our biggest threat this whole time. 60+ mile-per-hour winds can do similar damage to a weak tornado, so you don't want to take those severe thunderstorm warnings lightly for the rest of today.
Thank you so much, Cruz. I mean, yeah, he's absolutely right. We have a long time to go here, all the way through the afternoon and evening. There's going to be a threat. Guys, go ahead and bring us back here. What I'm showing right now on Max 1, this is an email that we got, a weather image from Marcus, and safely able to take this picture, Melanie. But this is the funnel cloud that we were showing everyone earlier on, and
wow.
And I mean, it was massive. It was, and it still probably is too. So that's just more evidence here that tornado is in fact on the ground. But let's go ahead. I want to get you right back here to First Alert Live radar, because I want to show you where this storm is that we're currently tracking. I'm going to pause the radar so we can get back up to where that confirmed tornado is. Right now, it looks like it's in Todd County in southern Kentucky. It's getting ready, however, to move into Logan County. So there's a lot of rural spots in these areas, which is great. But I mean, listen, we all know that we have people live all over the place here in the mid-states. So there's that rotation. Allensville, southern Kentucky, Todd County. If you can hear me, you're right along the border, Todd and Logan County. You have to be getting into your safe space immediately. This is knocking on the door. That rotation right on our doorstep. It's moving to the east. Get into an interior room now. Get into your basement. Get pillows. Get blankets. Joe Gill Road, State Line Road. It's going to cross over Allensville Road and Keysburg Road, and then start to move up into the north and east. So Lickskillet, Olmsted, all of those areas near Murray Road. I think that's Clarksville Road up to the north, and also Center Lawrence Road as well. Those areas is where this area of rotation is next. This confirmed tornado that remains on the ground. We have not gotten any signs that this has lifted. We've seen it on the ground. It looks like that's how things are going to continue here for quite some time. Melanie's showing you with First Alert Live radar too. There's a lot of rain within this as well. So this very well could be shrouded by some rain, meaning that you might not be able to see the funnel cloud coming. What you'll see is very heavy rainfall and maybe even some hail come in first, and then the tornado's kind of hidden behind that inside of a shroud of rain, or a curtain of rain, if you will. So some good-sized hailstones, certainly some heavier rainfall within this as well, as we've been watching it move to the east. It's actually right near one of our radar sites, and this gives you a really good idea of where that rotation is. Like I mentioned, in Allensville right now, it's moving off to the east. State Line Road, Joe Gill Road, it'll move off to the north and east. You're in the path of this storm. You have to be getting into your safe space immediately. This is not the time to delay. Do not go out looking for it. Make sure that you get into your safe space immediately as it moves to the north and east. I've mentioned areas like Lickskillet, near Olmsted as well. All of this is from one big storm system that's coming through, which the National Weather Service, Melanie, if we can get it out for that bigger view one more time, and then we'll come right back to this, is now eyeing up a couple of storms down to our south and west, moving into the Waverly area. These storms also have the capability of spinning up and producing a tornado once again. So it's another area we're watching. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect from Camden, Waverly, Erin. That goes until about 2:30, but the main area of concern still is, Melanie, that confirmed tornado that's on the ground. And let's just go back to that and just stick with it as it continues to move and continues to potentially cause damage.
Yeah, that's right. So I'm going to turn on a rotation detector real quickly, because we've had a really good rotation detector with this storm all the way back from Stewart County and through Montgomery, right now in Todd County, but about to cross over into Logan County. Let me show you here. I know it's kind of hard to see with all these colors. This is the line of the counties right here. Here's the rotation. It is moving to the northeast a good bit. So once it's crossed over that line into Logan County, I'm sure the National Weather Service will let that tornado warning expire, but it doesn't mean that we're done yet. We still have a while to go. We got more storms that we're watching out for off to the west. There's that debris ball as well. In fact, I think they just don't know. I still have it going. This one goes until 2:30. The other one goes until 2:45. So a little bit longer to go. But what we're looking at is this debris ball here right over State Line Road, Joe Gill Road, Allensville area. This is about to cross over into Logan County within moments. This is a pretty fast-moving storm.
Yeah, if not already, because sometimes the radar scans can be just a tad late. If you go to real-time radar, I think we might even get a good look at it. Real-time radar does a better job at least showing that it's moved a little farther to the east. So I would say that rotation now is either over Allensville or it's just crossed over Allensville and worked its way over into Logan County in southern Kentucky. So still rural in a lot of those areas, but not that rural. I mean, you can see here on the map, there's still plenty of towns there. That there's plenty of population. We want to make sure that you're in your safe space. So it'll split the gap right now between Russellville, looks like Airdville as well. Auburn, it looks like they've actually extended it to go up to Bowling Green now. So that does tell us, Melanie, that they're concerned enough that this storm hasn't shown big signs of weakening, that it might even carry up to Bowling Green.
Right. So if you live in Simpson County, it'll be just north of Franklin, Kentucky, that we see this tornado warning issued. We're going to keep an eye on this for you as well, because like we've said, this rotation detector, the debris ball, it's really good. It's pretty significant, and it's really held together. So this is a very strong storm. It's coming into some very warm air. We mentioned to you earlier, we have not had severe weather in Middle Tennessee and Southern Kentucky since August. It was August 12th, the last time we saw any substantial severe weather. So it's been about 4 months. It's been a while. This will continue to push on even over I-65 closer into Bowling Green, and we'll continue to watch that. I really quickly want to just zoom out for a quick second, show you what's going on here, because I know a lot of you really not seeing a whole lot of action going on across the mid-state. We've got a couple little cells firing up here in places, maybe near Hendersonville, out near Noreen, Las Casas, Nashville, starting to see some rainfall right now with all those clouds. Heaviest storms are going to be back here closer toward Waverly, Camden, Huntington, Milan, seeing a lot of these as well. These will push over the Tennessee River, and they're going to still kind of continue this same path toward the northwest. So Clarksville, you are not done yet. More heavy rain and some strong storms are coming your way here in the next little bit. So brace yourself, Montgomery County. Anyone driving through I-24, it's about to get bad here in a little bit. But still, we have this active tornado warning, kind of almost split into threes, if you will, as it crosses over each county. I would go ahead and say, for the most part, it looks like Todd County is looking pretty clear from this at the moment. We still have that active tornado warning, but
it does look like it's crossed over into Logan at this point.
It's crossed over into Logan County. So I think if you're in Todd County, I think it's okay to say for you to come out of your safe space. You're still seeing a lot of rain coming down, but it's just over into Logan County now, into the Allensville area. Let me give you some road names. Joe Riley Road, Lickskillet Road, Gossett Hines Road, Murray Road. This is right over you right now, and it's going to continue to track to the east, northeast. I'd say more so, it's kind of going more east than it is northeast at the moment. Watermelon Road, it's coming up for you. Bailey Banton Road, Lickskillet, Pearson Road. These are all areas where you need to go ahead and get in your safe place now. This is an active tornado warning. We've seen a history of rotation, a history of debris with this. A lot of rain, a lot of wind.
And damage, too, yeah.
And even some damage reported, too. Power lines and trees down, structural damage. You want to get to the lowest interior level of your house, protect your head from flying debris, make sure you have pillows, blankets, a helmet, anything you can to protect yourself. And just was even mentioning, I know we're getting to some rural areas, but if you live in a mobile home, or maybe you're going to plan on being out in your car in a little bit, that's the worst place to be in a tornado. It's because those are they're not substantial enough. This could be picked up by a tornado or really any extremely strong wind that could topple it over. And so it's just not a safe place to be. It could really injure or hurt you.
And I mean, yeah, they're not anchored to the ground either, so that's always big. I think that our producers, our directors, I think you guys have video for us of when this was in Montgomery County, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's what we were looking at. So this is not right now. This is video from earlier on when this tornado was crossing through Montgomery County, and there was that large funnel cloud. You can see all of the debris that's lifted in it as well. So this is from earlier. This is probably from maybe just about a half an hour ago. There was that tornado coming on through. What I think we're going to do here in a second is we're going to time lapse this to show you, but you can just get a look at, I mean, how big this funnel cloud was, and it's the same storm that we're tracking right now. So the deal is, what this picture is showing right now could still be happening elsewhere, could still be happening in other parts of the mid-state right now. This large tornado has a lot of energy in the atmosphere that it can use to get through. So the main concern now is on the tornado warning that's coming our way. And I think that Melanie has an update on some other storms that we're watching as well, guys, if we can go back to that. And Melanie can go back to First Alert Live Radar to give us an update. Looks like a new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, so we have a brand new tornado warning just issued here moments ago. This is going to be for areas in Henderson County, Benton County, Carroll County, Madison County, and Decatur County. I know a lot of those are actually more so in West Tennessee, but Benton County is one of our viewing areas, as well as folks over in the Henderson County area. This is right near the Camden section of the mid-state, right before you get to the Tennessee River. So we are looking at another new tornado warning that is just head into our viewing area from our western counties. This will go until 3 o'clock. Want to turn on, get the right radar on here, and want to turn on some of our rotation detector. And you can see here we are seeing some bright greens here, maybe a little bit of rotation. It's not looking as defined as it was up in the Montgomery County area earlier, but we can see here maybe a little bit of debris picking up here, especially if you live maybe back closer toward areas like Hickory Flat, Smith, Jumbo, Howley, out those areas. We're seeing really heavy rainfall, probably some really extreme wind coming down right now too with these storms, but this is getting into the Camden area. Now, Camden, Big Sandy, you are already under a severe thunderstorm warning. This is an extra tornado warning that is now coming from a storm that's right behind you off to the west, and it's tracking to the northeast a good substantial amount of time as well.
Yeah, so that's a very good point, Melanie, is that, you know, in Camden, if you're watching right now, or even New Johnsonville, you certainly have a heavy thunderstorm over you. I mean, it's a severe thunderstorm. It's got a lot of heavy rain. It's probably got some hail with it. I also think that, you know, we might have some good gusty winds of upwards to 60 miles per hour. But what we've been watching here is this storm that's off to the north and west. Look at that, Melanie. There's the so what you're looking at right now is these are our damage reports, and you can trace with the damage report, Melanie, if you can pull out the telestrator actually and trace along these, but this is it. There's the tornado crossed into Kentucky. The tornado continues through parts of northern Kentucky as well. That's the webcam that we were showing you, or there are multiple webcams in those areas showing the debris, but you can just see with those T's, with those damage indicators, where that tornado went and where it's going next. So it's still moving through parts of Todd County, and you can get a good look at where that line is. A confirmed tornado still on the ground in these areas. Let's get in just to the south of Russellville, Melanie, so we can get an idea. But we also, in addition to this, have a new tornado warning. So remember, the atmosphere, very charged, has a lot of energy with it. It's not going to take a whole lot to get a storm spinning, to get another tornado to fire up. There's that rotation. So this storm still on the ground. It's still lofting debris. It just passed over Lickskill, and it's going to move off to the north and east right now. It's in maybe just a little bit more of a rural area, but not all that much. I memean, Oakville is there, Ellis Road. I think that's Nashville Street as well. You go a little farther to the south, Cape Ground Road, Orndorff Mill Road, if I'm pronouncing some of these wrong, I do apologize. But as this goes to the north and east, I would say if you live in and around Oakville, this is where this is coming next. So you need to get into your safe space immediately. This is a confirmed tornado. We've seen it on webcams. It has a history of producing damage. And right now, with First Alert Live Radar, Melanie's showing again that we have that sort of hook sign to it. What you're seeing here, where there's that indentation here, it would be the inflow of the storm. So that's where it's sucking in all sorts of air. It's sucking in debris, and then it rotates on through and spins through, and it disperses that debris in all different directions. That's where you get the debris ball. But this storm has not shown any signs of letting up. So right now, it's moving through Logan County. It'll go south of Russellville unless something changes. It's headed toward Oakville in southern Kentucky. In Logan County, we'll have to watch northern Simpson County and also areas near Bowling Green as that starts to track a little bit farther to the north. But as it moves to the east, Johnson Young Road, it's going to cross over just to the north of Oakville. There's Ellis Road as well, and Hall Store Road. Also, Nashville Road, like I mentioned, all of these areas are in the line of this storm as it works its way in. So get into a safe space now. Basement is best. lowest level of your home, first floor, interior room, whether you have an interior closet, a powder room, stay away from windows. You want to put as many walls between you and the storm as possible. And again, Melanie, another tornado warning that's been issued down to the south, too. So things are starting to fire up even more so than they were before.
Right. And so you're already seeing rain in several of these areas, but I do want to put a quick track on this to the east, just ever so slightly to the northeast, because if you do live in areas like Clarksburg, Hollow Rock, Brewston, this is coming toward you. You're probably, if you do live in those areas, you're probably already seeing a lot of heavy rain right now. This is the rain and the storm that's bringing in some of the rotation that we're seeing. This is why we have a tornado warning indicated closer toward our western county. So again, Clarksburg, it will be to you at 2:30. That's just in a couple of minutes. Hollow Rock at 2:36 and Brewston at 2:38. This is out in our western counties. This will be for folks over in Benton County, out in Henderson County, out near the Camden, New Johnsonville, Brewston area. You want to go ahead and start thinking about getting into your safe place now, because this is heading your way. It's going to continue to track up to the northeast, kind of like we've been seeing here this whole time. And look, this is really all part of the same system that we've been seeing coming through, that's been coming through Clarksville, Montgomery County, Stewart County, now into southern Kentucky as well. And we're going to see this even stretch back further west, further to the south, back into Arkansas, into places like Memphis. You're already seeing some of these heavy storms. These will continue to come our way here pretty soon.
And we do have some more imagery, Melanie, from this tornado that passed through near Clarksville. Who's my director? Do you guys have that image, or should I pull it up, because I have it ready to go? Okay, so I have an image from Clarksville right now that I'm going to go ahead and show. It was right near the airport. I'm just going to drag it into the screen here. So this was taken from the Clarksville airport, and there was that tornado that was, in fact, on the ground. So it was confirmed on the ground. Wow. We saw it. We've gotten plenty of imagery of it, and it's still moving off to the north and east right now, Melanie, into southern Kentucky, and still confirmed on the ground as well. Well,
I just want to let you know, we just got some new information in from the Montgomery County Emergency Management Office. The director there just talked to our assignment desk here at Channel 4, and they told us that there are multiple homes damaged in Clarksville, some of them flattened. Multiple people were trapped inside of their homes, numerous injuries, but great news I can report to you, no deaths.
Yeah,
so
that
far.
Certainly, is some good news, but this storm, it's bad. It means business. If you're in the path of this storm, you can't delay. You save your life, get into your safe place. This storm is still on the ground. I know we have another tornado warning to talk about, but this is the main concern at this point. It is moving through Logan County in southern Kentucky. It's probably going to clip the northern parts of Simpson County, but then it'll head up toward the Bowling Green area. It's produced damage. I mean, when you're talking flattening homes, you're talking wind speeds in excess of 100 miles per hour easily with this storm as it comes through. It means business. You need to be in your safe place. If you're in the path of this storm, what Melanie is showing you here, that sort of gate-to-gate shear that I talk about a lot of the time here, what you do here is you add up these numbers. So 66 and 50, some quick math here. I mean, you're talking 130 mile per hour winds near. At least that's how fast the rotation is being picked up by the radar. So if you're in the path of this, we're just going to keep naming roads, because, it might not be in a major area right now, but there's still plenty of us that live here. Everett Ellis Road, there's Hall Store Road, Ellis Road. It's going to cross right over Nashville Street, Nashville Road. It's right near Orndorff Road, Mill Road, I should say. Again, if I'm pronunciating some of these wrong, I do apologize. Oakville, just to the north of us. It's going to keep moving off to the north and east. So if you live out maybe nearby Franklin Road in parts of Todd County, it's time to start thinking about this now. Don't delay. Turn your volume all the way up, as loud as you can get it on your television, and get into an interior room immediately. The debris detector been showing a lot of debris lofting. It might not be showing a ton of that right now, as it does get into a little bit more of open space, at least we could say a little bit. But the debris detector doesn't really determine whether this thing is done. The rotation detector is still very much showing that this is a confirmed tornado on the ground, moving through Logan County. It'll head toward Auburn next. It looks like it'll go south of Russellville. Now, while we're certainly certainly getting a lot of heavier rain and maybe even some hail in those areas. It looks like it's going to continue to move off to the north and east. I would expect it to clip areas that are in northern Simpson County before it heads toward Bowling Green, so we'll have to watch Bowling Green very closely as well. I know we have some viewers out in that area. Additionally, another tornado warning has been issued just off to our south and west as this whole line moves into an environment that's very volatile. It's got a lot of energy with it. What you'll see happen here are these storms really just start to fire up across the mid-state and continue to strengthen. They can easily pick up rotation. I know the tornado threat was on the lower end today, but we can throw that out the window now. The tornado threat is high. I will tell you that at this point. The tornado threat, with now 3 confirmed tornadoes, the tornado threat for the remainder of the day is high. We're focused on severe thunderstorms, but any single storm that pops up, a tornado is on the table. We have reports of homes that have been flattened out near Clarksville, multiple people trapped down trees, down power lines. These storms are something to take seriously. Melanie's throwing a track on the second tornado warning we're tracking from Hollow Rock. The current time is 2:32. 2 minutes away. It's knocking on the doorstep. There's Brewston at 2:36 rather, the time 2:32. Camden at 2:48. Camden Central High School at 2:48 as well. This one's not confirmed on the ground, but it is a tornado warning that has been picked up by radar with yet another storm, Melanie, that's rotating. And there's still a lot of areas that are not seeing anything. I know. Linden, Nashville, Hendersonville, Smyrna, Murfreesboro, Columbia, I mean, all of East Middle Tennessee, not a thing to talk about. Main areas of concern, I think, will be around Nashville, areas south and west, let's say right along 24 and areas to the south and west first. That's the main spot where this next batch of storms will move through, have the capability of spinning up some more tornadoes. There's that tornado watch, all the counties that are shaded in this yellow until 7 o'clock this evening. It's only 2:30, so we have a long way to go. Melanie, I think we should get back to the confirmed tornado, so I'll let you take it from here.
All right, yeah, so a long way to go for a lot of us, including Nashville, including those surrounding key areas. We are already seeing active tornado warnings. I want to head back up here to southern Kentucky. This is still in our Nashville viewing area. I know there's a soccer game on, but this is a pretty serious emergency going on right now. We have had a significant amount of rotation come through, and it is still really, really holding together. This is very impressive. This is textbook of what a meteorologist wants to see as far as what we're looking for with the rotation here. This is held together for 3 counties now, and it really hasn't weakened much at all. In fact, I've only seen every couple of scans it actually grows stronger. Right now, it's becoming into a rural area right near Oakville, into the Corinth, Kentucky area, Nashville Street, Ellis Road, Franklin Road. If you live in that particular area, this is coming right for you. I know it's pretty rural, but you may not have a lot of neighbors around you if you live out this way. Here it comes for Franklin Road right now at the latest radar scan, heading up toward the community of Dennis into Corinth. This is Corinth, Kentucky, not Mississippi. And we're getting into Carter Road, Friendship Road, Franklin Road. If you live near these areas, you need to go ahead and be in your safe place right now. This is a pretty significant rotation speed. We're seeing it over 100-something miles an hour as far as wind speeds. We're going to be getting into the sunset time soon. It's going to be dark here pretty soon in the next couple of hours. It's only 2:30 right now. We've got a long way to go before we're done with these storms. Once these become rain wrapped, once they're in the dark, these are extremely hard to see. Guys, we're not too far off from Christmas here. You've got to take care of yourself. You got to heed these warnings. You got to do it for your family too. These folks over in Clarksville, there's going to be people here who have flattened homes a couple weeks before Christmas. We've got crews on the way out there. We're going to survey the damage and get you all the updates. But what we're looking at here, right near this Franklin Road, Corinth, Oakville community of southern Kentucky, this is the same storm that just flattened homes in Clarksville. This is the same storm that brought down trees and power lines out in Stewart County. It is right in your area. You need to take this seriously. And I know we're in the middle of a game on TV too, but this is really serious stuff, guys. Yeah, this has really come through 3 counties now and it's not let up. So this is
well beyond that.
Yes. Very serious.
Yeah, go ahead, Melanie.
And not our only one either. I want to regroup real quickly here and show you the wide picture of what's going on. That's just in southern Kentucky. Meanwhile, back in our western counties, we do still have a tornado warning. It is not looking as impressive for me here on the radar scans as far as what we're looking at as far as rotation. It's becoming a little bit more broad, but it comes back together. Right near the Clarksburg area, we're seeing some good rotation out that way. This is heading up toward Camden, toward New Johnsonville. I know we have a lot of regular viewers who live there. Go ahead and start getting into your safe place right now, because chances are, with how strong these storms have been, this will continue as we get closer into Humphreys County and out that way crossing the Tennessee River. And
you can see with what we have, there with the super, Melanie, that, these storms have a history of causing damage. They're causing injuries. Right now, we don't have any reports of fatalities, which is great. But yeah, we can confirm right now that in Clarksville, around the Clarksville area, we had multiple injuries, homes that were flattened, people trapped inside those homes as well. You're talking a tornado that was producing winds well in excess of 100 miles per hour for that to happen, and it's still happening now. It is going to eventually work its way out of our area, but if you're in Logan County, if you're in northern Simpson County, we'll even go Woodburn, also near Bowling Green. I know there's got to be some people watching in Bowling Green. We've spoken on the phone before about these warnings and these watches as they come out. It's coming our way. It's still too far away to talk about exactly what towns it will hit when we get a little farther to the north and east, but we can immediately put it in the line here. It looks like it'll go south of Dennis. And then once you get near Auburn and South Union, those areas, it tends to be just a little bit more open-ended with what we're looking at. But the roads we're talking about, and Melanie's mentioned a lot of these as well. Corinth, well, right over top of us right now, but Carter Road, there's Montgomery Road, Friendship Road, all of these are in Logan County. It'll be near Auburn. There's Friendship Road, like we've talked about. It's crossing over Franklin Road right now, but that's still a lot of areas in there where there are homes, where there are businesses. Might not be as condensed as an area like Clarksville, but there's still plenty of people that live in these areas, Melanie, and like we've talked about, there's still a lot of people that haven't seen all that much yet, but these storms can fire up very quickly and produce a tornado very quickly as well.
Right, and I want to show you a very wide view of what's happening around our region. Look back toward northern Mississippi. You can see we have tornado warnings issued out that way. So, folks, we are not done yet. We have a long way to go throughout this afternoon and evening. We've got storms that are still being produced that are heading our way. Let me put a time lapse on this just so you can see, because even if you're in Nashville and you think this is not affecting you, hold tight, because it will soon enough. Notice how these are tracking. They're not only going to the northeast, they're also moving to the east as a system entirely. So these will eventually gradually make their way slowly but surely up closer here in through Nashville, in through the Jamestown area, and continue to push off to the east. We were showing you futurecasts over the last couple of days about how we've been seeing a lot of rain still coming down, and even when that cold air comes in behind this is all part of a bigger front that is still working its way into the mid-state here in the next little bit. We're going to be watching this very closely for you, because we could even see, as this exits out tomorrow morning, possibly even a few wet snow showers too. So that's really the least of our concerns right now. And
issued for Humphreys County.
Here it goes right now. This is an extension of what we were just talking about here. Let's take a look here. This is going to be over in the Humphreys County area, Waverly. This is right on top of you. We have this storm that's been working its way just north of New Johnsonville, east of Camden, a little bit north of Waverly. Let's zoom in and get a couple of areas here. And this is where we have our newest tornado warning just issued. This goes until 3:15. If you live in the Trinity area, if you live in Forest Hill, this will be right over you. Clyden Road, Spring Creek Road, Nix Lane, Bear Creek Road, this is right over you. So we have a brand new tornado warning that was just issued here just moments ago. with some rotation. Yep, right there it is, right here, right over Bear Creek Road in the Dry Creek subdivision. This is where we have some rotation. Brand new tornado warning. You know, guys, this wasn't supposed to happen. This morning when I came in for my shift at work, the Cape just kind of shot up today, so we had a better chance for seeing maybe an isolated tornado. All of this is coming into some very, very warm, very friction air and atmosphere right now, and so we're looking at really all these storms coming into some very warm dew points, warm temperatures. All the ingredients are there. It looks like they're getting a lot of lift that they need to really form into some tornadoes. So at first, you know, this wasn't supposed to be as severe of an event. We've been telling you for days, heavy, heavy rainfall, but this has now turned into a full-blown tornado event. Let's go over to Amanda at the anchor desk. She has some new information for us right now.
Yeah, we just really want to fill people in on the scope of the situation here in Montgomery County and Clarksville. This is serious, and we know right now that there are multiple efforts underway to try to get to people who are trapped inside of homes that have been hit by the tornado that was confirmed to have moved through Montgomery County. So we know from the Emergency Management Agency that multiple people are trapped inside of homes. You're looking at video from earlier as we captured this tornado moving across Montgomery County here in Clarksville, live as it happened here on the air, and you can just see it sweeping across the screen there. Because of this, we are learning again that multiple homes have been damaged. Multiple people are trapped in some of those homes and the debris of those homes. And this is mainly happening around the Garrettsburg Road area. We are hearing that there are reports of injuries as well. Now, all of that coming from the EMA director there in Montgomery County. And we heard Melanie talk a little bit about this, but we're just a couple weeks here away from Christmas. People have significant damage to their homes in this area. Other people are at this hour trapped. So this is a serious situation that's unfolding in Montgomery County. We've got multiple crews who are en route to the area so that we can get a live picture for you and show you a better idea of exactly what's going on there, what the damage looks like, and what sort of effort is underway to get to people who are trapped. If you see this, look at this image on your screen, a very clear shot of that confirmed tornado from the Clarksville airport. No mistaking this. And Stefano's got some new information to share with us. Stefano.
I think the main thing that I want to show here is that the tornado warning, the one that was confirmed that was on the ground, as it starts to get towards some more populated areas, I want to make sure that you guys are as alerted as you can be. So here's the rotation detector we were talking about. Remember, it was a little bit farther to the south. It just passed over Franklin Road in the last about 15 minutes or so. But now it's near Dennis Montgomery Road. It's going to head toward Friendship Road. And right now, if you are in Auburn, this is in Todd County in southern Kentucky, right near Highway or U.S. Highway 68. You need to be getting into a safe space immediately as this storm works its way off to the north and the east. So that is showing us the rotation is still there. We're not seeing a ton from the debris detector, at least from this radar. Let's see if I can switch it. It's not really there, but a lot of this might be just tough to see at this point because we're getting pretty far out from the radar sites. But what we can still see is that the rotation is still there. It's still going to be a confirmed tornado warning. This is for southern, I guess eastern now at this point, Todd County and the far northern portions of Simpson County. But then it will also go somewhere between Woodburn and Bowling Green. And I know that we have viewers in those areas, and I know we have those that watch from those areas. So we're getting more towards some more populous areas at this point. We did have some spots earlier where it was in more of a rural spot, but now this storm is headed towards areas like Auburn, and it might even be a little bit more rain-wrapped as well now as that line gets a little bit more organized. Not really seeing a well-defined hook on really any of the cameras that we've been looking at or any of our radar images, even as I switch back and forth between them. But what is definite is that this rotation is moving off to the north and east. And again, it's not the only rotation that we're actually tracking. There are plenty of other areas that are down to the south and west that we need to watch very closely. Near Waverly, for instance, another tornado warning that's been issued. This one, the current time is 2:45. This one goes until 3:15. Rotation might be a little bit more broad. Let me just see if I can get a better view of it. I think this is as good as a view as we're going to get right now, Melanie. But still, we're looking at areas like Forest Hill. Road-wise, well, we'll look at a couple more towns. There's Gorman, should go north of Forks of Blue Creek, but right near Hemby Branch Road, it'll go near Clydenton Road as well, Forest Hill, Waverly. If you're hearing my voice, you need to be getting into your safe space immediately. There's Powers Boulevard, Airport Road, Ogden Road as well. It'll continue to move up to the north and east. So East Big, Richland Creek, Brown Mill Road, Dry Hollow Road. This is just one more tornado warning that we're tracking for you, in addition to, by the way, an additional tornado warning that's just down to the south at this point. It just passed through Clarksburg. It's getting into the southern portions, I believe, of Benton County. Might clip the northern portions of Decatur County at this point, Melanie. But that is now 3 tornado warnings, one of which is still confirmed moving through southern Kentucky.
Right. And so the latest from the National Weather Service is they are watching that one that is off to our far west right now, back here closer toward Clarksburg. Some good rotation here that we're seeing. As you can see there, those greens, that bright green and red color. Let me push it up so you can see it here on your screen. National Weather Service says they're keeping a very close eye on this. It's just east of the Clarksburg, Tennessee area, not necessarily in middle Tennessee, in Nashville's viewing area or TV viewing area, but once it crosses over the Tennessee River into southern Humphreys County, it will do so eventually. It still needs to cross over into Benton County first, but they are keeping an eye on this one. This one could be extended closer into the Humphreys County area. So latest scan here over closer into Waverly and Humphreys County. This will be just east of the river. The rotation is breaking up. That is good. I don't want to see a whole lot of rotation, especially for folks over there in Waverly. You've been through it the last couple of years with the floods and everything, of course. We don't want to see any more severe weather in your neighborhood for a long, long time. We're still seeing some rotation, but it's very broad. So it's still coming through. You still need to be in your safe place. Waverly, McEwen, even closer up toward Adams Crossroads. This is heading out your way. Let me put the latest track on this just to show you where it's heading. This is moving closer toward, say, the east-northeast at about 35 to 40 miles an hour. I'm going to put 40 just to be safe. Kind of rural areas running into there as well. So if you live in the Sladen community, 3 o'clock before this is to you. So just about 12 minutes away before this gets into your area. Van Leer, Adams Crossroad, even though you're not in the middle of this tornado warning, you are in the path of where the storm is tracking toward. Charlotte, Tennessee as well. Just want to go ahead and start thinking about where you would go in your house if this does turn into an extended tornado warning out for your area. Right now, though, as Stefano has been mentioning, I feel like the area that's of our most importance right now is this confirmed tornado warning up in southern Kentucky. We've been watching this rotation here. It's just south of Auburn, in the South Union area, Auburn area. It's just been incredible rotation. We've seen this really not let up for 3 counties now. It started off back in Stewart County, Tennessee, tracked through Montgomery County. Guys, this is the storm that has done so much damage over into Clarksville. We have a chat room that we look at with the National Weather Service, and I'm trying to give you the latest updates of all the latest that's coming in, but we're seeing so many reports from emergency management officials and storm spotters out that way telling us what damage and how bad the scope of things is out in Clarksville. Homes flattened, people still trapped in their homes. It's a very scary situation. It's very fluid right now. We've got crews heading up that way to give you the latest. Once they get there, we'll update you. But all the latest that we're seeing from our National Weather Service chat room is really all about Montgomery County. And this, what we're looking at here in southern Kentucky, this is that same storm. It's heading up your way. It is coming to a much more rural area now. We're not going to be seeing as many homes, as many towns and neighborhoods as we did back in Montgomery County, which is good. It doesn't have a whole lot of debris to go through, but that's probably why it's also been staying so strong. It hasn't had a lot of things to plow down and be in its way. So we're watching that one very closely as well.
And one of the things that we also, discussed with the National Weather Service is what the tornado threat actually does look like. And what I can actually do here for you is the National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center, they've sort of pinpointed an area well, you can kind of read it there. It's called the significant tornado parameter. This just means that these would be areas where not only is it the best spot for a tornado to fire up, but it also is the best spot for these tornadoes to be long track, above maybe EF1 in some cases. So, we've definitely seen that already in Clarksville with, you're not getting an EF0 or even an EF1 tornado that's going to flatten homes or trap people inside of them. That's not the kind of damage we see with those. You start getting into the, EF3 range, EF2 range, or even higher than that for some of those cases. But I want you to just notice what this includes. It includes areas that haven't seen much of anything yet. We've just kind of missed everything, or everything has missed us, I should say, in Franklin. But Hendersonville, this does include downtown Nashville. One thing that we might try to have working for us is if these storms can move slow enough and we can get into the nighttime cycle and maybe we lose some of the daytime heating, can cool down a little bit. Maybe the atmosphere calms down just enough that it's not as significant of a situation, but there's still plenty of energy in the atmosphere, Melanie, for all of these spots from Waverly, Clarksville, and Franklin. But it looks like Amanda Hara has an update from Clarksville where we've had the reports of damage. Amanda, it's just been devastating what we've been hearing from there.
Yeah, it's not good. That's for sure, Stefano. Let's talk about what we're learning from the EMA director out of Montgomery County. We're learning that multiple homes are affected and damaged, and that at the onset of this, multiple people were reporting that they were trapped inside of their homes. We have since learned, after getting an update from the EMA director, that most of the people who were trapped inside of their homes have either gotten out on their own or are now in the process of being rescued by rescue crews. So that's the good news. The other good piece of information here is the EMA director says the number of people who were trapped has greatly decreased. You're looking at video from one of our viewers of this confirmed tornado moving through Clarksville, the 101st Airborne and Jordan Springs Road area. And so this is really the culprit here when we're talking about Montgomery County and the damages and injuries that we're reporting. The EMA director says there are injuries being reported on this in Montgomery County, so we're working to learn the extent of that now. But the good news here, we're hearing from the EMA director that the number of people who initially reported being trapped inside of their homes has gone down considerably, and that many of those people were able to make their way out of their homes on their own. There are still, though, some people who are currently being rescued by crews now. Let's check in with Melanie with an update. Melanie.
All right, thank you, Amanda. Good news that a lot of folks have been getting out of their homes that they've been trapped in. Just really a devastating situation out there in Montgomery County. And the crazy thing about this is that same tornado that tore through Montgomery County is still on the ground in southern Kentucky right now, still in the Logan County area. So you're looking at a wide view of our whole map here of Middle Tennessee and southern Kentucky. I want to take you up here to that particular area in the, let's say, Auburn area into Woodburn. Even though you're not seeing all that rain just yet, it's coming your way. We've been seeing on a rotation detector just a lot of really heavy rotation. This is the first time in a while I've seen it look like it may be starting to weaken just a little bit. Still pretty significant here, as you can see. Right now over the Sam Hollins Road, Albert Elliott Road, Morgantown Road area. It's still tracking to the east-northeast a good bit, but looking like we're getting maybe some better news here. That new scan just came in. Still pretty tight rotation. We're definitely going to keep our eye on that as it keeps moving closer into the Bowling Green area, I'd say. Looks like we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. Let me zoom into this one here. This will include Dixon County now. This is the big system back toward Waverly that has produced a tornado warning. This will be heading your way here shortly. So this one goes until 3:45. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning. Again, this is for Dixon, Houston, Humphreys, and Montgomery County. And you can see here we do still have that tornado warning still in effect for folks over there in Humphreys County as well. I want to quickly turn on our rotation detector. Pretty broad rotation still. Good news. Not seeing a ton on our debris detector as well. Great news. And then I also want to kind of go back here closer toward the west. I'm talking you through what I'm doing because there's a lot going on right now. I want to head back here, even though it's not technically in our viewing area, back toward Huntington, Brewston. We still have this tornado warning that goes until 3 o'clock. Still some pretty significant rotation with this one. You can see it here. It's about to head into the New Johnsonville area, right over the Tennessee River there. We're watching this one very closely. This one might actually, I'm willing to bet that it's going to get extended here pretty shortly.
Most likely, yeah. I mean, they post these in little increments so they can see what the storm's going to do. But, I mean, these have been at least the one has been long track, and at least the rotation has been long track as well.
Right, so this one will most likely go into Benton and Humphreys County here pretty shortly. It's just a matter of time before they issue that one. That'll be coming through pretty soon. Real quickly, we've got a lot of reports of down power lines and outages. I do want to show you what's going on here as far as power outages in certain areas, especially over in the Montgomery County. Right now, 800 people without power in that area. We'll zoom in a little bit closer here so you can see. Closer into Stewart County, over near Dover, 700 people without power there. 500 up in Todd County, 300 Logan County. So these are taking with it power lines, trees down, causing a lot of outages. So remember, folks, this is a good reminder for you, especially folks in Nashville and surrounding areas where it's quiet right now. Go ahead and download our free First Alert weather app. You can get it on your phone. You will have access to us live here on television, on your phone, on your tablet. You can get our First Alert real-time radar there as well. Super handy to have, especially if your power ever goes out. We, as meteorologists here, use it ourselves, even on our off days. It's an incredible tool to have. So if you do not already have that, have it now to your phone. Go ahead and do it before you forget, before your phone starts to get a low battery, things like that.
And on top of that, you know, Melanie, as you said, make sure everything's charged too. So,
right.
You know, there hasn't been a whole lot to talk about in a lot of these areas, but make sure that your phone is charged. Make sure you have things like flashlights ready to go. These storms are still entering areas of the mid-state that haven't seen too much of anything. So the atmosphere is volatile. It's mean. It's got a lot of energy. It's got a lot of moisture. As these storms move in, there's nothing to stop them from weakening. From what I'm seeing right now, the only thing that will stop them is once they hit the mountains out toward the Cumberland Plateau. But all of these storms in parts of West Middle Tennessee, they have been powerful. I mean, even regardless of tornado warnings, we're still dealing with wind gusts that could be up to 60 miles per hour, heavier rainfall, some hail. Still some broad rotation near Waverly and McEwen right now, right near Highway 70. But I think it's this storm we need to watch. That's back into Benton County, Camden, south of New Johnsonville. As this one moves to the east, it'll heads up towards Hurricane Mills. But remember, it could even drift a little farther north up toward Waverly once again. So some of these storms are lining up with one another. When one storm passes, there's another one on the backside of it ready to quickly replace it. So things might calm down. You might get missed by one storm, but there'll be another storm kind of right up there to sneak up and just cause some more damage. We have another severe thunderstorm warning. I'm assuming that's just an extension of one of these. But Melanie's throwing a track onto this. Hurricane Mills, the time is 2:58. So we still have about 20-25 minutes before it actually gets towards Hurricane Mills, but we'll have to see how that rotation holds. What's actually going to happen is it will get out of Benton County, which is the National Weather Service office back in Memphis. That's technically their area. Once it moves a little farther east, what will happen after that is it'll be taken over by the National Weather Service in Nashville, and we'll see how they look at the storm, because they can look at it in different ways, especially as the storm gets closer to the radar site in Nashville. Looks like this tornado warning, Melanie, has been extended in southern Kentucky, and I know it's moving out of the immediate viewing area, but it still is going to include areas like Bowling Green, and then you get up toward Cave City as well. So an additional tornado warning that'll drift just to the north of Scottsville. But there's that rotation we've been talking about. This one is still confirmed on the ground. We haven't heard otherwise that it's lifted. Woodburn, it looks like with the current track, it should go south of Bowling Green. It's been holding its line pretty well, meaning that it's not really having a whole lot of wiggle room in there, moving north and south. But it'll go to the north of Woodburn. It'll go south of Bowling Green. We'll keep an eye on this with this radar scan.
Oh, wow.
It looks like the rotation kind of fell apart just a little bit. So that's at least somewhat of a good sign that we've lost the worst of the rotation. Now that's one scan. We'll get an additional scan to see how things are going from here. But more of these storms firing up to the north and west. These will continue to push off to the east. It'll head towards I-65. All of these areas from Nashville, Hendersonville, Columbia. You're thinking places like Bellevue, Ashland City as well. It's been quiet most of the day, and you know, we've had some people that have been talking about our cameras actually not seeing a lot in those areas. But Melanie, there's more to come.
That's right. We'll be watching it very closely for you. So just a quick reset. Top of the hour here at 3 o'clock. We have been breaking into programming for just multitude of severe thunderstorm warnings, for tornado warnings. If you were just now flipping on your TV, maybe you're hearing just a torrential downpour outside of your window. Maybe you're hearing tornado sirens. We've been updating you on all the latest tornado warnings and the severe thunderstorm warnings across our area. Still, for the most part, as you can see, kind of confined to our west and northwest. Up into southern Kentucky as well, been seeing some severe some tornado warnings that have been starting off as severe thunderstorm warnings, getting into Stewart, Montgomery County, and tracking all that way. A lot of very serious things reported, like flattened homes, injuries, people trapped in their homes out in Clarksville. So if you were just tuning in, this has been a pretty serious situation.
I'm pretty sure that emergency managers are still trying to get people out of their homes and in the Clarksville area. We saw that. Guys, I don't know if you have it ready to go again, the time lapse of the tornado as it worked its way through Clarksville. So they're going to get that up, and it's just to show you how serious of a situation it is. And this could happen again in other spots. Luckily, none of these other tornadoes have touched down as of now, but there is that tornado. That was a large funnel cloud. It got more well-defined as it worked its way through, but that's a scary sight to see. Yeah, it really is, and you know, it's caused a lot of damage, and you know, our hearts go out to everyone in the Clarksville area, especially being so close to the holidays. We know we're in the middle of Hanukkah right now, and Christmas just around the corner. So, our hearts go out to you in Montgomery County and in Clarksville and all of these other areas, and you know, we wish you the best. We wish you well. We'll be here to keep you updated with all of this as we go through the rest of the night. Again, the tornado watch, Melanie, I think goes until 7 o'clock this evening. So the tornado watch,
and it includes Nashville. I mean, even though folks in Nashville, you might be trying to, I know you're trying to watch this soccer game. I'm sorry, but this is a very serious situation. It's over now, apparently, but you know, we've had a break into programming several times now because this is a pretty serious situation that's going to continue throughout our afternoon and our evening.
And you'll get into nocturnal, by the way, at some point. The sun will set here in the next, what, hour and a half, I think?
Yes, and it'll be at dark. And so now, we have a brand new tornado warning just issued, probably an extension of that one we were watching back to the west. So let's, let me get back here and see really quickly.
Yeah, it looks like it. Looks like it could be. It looks like they've just narrowed down Waverly, the Waverly area. It looks like they've just narrowed down and sort of reissued the warning into a smaller area. So they've pinpointed a better spot of the storm where the rotation is, it looks like.
And the good news is we haven't seen a ton of rotation from this one. I think we've really seen more down here closer toward New Johnsonville. This one was actually allowed to expire, but I'm surprised they haven't extended that into areas like...
It's kind of interesting. You know, it might just be getting a little bit more data together, looking at some radar images to see how far east it's actually going to go. So we'll have to watch that closely, Melanie. But, you know, just because this isn't necessarily on the ground doesn't mean that it can't get there.
Here it is now. Since we're talking about it. Here it is. It's going to be in for the Benton County, Humphreys County areas. If you live in New Johnsonville, Hurricane Mills, Waverly, this is coming for you. So it's this rotation that we've been watching here, and it's been pretty good rotation. You can see here these reds and greens together. Let me actually see about how much our wind speeds are here. We've been seeing a good amount of wind speeds with these two. So 70-ish, 75 miles an hour.
It's not as fast as some of the ones we've seen, but but then again, that's how all of these started. All of these started with, you know, 70-mile-per-hour rotation, and then all of a sudden the one in Clarksville got to 130 miles per hour, you know, before you even knew it. So
but enough to do some damage nonetheless.
And you're still looking at 60, 70-mile-per-hour winds maybe with the thunderstorms that are associated with some of this.
All right, well, we'll get back to that one here in just a second. Let's toss over to Amanda at our anchor desk, who has some latest updates for us.
Okay, we're actually getting some images from the scene in Clarksville into the newsroom now, and I'm actually watching a video on my laptop here on the set, and this is pretty significant damage. We're seeing cars just toppled over on their sides. In one of these images, we're seeing a woman standing in the front door of her home, and the home is completely destroyed all around her. This is all unfolding at the at Gate 1 at Fort Campbell. So we're going to start showing you some of the images that are coming into the newsroom because they really do set the stage and the scene for us. Look at this. Significant damage to the point where Clarksville police are saying do not be on the roadways. The northern part of the city got hit the worst. You can see debris all over the roads here. Stuff hanging in the power lines above the street. Homes missing siding and roofs. And this is very this is what we're seeing. Okay, so this is giving you an idea of the significance of damage there. So look, just a hole in the side of that house. And I'm wondering if I can just show you this on my laptop, because this video really spells it out. And so this will be a director call if this is something you can even see, but let me, we'll give it a whirl here. So this is from Gate 1 at Fort Campbell, and you can just see so many cars on their sides there, and it's just clear that something significant came through this area. You see cars on their sides, and in a moment, there she is, the woman standing in that doorway, her home pretty much destroyed all around her, or what we believe may be her home. Perhaps she just popped in to check on people inside. But this gives you an idea of the amount of damage that we're looking at. So Clarksville police saying stay off the roads. They say that the northern part of the city got hit the hardest. As far as injuries, we know that injuries have been reported in this, and you see some of that damage and you understand why, that this was a strong system that moved through, big enough to cause a tornado. Let's talk about a shelter, because that's now been established. Pisgah Elementary School is now operating as a shelter for people who may potentially need that resource. And that is on Hazelwood Road and Needmore, so it's in that particular area. Police have set that up for folks. They've got police, fire, EMS all responding throughout the region. If you have images or videos that you want to share with us, you can do that through the WSMV4 News and weather apps. We make it really easy for you. But again, multiple people have been injured, multiple homes have been damaged or destroyed, and we also know that there are rescue operations underway, that some people are trapped inside of their homes. But the good news is we're learning from the EMA director that the number of people trapped has gone down significantly. So a lot of people were able to get out on their own. Others are still being rescued as we speak. So again, a tornado has gone through Montgomery County. We captured it live on the air for folks at home. We're also seeing what this storm was capable of before it got here. So these are massive hailstones from the Memphis area. And again, a warning, we are not out of the woods just yet. We've been hearing our first alert meteorologists spell this out all day. We are not out of the woods. More is to come. Stefano, why don't you help us with the timeline and the track on that?
And one of the big things is to remember we're getting towards a little bit more of a nocturnal hour now. So you'd be looking at storms that are coming after sunsets in some areas. And I know that, listen, I understand there hasn't been a lot in some areas. I mean, we haven't seen anything in Nashville other than maybe some passing rain showers. We haven't seen a whole lot elsewhere through the mid-state. But what we are still tracking are multiple severe thunderstorm warnings. We're also tracking some tornado warnings as well. We have the one tornado warning that's down here near the Waverly area. It's in parts of Humphreys County. It's moving off to the northeast into Dixon County as well. So that tornado warning that's in Humphreys County goes until 3:30. The time is currently 3:08. It's over New Johnsonville, heads up in Waverly, north of Hurricane Mills. I think we were talking about this not that long ago, that we would be watching this storm very closely. Right now, looks like the rotation doesn't exactly line up maybe, but you still get a general idea here of where the rotation is within this storm. It's moving off to the northeast here, quite a bit of speed. It's been moving 40, maybe 50 miles per hour in some spots. So yeah, I think what I can do is I can go ahead and throw a track on this and we can get an idea of where it's going next. Let me just get rid of this extra little screen here that's kind of telling us. Well, I can actually show it to you anyway. So Waverly County High School, time is 3:08. Waverly County High School, I clicked on where the center of the rotation is. 3:32, it's coming our way. Hurricane Mills expected at about 3:24. Waverly itself at about 3:26 and Gorman at 3:33. The warning goes until 3:30, so we'll see if that's allowed to expire. What you're seeing on the right side of the screen is just some details the radar's picking up on about what's going on inside of this storm. Where you see where it says top 26,000 feet, you're talking where planes fly, if not just below that. When you get a storm with that much height in it, that storm certainly has some power to it. The hail within it, so the 70% just means it's likely that we have some decent-sized hail. The severe hail is at about 50%, so maybe up to an inch in some size, but looks like mostly sitting at about maybe 1/4 of an inch size in hail, or 3/4 of an inch, I should say. Chief Meteorologist Lisa Spencer is here now. Lisa, It's been very active over the last couple of hours. We've had the confirmed tornado that unfortunately did pass through the northern portions of Clarksville. And like we've been talking about, we're not done yet, and we won't be done for quite some time here.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen the pictures already. We've seen the video of these storms as they continue to move through, giving you kind of a reset here on where are the storms right now in relationship to where you may be, giving folks the broad view.
Yes.
We know that we have storms that are compatible with all the ingredients that we need to make tornadoes. It's already happening.
It's been that way all day, and yeah, it just continues.
Absolutely. And as this is going to be continuing to move to the east because the line has started to fill in, we know that that's going to be moving here into the Nashville area eventually. Just the question is are we going to see these storms continue to be as intense as they have been? And we have no reason to believe they won't, because I was just coming in, noticed some sunshine peering out across the area. That does nothing but make the atmosphere even more unstable for these storms as they continue to move towards the east. So right now we are tracking the one that you see here, this red box indicating that tornado warning that remains in effect for Humphreys County right now, and that is until 3:30 for this storm. Folks there in Waverly, in New Johnsonville, this is the area that we're watching right now. And out ahead of it, folks over in McEwen, heads up to you. And if this continues on this track, that's going to make it right on over into Dixon County. And Dixon County, of course, right at this point is under a severe thunderstorm warning as this storm continues to march to the east. So Van Leer, Charlotte, all these communities, please, heads up to you. What we're looking at now is our storm threat. So this is indicating to us where we've got some hail in this storm, where we also had some extremely high winds showing up. And we're talking about winds that are pretty high here, 80 to 100-mile-per-hour winds even detected here on our radar. There's one of those 80-mile-per-hour winds right now. And we know this storm has that capability of rotating. We see that right here. This is where we look for our colors of red and green to be close together. And when we see them tight like this, this tells us that the radar is detecting winds blowing away from the radar site and toward the radar site very close together. So that means this storm is rotating. What we look for next is that storm reaching the ground? But what we don't want you to do is wait for confirmation to that storm that we know it's on the ground. This is our early warning whenever we see a signature on the radar screen like this with our First Alert Live radar. Putting that reflectivity back on, this storm continues to track off towards the northeast right now, and we want to make sure that folks here are taking those precautions, that you're where you need to be. So let's give you some storm track communities. This is going to be headed to Waverly. You can see the time right there at 3:23, to Gorman at 3:29, holding together at this rate of speed and continuing in this direction. It's going to head to McEwen at 3:33, over to McEwen High School right around 3:34, and Tennessee City at 3:41. I know it's been like months, like since August, since we have been dealing with severe weather like this. So you may be a little bit out of practice. Keep in mind that if you've got a storm like this, if you were in this warning, we don't want to wait for any kind of confirmation. We want you to go on and head to your safe place. So where's that going to be? Well, you're going to look for an interior space. First off, let's get in the basement if you've got one. If not, make sure you're in the lowest level of your home. So that could be a bathroom, that could be a closet. Important to be away from the windows here. You're going to protect your head from any flying debris, because that's how most people get hurt during a tornado, is all that stuff flying around in the air. A good way to do that is use some pillows, some blankets, and even a helmet can help you out. And if you're out in a car, if you know someone in this area that's in their car, give them a buzz and say, hey, let's go on and head to a building. Or if you're in a mobile home, you're going to also head to a neighbor's house that might live in a more secure location, like a brick house or something like that. Or if you don't have that, it's better to go into, no kidding, a low-lying area to stay in a car or in a mobile home, because it's much safer to be outside of that mobile home or that car in that ditch or low-lying area, as long as we do not have any, at that point, any water standing in those ditches or those low-lying areas. Caution. Now, aside from the tornado warning, we do have several severe thunderstorm warnings. We want to take these seriously, because that is an indication that we have got an intense storm. And anytime we have that, that means that we could also see those quick spin-up tornadoes. So just be really weather aware this afternoon. We've got a tornado watch in effect until 7 o'clock. So everybody in this yellow shaded area, you are under this tornado watch until 7. Basically means the conditions are right for these storms to develop into tornadoes this afternoon. And wow, have we already seen that happen today? These developed very, very quickly earlier, right around lunchtime, really started to blow up and then continued to march right on into Montgomery County, where we had that confirmed tornado. You've seen the pictures already, and that storm continues to march off towards the northeast and into Kentucky, where we still have warnings in effect for this location too. And the storms extend all the way back to Jackson. So with this line moving to the east, that means folks right here in Hendersonville, in Nashville, you could be in line to see these storms as they advance on to the east. Let's head over to Stefano.
And you know what? The National Weather Service is actually saying now that it does look like that the tornado watch that we were just showing, Lisa, is going to be extended to the east. So I'm going to talk for just a second here, guys. Just want to give you a heads up. In a second, I'm going to toss it over to Cruz, meteorologist Cruz Medina. He's going to give you an update on the timing for the rest of the mid-state. But right now, good news is the tornado warning that was in southern portions of Kentucky, the one that did all the damage in Clarksville, that has moved out. It's south of Bowling Green. It's getting out of our area, so certainly some good news. It's not confirmed on the ground anymore, but there's still a whole lot of the area left to go, and there's a lot of energy in the atmosphere out ahead of that. So what we'll do now is I want to toss it over to Cruz here just to give you an idea of the timing of all of this, when things are going to start to fire up and gain strength again. And Cruz, I can tell you one thing here. We actually just got a report in Clarksville of an apartment complex that was completely leveled from this.
Goodness, yeah, I've been monitoring some of those posts on social media, Twitter, Facebook. We're seeing all of the stuff that you guys are posting and sending in, so thank you for that. And we're going to continue to keep you updated on that as we go throughout the rest of this afternoon and evening. Let me walk you through the timeline here. So we're seeing those storms right now mainly for the northwestern tier, but kind of extending up into southern Kentucky as well. So it's kind of a slanted line that we have. I'd say those westernmost counties, you have through about 5 p.m. to still see those storms. We're seeing those now move in to areas like Hickman County and off to the east. So 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. That's going to include areas like Nashville. Obviously, Clarksville, you're not completely done with this just yet. Still got to continue to slide off to the east. Murfreesboro, this could be near you in that same time frame. And then the plateau is later, I'd say as early as 5 p.m. with some showers developing out ahead of the main line. And then the main line itself could take all the way through about 11 p.m. or midnight to move through. And I actually want to walk you through the latest run of Futurecast. So this is just in. Watch the timing of this. So I'm going to stop it several times just so you have an idea of what we're dealing with here. Here we go into 5 p.m. This could already be in Davidson County and areas to the southwest as well. This will continue to slide off to the east, so closer to Murfreesboro, I'd say in the 6 to 7 p.m. time frame, and then starting to work its way into the plateau as we go 8 p.m. forward. That will continue to slide off, and you notice the heavier storms are out of our area by about 11 p.m. We will still deal with some rain overnight, but of course right now the warnings that we have, those are paramount, so we want to get you back to the latest with what's going on First Alert Live Radar. Stefano?
Thank you so much, Cruz. Yeah, I mean, that timing very crucial here because a lot of that will be nocturnal or nighttime tornadoes. Still tracking this tornado warning coming in through Humphreys County right now. And what I'm showing you, eventually we'll get an update here from First Alert Live Radar, though. It's a shear marker. Fancy name, it's just the rotation. It's where the rotation in the storm is and where it is headed next. So it's right in between Hurricane Mills right now and New Johnsonville. It's actually just to the northwest of Hurricane Mills. Let me go ahead and give you some names here, some street names if you're in the path of this storm, and I'll drag it up so you can see where the center of rotation actually is. So moving off to the northeast here, 40, 50 miles per hour, Buck Branch Road, Pumpkin Creek Road, Blue Creek Road, Forks of Blue Creek, Johnson Hollow Road, Hurricane Creek Road. All of these areas are in the line of this rotation that's coming in. I did see that we had another tornado warning issued. It might just be, I think, an extension of this one.
Or County?
It looks like, yeah, it might be a different one. So let's get it out for a little bigger picture here. Okay, so yeah, Lisa, I'll let you take it from here. It looks like another tornado warning that's been issued. This one is, yeah, it's for Cheatham County. It's also, unfortunately, it's on the other side now of Montgomery County. It's now south of Clarksville.
Yes, I mean, it doesn't surprise us to see this continuation with the looks of this storm. This brand new severe storm producing, of course, this tornado warning that we're seeing right now, just in effect here with the storm marching off to the northeast. So you can see how far this extends right up here, including folks around Shady Grove and also right around the Cheap Hill area too. So as we track this storm, we can give you some new communities that need to be on the lookout for this storm continuing to can move on towards the northeast. And Stefan will pop that up here in just a second here as we've got the new boxed in area. Van Leer included in this one too. And you can see right here, this is what we're concerned about. This is just off to the east of Stony Point. This is likely where our rotation is, and we can probably advance that forward just a little bit when we think about where it might be now. So if you take a peek at the roads here as this is continuing to move to the northeast, it's just south of Sladen, so right in this line right through here, and we'll get for you a track here in just a few moments as that storm moves to the northeast. But the roads that you see there, Slayton Marion Road, Leatherwood Road is included in that. New Dry Hollow Road is also another road in the line there, and just some of those communities you saw there. Dunn Chapel, one of those. Now this is moving off towards the northeast, nearing about 36 to 40 miles an hour right now, and that's going to bring it right over here between you and Shady Grove and Sheep Hill eventually as that storm moves on through. Tornado warning, as you can see, that new one in effect until 3:45. We had to pull our view out just a little bit so we can get this line drawn for you. Sladen about 3:24 is the estimated arrival time. Over to Cunningham around 3:36, Henrietta at 3:48, and Sheep Hill at 3:49. So if the storm continues moving on this path at this rate of speed, that's where it's going to come to. So what does that mean for you? If you're in those communities that I just mentioned, now's the time to head to your safe spot, because boy, these storms are not playing around today. Go to the lowest level of your home, interior home. Be sure you're protecting your head from anything that's going to be flying around. That's how most folks are injured with these storms. Use your pillows, your blankets. If you've got a motorcycle helmet, if you've got a kid's helmet there at home, put those on the kiddos' heads. And if you've got, even a bike helmet, those kinds of things really help to protect your head. And be sure to abandon that car or mobile home. Go to a neighbor's house, a brick home, go outside into a ditch. As long as there's not water in it, is a better place for you to be. But the key here is to think low and to think interior if you're in a conventional type home. This is the warned area that you see right here. We also have another storm. We've been tracking this one. So we are looking at two different cells right now that have prompted warnings. So one to the south, and boy, you can really see that hook very easily on that storm right through there in Humphreys County as that is moving to the northeast. And once again, there is that really tight rotation that we're seeing. So we know the storm is rotating. It's circulating. We just don't know for sure if it's reaching the ground, but we want you to take this early warning and get to those safe spots we were talking about. Here's the update on this storm. This is in effect until 3:30, so for less than 10 more minutes. McEwen, it's going to be to you at 3:38. Also over to McEwen High School at 3:39, Tennessee City around 3:46, over to Adams Crossroad at 3:50. So those are the estimated times for that part of the storm. It's got some powerful winds already. This is our storm threat. See the 70-mile-per-hour wind. That is just with a rotating storm. Whether we have a tornado or not, a 70-mile-per-hour wind can do some damage. That's enough that we could bring down some tree limbs, some power lines. So please make sure you're taking the precautions. And that's right there north of Hurricane Mills, certainly an area that is accustomed to severe conditions when it comes to flooding, when it comes to tornadoes. So make sure that you're taking precautions right through there and headed to those safe spots. We show you this because earlier when we were tracking these, you could just see a little spotty storm here or there. This line has really formed now, and these storms are becoming severe up and down this line. And with that, we're talking about tornadoes when we mean severe here. The first one that came through has already moved out of Tennessee, now well into Kentucky, even out of our viewing area here, and then that line is continuing all the way down into West Tennessee, and the line continues to move on towards the east. So anybody out ahead of this is going to be dealing with some sort of severe weather, whether it be high wind today, whether it be a tornado, or even with these storms, we're looking at some very gusty winds outside of tornadoes. And boy, have they ever had a history of producing just that. This is that line of T's. Those T's represent when a tornado has been confirmed, and we certainly had that to be the case here right around Woodlawn. With those reports, when it went through Montgomery County, we had pictures out towards the airport of that cell coming through. And this is when the tornado crossed the Kentucky line and right through there and continued to lift up toward the northeast up into Guthrie, the Guthrie community, and to Trenton, Kentucky, continuing to travel right on through here into southern sections of Kentucky. So we know these storms are capable of producing tornadoes, and we can see also they're capable of producing, you may have noticed those H's and those W's that popped up on the map, producing wind damage and also the potential for some hail. A reminder for you that tornado warning, the latest one that we had issued, that it did include Cheatham, Dixon, Houston, Humphreys, and Montgomery counties. That is in effect until 3:45. So the Boxton area you see here does include folks in Sheep Hill, Shady Grove, you're just on the edge of that, Cunningham just on the edge of it too. Very windy conditions even outside of a tornado, so please make sure that you are staying weather aware. But if you are in this box we're talking about, it is time for you to be in your safe spot. Heads up to folks in Ashland City and Kingston Springs and Burns. I know this looks like, well, it's way over there. It's going to be traveling towards the east and headed right toward you as it continues on that track, taking it towards the east. So a lot to keep track of this afternoon as these storms continue to move on to the east. We have seen the proof in the pictures and the reports of already plenty of power outages with these storms. So even that is causing some issues this afternoon, aside from the fact that we have so many reports of damages right into parts of Montgomery County. But look at this. Wow, a lot of folks without power at Montgomery and even some in Dover, but definitely the yellow where we're seeing an estimated 18,000, I should say, folks without power and already being impacted here across southern sections of Kentucky. So there's a lot of key factors with these storms today, from power outages to downed trees to damage to folks' homes, which we have seen up here with those tornado that the tornado that touched down a little earlier and continued to move on out of the viewing area. But plenty of warnings still in effect right now as we take a look at the main line. All right, now we've got Amanda Harris standing by. She's got some new information on what we're seeing this afternoon.
All right, so this was the video we were trying to show people a few minutes ago just from my laptop. We finally have it in the system so we can show it to you. You'll get a better idea of the magnitude of damage. This is at Gate 1 at Fort Campbell, and look at this. I mean, just cars look like they've been picked up, set down, bumped into each other. We've got cars on their side, a building completely down there, an ambulance in the frame, and then look at this. We're going to see here in just a moment as we pan to the left, a woman standing in the frame, a door frame of a house that looks like it's been pretty much destroyed. So this is from the Fort Campbell area, Gate 1. This is where that tornado went through. We're seeing just how destructive it was. We also have this video which shows a semi that is overturned, and this is on I-24 in Montgomery County. And it's not clear if the wind is the reason for this, but I think it might be safe to assume that it probably played a role in this semi going on its side. Can you say that again one more time? Oh, got it. Okay, well, let's give you some more information on this really quick, though. This is the westbound right 2 lanes of I-24 are currently blocked because of that semi. This is a new image of the tornado, and it just shows the breadth and scope of this system as it moved through Montgomery County. We also want to mention that Walnut Grove Missionary Baptist Church is flattened. That's some new information we're learning now. And by the way, Clarksville School of Fine Arts is right next to that. So we're still trying to get some more information about the status of that building. And we're learning a lot more about power outages, injuries, and damage. So Lydia, walk us through some of that.
Well, as you can imagine, these storms have knocked out plenty of power to a lot of people. We're looking at Clarksville right now with the most people out of power households right now, over 20,000. That's grown from just about 8,600 an hour ago. Montgomery County under 900 right now at 844 households. Stewart County just 720 homes, customers without power there. But again, that probably has the potential to grow as this damage just continues. We also are looking at reports of injuries, right? Amanda has been walking us through, especially there in the Clarksville area, people being rescued out of their homes. You did mention that people have been able to luckily get themselves out, but rescue crews out getting people out of their homes. You saw all that damage and destruction. So lots of people obviously going to be needing help there. Homes destroyed. And then we're looking at, too, we know that Pisgah Elementary School, this is on Needmore and Hazelwood Road. That's going to be open as a shelter there in Clarksville. That's from Clarksville Police for people to go right now who need that.
And we imagine we're going to continue to get more reports of damage as we go through the day. We have had 3 confirmed tornadoes just this afternoon in Montgomery County, Todd County, Kentucky, and Logan County, Kentucky. Let's touch base with Cruz Medina, who's tracking the storm as it continues to move closer to Nashville. Cruz.
Yeah, so this should be here, I'd say, within the next hour. It's already just back in our western counties, but I want to give you the update on this tornado watch. So it's now extended until 11 p.m. That's mainly for areas east of I-65. I think the farther back west you go, they might trim that back a little earlier, but you'll see this includes all of our counties over here in the Cumberland Plateau, several of our southwestern Kentucky counties, and then continues for an area like Davidson County as well. So that tornado threat, as we've been mentioning, that has ramped up. We obviously still have multiple warnings on the radar right now, and I don't want to take up too much time here with those active warnings still going. I want to toss it over to Chief Meteorologist Lisa Spencer for the latest update on the storms. Lisa?
Cruz, we want to do a reset to let folks know what's happening here. This line of storms has really stretched out. You can see it all the way from southern Kentucky through northern Middle Tennessee, and we have several tornado warnings that are in effect right now. Let's start with the one that we see here, and this tornado warning is going to be for folks that are in parts of Montgomery County, that southeast corner, also into western sections of, let's see, over to Cheatham County and back over into Dixon County, all included in the warning that you see right through here. And this warning remains in effect until 4 o'clock. So that's the cell that you see right there. Now let's take a look at what we're getting in terms of winds. And wow, we are still seeing right through here this signature of where we have some winds blowing toward the radar site, away from the radar site. That's very near you in Dunn Chapel. If you're in that area, you need to definitely be in your safe place. This is going to be going over Leno Road, continuing to move towards the east-northeast, and that's going to make it to Swift Road and also over to Foster Road. And if you're in Glen Wendell, if you're in that community, make sure that you're also headed into your safe spot. So that's the most likely spot that we could be seeing some rotation with that storm. I do want to get a brand new storm track on this for you so you can get an idea of which communities are going to be impacted by this next. Storms are moving off to the northeast at about 40 miles per hour. So that's going to take it here to Henrietta around 350, to Cheap Hill around 351, over to Shady Grove at 356, and to Sycamore High School around 4 o'clock, Stroudville at 4:01. So if I am calling your area's name, make sure that you head to your safe place. Now let's pull out a little bit, scoot back down, because we have yet another tornado warning, and that's the one that you see here. So now that we still have our rotation detector on, we just got an update, which actually has improved a little bit. We're not looking as really what we call that well-defined signature where the greens and the reds are so tight together. They're a little bit farther apart now, but we still want to respect this warning. If you're in Tennessee City, if you're in Jason Chapel, in that area, want to make sure that you are in your safe spot. Some of the roads there that we're seeing, Fire Tower Road, Pruitt Road, and right on over to Garner's Creek Road, it's going to be crossing that area. So I want to pull out here and also do a storm track for you. Now this warning is the one that is in effect until 4 o'clock. So just to recap, both of them are in effect. Let me get a new one over there. Okay, that one's in, the first one I showed you was in effect until 3:45. This was the one that's in effect until 4 o'clock. So we're talking about a 15-minute difference here. I want to go from where this rotation is and take that out about 40 miles an hour, because that is the speed that this storm is moving, headed to Tennessee City at 3:41, Dixon at 3:51, over to Dixon County High School at 3:51, Charlotte around 3:58, and Creekwood High School. So those are our 2 warnings that are in effect for potential tornadoes. And that's going to include folks back here in Waverly over to Dixon County, and then the one that is a little farther to the east, that includes you in the southeast corner of Montgomery County over to Dixon County and up to Cheatham County. Those are the areas that we're most concerned about right now. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning that does include sections of Dixon County. The rest west of Dixon County and stretches all the way back into Houston County and parts of also Humphreys County. And then behind that, yet another warning that crosses back across the Tennessee River. So that just goes to show you that we have a long way to go before we are done with this system. And you can see those all tracking on towards the northeast right now. Let me pull out a little bit because I want to show you here what we're looking at when it comes to this line. And let me stop it from moving for just a second because I want to show you where we are in relationship to the Nashville area. So here's our line right through here. And you can see just how close it is to Nashville, and we'll continue to move on towards the east. So just a heads up to folks, we're talking, not that far away here, about 30 minutes away. So keep that in mind. We're going to keep tracking this storm for you. The individual storms are moving towards the northeast right now. And we do have a new warning of a confirmed tornado, and this is until 3:45. You can see it right here. This flashing indicates a confirmed tornado there. So please, if you're in Shady Grove, in Sheep Hill, make sure that you are in your safe spot right now. Let's get a track from this notched in area as this is moving towards the northeast at about 40 miles an hour. And that's going to take it over to the Henrietta area as it moves in this general direction. And we're talking about 346. So we're at 335 right now. To Shady Grove at 351. Sycamore High School moving over to you at 357. Shroudville at 357. And Pleasant View right around 359. On this track, at this rate of speed, it's going to take you to those communities. So you know what you need to do. I know it's been a while. It's been since like August since we've had this kind of weather, but make sure that you're headed down to the lowest level of your home. We're talking about a bathroom or a closet. And make sure, if you can, I don't want you to waste time, but if you can, grab some pillows, blankets, and helmets. Get in that room. Hopefully you've got your cell phone in your hand because you can listen to us on our app with the latest on this storm. And just remember, if you're in a car, anytime you get these warnings, you're in a mobile home, get out, go to a neighbor's house, get into a ditch, but you don't want to stay in a mobile home or in a car. You just can't outrun these storms. All right, let's go back to our First Alert Live radar and see what's going on. Once again, we just mentioned this storm and how really it has ramped up here, and we have had a report of a tornado here, and certainly as our crews get more information, they'll be passing that along to us. But we don't see that tight signature that we did a little while ago, or we're not in that mode yet, but we've got our wind speeds right through here, and this is where we could be seeing that circulation right there. So if you're in that area, and there we go, now we switched it over to the other, and yes, it is very tight through there. All right, and what you're looking at is us passing damage in that video over there this is live video from the Clarksville area. We're driving through there, but we don't want to leave this image on the screen either because we've also got this confirmed tornado right now that is going to be heading pretty close to Sheep Hill and tracking off to the northeast right now. Hey, crews, let's dive down and see if we can get some roads in there and tell folks some of the roadways that we may be encountering with this storm as it moves on towards the northeast. I mean, some of the communities, Hinton Crossing, Dobsonville, some of the roads, Neptune Road over to Ewing Road, you might have noticed there, over to Route 112, and also it will be in the line for Cunningham Road, Galleon Road, a little closer to you around Hamble, also around the Coaling area, over to Batson Mill Road. Freeman Loop actually is where it may be right now, or maybe a little farther to the northeast of that. So if any of those roads that I called out are familiar to you, that means the storm is so close to you. Please make sure that you're in your safe place. These storms are so dangerous this afternoon. This is one where already we've had some confirmation of a tornado with this storm. And this is that rotation detector, which is showing you where it is. And just keep in mind, sometimes we get a little space between our updates, and it could be even a little bit farther to the east right now. So please make sure you're hustling in there and you're going to stay there. We'll give you the all clear when these storms have moved out of your way. But right now, they are on a track, and we keep seeing warnings issued along this line. I want to give folks up here in Springfield a heads up because this storm is going to be working into your community as well. And just to highlight that you can see here, we're going to have these tornado warnings. The counties that are included listed down here at the bottom of your screen. So if you're in your closet, though, that's Cheatham, that's Dixon, that's Montgomery, that's Humphreys County right now under tornado warnings. And one of them is going to be released in about 5 minutes, but we'll see if that's going to be reissued. The other one that's a little farther back for mainly Humphreys County is in effect until 4 o'clock. Now, these yellow boxes here, this is indicating where we have severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect. The red is our tornado warning that we see right through here. And we're looking at our storm wind speed, now our rotation detector again. And we've got a couple of spots where we've got the red and the green really close together. And remember that means the winds are blowing away from the radar site and toward the radar site, and that is the beauty of Doppler radar, because it can tell us if the storm is rotating. So that's what we're looking for here. That is very near you in Tennessee City. If you are in Tennessee City, please make sure that you are in your safe spot. Over to Dixon, heads up there, heads up to Charlotte too, because this storm is going to be headed in your general direction as it advances on towards the east right now. And just folks on down the line over here into Cheatham County, the storm is working into your general area too. And then a little farther off to the north, we again are looking for this particularly dangerous situation with this storm, because we have had a confirmed tornado with this cell as it continues to move towards the northeast. That's what this flashing is indicating for us here as this storm works towards the northeast right now and continuing to make its way right here into some of the communities that you see here, close to Shady Grove, close to Cheap Hill. And this was our little circulation. The good news here, we're not seeing that as tight as it was a little while ago, but we've still got this warning up, so let's make sure we're staying in that safe place. Around Cheap Hill, the storm will be in your area at 3:50, to Chapmansboro at 3:51, Sycamore High School at 3:58, over to Pleasant View right around 4 o'clock, and then continuing to Coopertown at 4:06. So that's the tornado warning that we have in effect. That one, I believe, for the next 5 minutes, unless we're going to see that reissued, and we're going to advise you of that. And then the other tornado warning a little farther back to the west does include folks over in Dixon County, and we're also still tracking some of that storm right there on the county line into Humphreys County too. And there are some storms back in Waverly, and you are under severe thunderstorm warning for that right now too. So we don't want you to think that we have forgotten you, under a warning for that as well, with those strong winds still a possibility as they continue to move on toward the northeast right now with this storm. So numerous warnings up and down this. Hey, Cruz, let's pull out one more time and give that reset again. Here's a line. I mean, it goes all the way from southern Kentucky, stretching back here across the Tennessee River, all the way into Jackson. So this is what's going to be moving across our area. We are certainly not done with this. That tornado watch we mentioned to you, that's going to remain in effect until 7 o'clock and has actually been extended farther. What is the new time on that extension over there, Cruz? Did you still have that?
Is this for the confirmed?
That actually, I was asking about that tornado watch, because remember we extended it.
Tornado watch is in effect until 11 p.m. tonight.
11 p.m.
And like we said earlier, some of those westernmost counties are likely going to be dropped from that a little earlier than that. But our original tornado watch was actually issued only until 7 p.m. So this is just an extension, and obviously for good reason. I mean, we still have all of these warnings on the radar right now. These storms are moving off to the east and in some cases even the northeast. And the forward speed on this is also a bit tricky. So they're moving at 40 to 45 miles per hour. You combine that with what the winds are doing just above our head, and that could really allow for some spin in these storms. So we're going to be watching for that rotation for the rest of this evening. And obviously we have 2 tornado warnings on the radar right now. One of those is confirmed. One of them is just radar indicated. But with both of those, we want you to be in your safe place. We want you to treat this like you did have confirmation that it was on the ground. So we saw earlier with this Montgomery County tornado, you definitely don't want to chance anything for that today. The atmosphere is primed with that rotation. We've got some moisture around, so it's pretty muggy outside today. We've also got those strong winds around. This is all kind of coming together, a perfect recipe, if you will, for severe storms, and that's exactly what we're seeing on the radar right now. So I want to start with this wider view first. We've got this line here, and something I want to point out, there are some breaks in the line. So with these storms remaining a little more isolated, meaning they don't have storms right on top of each other, that is allowing these to strengthen, and that's why we've seen so many of these tornado warnings. So with that said, let's dive back in. We've got a few of these tornado warnings that are active right now. This first one, I'll actually stop the loop here. This first one is entering Dickson County right now, so just crossing out of Humphreys County. This one is in effect until 4 p.m. And I want to get closer in. We're going to zoom all the way down just to see where this rotation is at in the particular storm. So it's right over, or just right over Tennessee City. So this is right over Pruitt Road. It's moving towards State Route 1. It's moving toward Yellow Creek Road, the community of Pond. If any of these places, towns, roads, if they're sounding familiar to you, this is a heads up. Hey, you need to be in your safe place. You don't want to play around with these storms. I'm going to circle for you real quick where that rotation is at. Once again, this is right over Tennessee City. So we're looking for the winds going in an opposite direction. So the green, that's the winds going toward the radar. The red is winds going away from the radar. And right in the middle of the two, that's where you have that rotation at for this particular storm. So I actually want to put a storm track on this just to give folks a heads up down the road if you are in that area. This is what we're seeing as far as where this storm is headed. So I'm going to take it out as far as it'll let me. So this obviously is right over Tennessee City. Dickson, I think it's going to pass just to your north, but still Dickson County High School, you're in that path of this storm. This could be in your area around 4 p.m. So you've only got realistically about 10 minutes to be in your safe place. If this storm holds together, obviously it could impact you further down the road. Now Charlotte, this will be in your area around 4:09, and then Creekwood High School around 4:12 p.m. So I just got the latest scan. It's already moving. This is why we're telling you not to wait. You need to be in that safe place as this storm continues to move off to the north and east. And I'm going to have Lisa come back in. Let's get back to this confirmed tornado warning that we have a little farther to the north. And Lisa, I'm going to keep the rotation detector up. It looks like the rotation is a little weaker than the last time that we saw the storm, but nonetheless, it's right there around Sheep Hill at this time.
Yes, and just to let folks know, we did have a reissuance of Cheatham and Dickson County until 4:15. So that tornado remains in effect. That tornado warning remains in effect until 4:15. But yeah, checking right here. It's not as well defined as it was a little earlier. We'll take that any day, but at the same time, we want to make sure that we're hanging in there, staying in our safe place, because these things, even though they start to weaken, they can ramp back up very, very quickly. So we're going from that potential rotation site to Sycamore High School at 4:04 is the estimated arrival time, to Pleasant View at 4:05, and to Coopertown right around 4:13. In those communities, safe spot. You know the drill. I mean, it is so important right now because these storms are definitely mean business this afternoon. I mean, I don't take that lightly. I don't say that often whenever it's just a run-of-the-mill thunderstorm. So you know that we're talking about some very serious storms this afternoon, and we want to make sure that you are safe as those storms move your way. This was that second warning that was issued here. That is until 4:15. That is still tracking this same storm that came across parts of Humphreys County. Now that is extended to include Cheatham County. So this is a new warning, includes Ashland City, and it includes Kingston Springs. That is a tornado warning for you. If you are in these communities, please make sure that you are headed to where you need to be, whether it's the bathroom, the basement, just getting away from those windows. If you've got a basement, fantastic. If you don't, make sure that you're going to that interior room. Closet's a good place. Bathroom, as long as we're not on the outside wall with all those windows around. Take something in there to protect your head. We're talking about some pillows, some blankets, a helmet, whatever you can do to give yourself extra protection from this potential tornado as it moves through. And certainly if you have friends in any of these locations, if you can give them a quick buzz, maybe they're not watching TV, to let them know that they are under a tornado warning here for parts of Dickson, parts of Cheatham County. And right up here farther to the north, this is flashing because this is a particularly dangerous situation. And what we're watching here is we have that rotation area, and this is what we call a debris ball. This is where some debris could be lofted into the atmosphere from a potential tornado. So that's why we're watching this, why we're looking at this, to check and see if that's the case here. And we definitely see a spot that looks a little different than the rest of it. So if you're in that area, this is just more confirmation that you need to be in your safe spot. If you are in Sheep Hill, if you're up here in Pleasant View, you are in this tornado warning and this storm is headed your way. So just reiterating that, it's this particular storm moving towards the northeast. Pleasant View, Sheep Hill are in the line. And we've got picture after picture of damage done with these storms today. So that's why we want to make sure you're taking those precautions. And we're pulling out a little bit so you can see where we're talking about here. Does include folks here just off to the north of Ashland City. So we're talking about parts of Dixon and also parts of Montgomery County here and parts of Cheatham County, all included in this warned area that you see right through here, and the next one that is a little bit farther down to the south too. But this seems to be the worst of storms in terms of the fact that we've already had some confirmation, and it's particularly dangerous in that area. And then it extends on down into Dixon too. We also show you getting the proximity to Springfield, to Hendersonville, to Nashville. So this storm is moving in this general direction, and notice how far down it extends, all the way down along the Tennessee River. So this is going to continue to come across. So folks in Spring Hill, in Columbia, eventually the storm, if it holds together like this, is going to come your way over into Linden too. So that is quite the line that is moving here. This is where the warnings are right now, though. You can see we've got from severe thunderstorm warnings over in Humphreys County all the way up here into parts of Montgomery County and all the way over to Cheatham County, where we have a tornado warning that remains in effect right now with those storms moving towards the northeast. Stefano?
Okay, Lisa, thank you so much. And what we've been watching here over the last, couple of hours since late this morning is these storms just packing a punch. You know, we've had the confirmed tornado on the ground in parts of Montgomery County near Clarksville. We've been getting reports and just terrible images of what's been coming down, and crews is, circling again the storm wind speed, the area of rotation. So like Lisa's been saying, you're in the path of this storm. You have to be getting into your safe space immediately. Pleasant View, Coopertown. I know it's a broken record, crews, but this is very important. With the damage we've already seen, there's nothing saying that these other storms can't do that as well. And there's still a lot to go off of here. There's still a lot that we have going on. This tornado warning that's down in Dixon, you have to think, crews, we'll be watching this one to see if it ends up going into spots like, maybe Davidson County. So you have to start thinking Jolton, Jordonia, just north of Bellevue. But even downtown Nashville, crews, we'll see where these storms track over the next couple of hours.
Yeah, and what's interesting here is the forward speed of these storms. So if it's moving to the east or to the northeast at 45 miles per hour, I mean, it's going to be in those areas, like you were saying, in no time. And that's why we're seeing the extension of this. I think the National Weather Service is doing their due diligence. They want people to be aware ahead of time, just like we want you to be aware ahead of time that this storm is moving in your direction. So heads up to folks. I know that the storm, at least this southernmost tornado warning right now, is for Dixon County. This is going to be in Cheatham County very, very quickly. So that's why you see this extended all the way through Ashland City. And then if we look to the north, this flashing polygon that we see here, this purple box, that's actually a confirmed tornado. And we haven't seen that box stop flashing. That means they still have confirmation that it's on the ground. Interestingly enough, you can't really tell too good with the normal product we would see this rotation with, but you could see it pretty good here. So you look at where you're seeing these brighter greens against some of that gray, that's what we call speed shear. So you've got weaker winds against very strong winds, and that's really letting us know, hey, there's some rotation possible in that area. And obviously with this confirmation, if it's still on the ground, it's probably going to be doing some damage as it moves into communities like Thomasville, Oaklawn. Here we go. We just got our newest scan, so it's right over Thomasville. It's going to move over Oaklawn. It's going to move over Gulse. It's going to move over Sandy Springs and Coopertown if this holds together as we go down the road. So that's something that we're going to be monitoring as we go through, let's say, the next 30 minutes or so.
Yeah, and listen, all these storms have, they've produced damage. We've had plenty of it, but, you're talking some of these roads, too. So U.S. Highway 41A, Old Clarksville Pike, right near other areas like Heads Church Road, Burgess Road, Gower Road, it looks like as well. Sandy Springs, crews has talked about it near Gauss and York Road, rather. Oat Wilson Road, Coopertown. We'll even look out near Glover Cross Road. If you're in the path of these storms, remember, the National National Weather Service is issuing these warnings so far in advance so that you have ample time, the right amount of time to get to your safe place. And I think what we have now is, if I'm not mistaken, guys, I think we have some video. We'll take a brief pause here from First Alert Live Radar after Cruz shows this track, and then we're going to show you some video from some of the damage we've seen across. But current time is 3:53. Sycamore High School 4:01, Pleasant View 4:02, Coopertown at 4:08. You see your town on this screen. You got to get to your safe place immediately. I know some of us are not in that tornado warning right now. Very well could be continued, though, off to the east. What I am going to do, though, now is talk back over to the anchor desk. I believe, guys, we have some video. Amanda, I think is it from Clarksville again?
Yeah,
and also Lydia as well?
We've got a couple different videos that we want to share with you. So let's start. I believe we've got a time lapse that just kind of shows the journey that this storm has taken. And while we do that, we want to make you aware that there are a couple big things going on here. So this is the tornado as we initially captured it moving through Montgomery County. You can see it sweeping past the camera there. We know that this has caused multiple injuries, multiple homes to be flattened or damaged, and some entrapments as well that rescue crews are currently working on now. Let's take you to Gate 1 of Fort Campbell. That area, we've got a video that shows the devastation and destruction there. Look at all these cars. They look like they've just been picked up and kind of bumped into each other and then put back on the ground. And then the camera is going to turn to the left. That's Luigi's Pizza there. And then we're going to turn to the left, and you're going to see a woman standing in the frame, the door frame of a home. And you're going to see that the home, look at this, is basically destroyed. And she's just kind of standing in the middle of this, almost in awe or shock of what's happened. But again, we are trying to get a handle on the amount of injuries and the severity of those injuries, because just looking at that video, unfortunately, we know there are going to be some.
Yeah, and it's really important to know these are images and videos, but these are very real people that are affected here in this tornado. So absolutely keeping them in your thoughts and prayers. We know Clarksville is experiencing a significant power outage right now, seeing as though it's the place that we're seeing the most damage. Right now, it's still sitting at 20,000 households without power. Now, that has kind of trickled down just a little bit. Montgomery County is staying just under 1,000, as well as Stewart County. We know, though, Clarksville police have told us that there is a safe shelter right now at Pisgah Elementary for people to go if you're needing a space right now, and to kind of group up in there as crews, again, we say, are working to help rescue people who are trapped. And again, these are people who are looking at very real damage to their city and their town.
And I mean, you think the timing of this is absolutely horrible. I mean, we're talking weeks before Christmas, and this is what people now have on their plate during the holidays. Let's take a look at this other video that we have to share with you. An overturned semi. This is on I-24 in the westbound area there in Montgomery County. The semi, we're guessing, may have been hit by strong wind that moved through the area as this tornado came through. A couple lanes blocked, according to TDOT, so if you're headed out that way, be warned, that is an issue in the area. We also want to keep you updated with some new information we're just now getting. So we've got a couple different crews that are in Montgomery County, and one of them is headed straight to a staging area for the media. And we hope to learn a lot more about just what sort of impact, the breadth and scope of it, this tornado has had on Montgomery County. So our Dryden Quigley and photojournalist Harrison are headed that way, and we're going to bring you the latest as soon as we get the information from them.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have crews also headed to the Clarksville area. As you can imagine right now, it's a little bit difficult to navigate, but as soon as we get them there, we're going to bring you what they're seeing. For now, we want to turn it back to Cruz and Lisa with what they're tracking right now on radar.
Yeah, because we don't want to stay away from the radar too long. We have several active tornado warnings in effect right now. So, Cruz, we've got, two right there that we're seeing?
Yeah, we do. And one of those is still showing up as a confirmed tornado. That's going to be the northernmost tornado that, warning that we're seeing here. And that is this flashing box that we see. So, Lisa, I'm going to have you actually talk about that and the latest on it. So these storms, something me and Lisa were just talking about is the fact the forward speed has actually increased. So we're seeing some of these move northeast at 50 miles per hour now.
And that's what this flashing means. This means a tornado, a confirmed tornado, and that's flashing to tell us it's a particularly dangerous situation. Now, this was near the White Bluff area where we had reports that possible touchdown, and it does continue to move off towards the east-northeast. And as Cruz mentioned, we're seeing the forward speed increase up to 50 miles an hour. So we're going to adjust our tracking as a result of that. But let's first identify where it looks like this storm may be. We're looking at rotation detector. So that tells us where we may be seeing some spin going on in the atmosphere. And then we can switch over to another wind product that also helps us locate where that may be right now. And Cruz is taking a closer look there. He's standing in front of the screen to give us an idea right through here. So tell us straight on that for us to show you where this may be. The good news, what we're seeing here is that this is not as well defined as it was a little earlier, which is great. We will take that, but we don't want to let our guard down. This storm is moving a little faster here, so as it does so, it's going to get to some of you a little quicker too. So that means it's headed to Pleasant View around 4:06, Coopertown around 4:11, and then over to Chestnut Orchard at 4:16. If you are in Springfield, we've been kind of calling your name here for the past 30 minutes or so. If it is in your area, it's going to be right around 4:19 as it continues to move on this track. So make sure you're headed to your safe spot. If you live over near Springfield High School, 4:20 is the estimated arrival time. To Greenbrier at 4:22, and then continuing over to the high school at that time, and to Ridgetop around 4:23. So this is the general direction this is going in. You don't have the warning officially out for you right here in Springfield, but it is in the westernmost corner here of Robertson County. So we could see that continued if this storm holds together. Now, that's not the only tornado warning, and actually we have another one behind that. We have the one that you see right here that includes parts of Cheatham County all the way back over to Dixon County too. And this storm is going to continue to move off toward the northeast. Looks like right now it is north of you in Burns, but this is the suspect area right through here where we could be seeing some of that rotation, because we're looking for those reds and greens. Remember, whenever they're packed tightly, I should say, together, that's where we could have that rotation, and that's going to be moving in this general direction. And again, they're moving a little faster than they were, so that means they are going to be headed right over here towards White Creek, right over here towards Jordonia, Jolton. Heads up to folks over here in Davidson County. These storms are headed in your general direction. The latest path, this is moving more eastward with just a little bit of a northeast tilt to it, and that's going to take it over here to Clay Lake, that community. That's going to be right around 4:03. I mean, we're talking minutes from now. Pegram, 4:14 is the estimated arrival time. If you're in Marlbone, 4:18, Vaughn's Gap, 4:25, and then right here in West Nashville to our WSMV studios at 4:26. So if you're in the West Nashville area, you can see 4:26, 4:27 is when it will be to you. And Belmead around 4:27, Jordonia at 4:27, and then continuing to Forest Hills, and then right below that is TSU. So just minutes after that if you're in that location. So that means this storm is within the next 30 minutes going to be very close in Nashville. So we're talking as it moves on towards the east northeast. So make sure that you are paying attention here. You're not in the warning just yet, but this is your early heads up that this line is coming in your direction. Just moving past just up to the north of you there in Dixon with that tail end of that storm lifting northward. And then we've got another batch right behind you here that has also prompted a severe thunderstorm warning. So even if one storm passes you by, if you're in Dixon, keep in mind there's another one right behind you. That severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 4:45 does include folks there in Waverly. So Humphreys County, still you are looking at some stormy weather. I know you probably think, oh, I'm ready for this to be over, and it will be eventually, but just right now, hang with us. You're not under a tornado warning in Waverly, but you are under severe thunderstorm warning. But you are, if you're in Dixon, under that warning, and that line extends all the way down across the Tennessee River. We don't have any more warnings on the tail end of it, on the south end. Doesn't mean that we won't see those develop a little later as they move closer to you in Linden, but right now it's the storms. We got 1, 2, 3 tornado warnings, and the last one may have just dropped off at 4 o'clock. So we've got 2 tornado warnings that remain in effect. Whoops, I think we're maybe down to 1 at this point when we just had a couple of those expire. Well, then we're 2. We're still, I'm right.
Narrowed it down.
Yes, they just took off the backside of this one. So we're still with 2, and that's the one here in Pleasant View, Cheap Hill, where you're seeing impacted, and the one there is parts of Dixon County over into Cheatham County. Those are the ones that are still in effect right now, and we'll continue to track those as they make their way into Davidson County right now. And it won't be long before they'll be in the Jolton area. Do we see anything on our debris detector from a little bit earlier when we were tracking these storms? Because I know we've had some a bit earlier with this northernmost storm, because that was the one that's the flashing one. That's the one where we had the potential there of seeing a tornado. At least we had reports of a tornado as it was moving on by. But I don't see any of that signature up there just yet, but we still see a well-defined signature right through here. And then when we look at the debris detector, not seeing anything that's real indicative of whatever is out there being torn up, lofted. That's basically what that debris detector does, is whenever those tornadoes come through, they act almost like a vacuum cleaner, suck things up inside of them, and all that goes up, and that can be detected on our live radar view. And here it is, though, right now, the location of that storm at this point, and that is taking it very near the Clay Lick area. If you're in Clay Lick, if you know somebody that lives in that community, make sure that they are in their safe space right now. That storm is on top of you at this point and continuing to move towards the east-northeast, moving pretty quickly around 50 miles an hour. Let's get a little closer and see if we can see some of those streets that folks may see. And that's going to be right there around Newskay Road and also around Pack Road. Hawkins Road is in line to see this storm as well. And then around Harpeth Valley, if you're in that community, we're going to see that storm come close to you too, over to Griffintown. Those are some of the communities that will be impacted. I see Cedar Hill Road over here too. Hawkins Road popping up there. Any of those roads, if they sound familiar, or if that's in your neck of the woods, that means this storm is very close to you. So be sure that you are in your safe spot right now and being prepared for this storm to pass on by. We'll let you know when the storm is totally by you. As a matter of fact, it's a good idea to pull out a little bit so we can give some of these folks on the back side of this the all clear. Folks who are in Dover, in Erin, I know you've been in the thick of it today. No more issues for you. Things have calmed down. Even Paris definitely had some issues as well. All right, so we've got some new info. Let's head quickly over to Lydia and also over to Amanda.
All right, so right now we know that Montgomery County EMS is responding to multiple locations in the North Clarksville area. We're trying to get a better understanding of how many injuries and the severity of the injuries that are being reported in that area. And we think we're about to get a pretty good idea here.
Yeah, our Dryden Quigley is standing by live for us right now at a media staging area they have set up in Clarksville. It's at a daycare there. So Dryden, if you can hear us right now, what are you learning?
All right, we also have Brendan, who is driving in the area as well and is keeping an eye on things too for us in the Montgomery County area. So while we wait to get Dryden back, because she is at that media staging center that we believe we're going to learn a little bit more about what's been going on there. Dryden, I think you're with us. Walk us through what you're learning here.
Come over here and kiss me.
Yeah, Lydia, no, we just spoke with Clarksville Communications, who say a tornado touched down around 2 o'clock in the Hands Estate area. It caused a lot of damage, and there have been many injuries, but he was not able to tell us how many people were taken to the hospital so far. He did say that there have been no confirmed fatalities, but for those who live in this area, they're not able to go home right now because of downed power lines. The Mosaic Church has opened its doors as a refuge, so they're being directed to go there. But again, we're not sure exactly how many people have been injured. There are no fatalities right now, thankfully. But we'll be back to you as we learn more.
Okay, Dryden Quigley out there for us. Thank you so much. Huge to hear this right now. We're learning no confirmed fatalities. Nobody dead that they know right now. So this is huge information. Good to hear.
All right. Meanwhile, we're watching the storm system inch closer towards Davidson County. So we want to get with Lisa and Cruz, who are watching that track for us with that specific timing, guys.
Yes, we've got 2 different tornado warnings that we're watching at this point. one of those
Okay, thank God.
may be ramping
like,
up
oh my
just a little bit more. So we're watching that very intently. We want to share those with folks.
Yeah, so the two, we'll start with the one that is actually confirmed. This is the one that we've been talking about a lot. It's still flashing at this time, which means that we still have that confirmation. If that is not the case anymore, of course, the National Weather Service will let us know. But we'll start with this particular one. So it's impacting northern portions of Cheatham County. We've also got northern Dixon County included in this. And once again, this is this flashing purple box that you're seeing right behind me. So lots of communities are included in this, and we want to give you the latest on this. So this particular storm is moving off to the northeast at about 35 miles per hour. So this one's not quite as fast as the southernmost storm, and we are seeing this wrap up again, meaning the rotation is sticking out once again to us after it kind of fizzled out a while ago. But that's something we've been seeing with the storms today. They've been doing what we call cycling. So they might put down a tornado, or at least the rotation's very strong. Then it weakens and it's going to cycle again, meaning it's going to strengthen again. That's exactly what we see here. And I have circled for you right around the Goss and Sandy Springs area. That's where we have that rotation right now. And I want to see if this is lining up with any debris. So good news, I'm not seeing any debris being lofted with the radar, but certainly there is rotation on the radar. Lisa?
That's right, and they're not as as close together as we normally look for when we do see some rotation taking place. But nonetheless, we know that storm is twisting a bit, so we just have to watch that closely. And actually, we got a new scan, pushed it a little bit farther down the road towards the east. The movement, we have to pull out a little bit, Cruz, because it's going a little bit quicker than we have been earlier. We've saw our speed, advanced speed, up to 45, 50 miles an hour. So that just means it's going to get down to you a little faster. But here is where we're looking at from this location all the way out, and that does include you in Springfield, and the arrival time there is 4:19. So if you're in Springfield, this is a tornado warning, so make sure that you're in your safe spot there. Over by the high school, 421, Greenbrier at 424, East Robertson High School. If you're near there, 4:34 is our estimated arrival time to Cross Plains at 4:35, Orlinda at 4:36, and White House, the high school there, at 4:37. So this is the area where it is most likely located right now, just off to the west of you in Coopertown, continuing to move towards the east northeast. And we're getting a little closer so you can see some of those roads, and I'll call some of these out for you. Old Coopertown Road, Cedar Hill to Ridgetop Road, Cooksey Store Road, and then over to Cedar Hill to Ridgetop Road as well. Those are some of the locations that we're seeing. All right, we do have, it looks like are you seeing a new tornado warning?
We've got two confirmed tornado warnings now at this time, Lisa. And the southernmost one that we have, this one is actually looking very strong to me. So Lisa, since you're already over there, I'm going to have you talk a little bit about this. But man, I mean, that rotation has really picked up. I just want to give you some ideas of what the winds could be like in this particular storm. So this is what we call gate-to-gate shear. You basically add these two wind speeds together. That's about 115 miles per hour of combined rotation that we have within this storm. That is very strong rotation. And as we see this continue to strengthen, we know that it's now confirmed. It's going to continue to move off to the east at about 50 miles per hour. So this is a heads up for you folks. This is in Cheatham County that it's crossing into, just out of Dixon, so kind of right on the county line at this time. I mean, this thing is booking it. So right now, I need you in your safe place if you are in Cheatham County. Once again, this storm is moving off to the east at about 50. So I'm going to go ahead and give you a storm track. And here we go. Here's this latest scan here. You could see that it's already a little farther ahead where I was just showing you. So we will go with, I'm actually going to have to zoom out a little bit here to get the correct storm track. This is going to put it very close to folks like Jordonia, Whites Creek. This is moving toward those areas right now. So Lisa, if you want to call out some of these communities, just give folks a heads up where this is going.
Yes, and we do want to just reiterate, you're seeing it there at the bottom of the screen. This new tornado warning does include central Davidson County. It does include Nashville. That means you need to be in your safe spot right now in Nashville. Marrowbone, 4:20 is the estimated arrival time. Over to Jordonia at 4:29, West Nashville at 4:31, and then you can see around Jolton area at 4:31, TSU TSU at 432, Whites Creek at 432, and around the high school at 433. Hume Fogg High School at 435 and Avondale around 435. The estimated arrival time. This is a dangerous storm. This means that we've had some confirmation of a tornado whenever you see this flashing. And my goodness, we are seeing quite the debris signature here. This is around Griffintown, and you can see it's just to the south there, right there around Petway. We're seeing a very well-defined debris ball. And what this means is anytime you have a tornado, that circulation almost like acts as a vacuum, and it sucks things inside of it, and that debris is lifted up. That's the signature that we're seeing here that corresponds with that area where we're getting that rotation showing up, that green, that red, very close together. So we really, really are concerned about this storm, and we want you to make sure that you are in your safe place. You know me, you've watched me for years. I don't sound the alarm very often unless I really feel strongly that we have a potential rotation that could be a tornado that could move into your area. So want to make sure that you're right here making your way to your safe spot. This notch here is an indication of where that tornado can be. And here's the reminder, go to the lowest level of your home. If you've got a basement, perfect, or a storm shelter, that's the best place to be. If you don't, an interior room, we're talking a bathroom that has no windows, a closet. Protect your head from flying debris. Use pillows, blankets, and a helmet to help protect you. And then, of course, anybody that's out in the car or in a mobile home, make sure you get to a safer spot. Let's head back to our radar once again and want to show you. Here is the location where we're seeing it right now. And Cruz, let's get down really close so these folks can see some of these roads. So that's Griffintown again. And then we're talking about over around Headquarters Road to 4WD Road. And let's see what else. Griffintown Road. If it continues on this path, Rifle Road, Gibbs Road, Dry Creek Road, coming across Sam Creek Road. And then I can see Route 251 in there. Gravel Lot, if you're in that area. I mean, these are some of these communities as we drop down really low. Marrowbone is one of the other ones too. So this is the folks who are in the most immediate danger right now with this tornado as it continues to move towards the northeast. And this is a particularly dangerous situation. We're getting confirmation here that this is one of those situations where we've got all the signatures coming together. We have got a debris signature. We have got rotation showing up. So this is why we want you to take this very, very seriously. All the indications are right that this is a tornado that we're tracking. You can see that notch very evident right through here. And just looking from this view, Whites Creek, Jordonia, right over here in West Nashville. This is where this storm is headed. See how it's flashing here? That means there is tornado confirmation as this moves towards the east-northeast at about 50 miles an hour. So an update on that storm track, Marrowbone at 422, Jordonia at 431, to West Nashville at 432, TSU at 433, Bordeaux at 433, continuing to Jolton and to Whites Creek right there around 433, 435, and then on into downtown Nashville at 436. And Davidson Academy estimated arrival time at 4:37 with this storm as it moves towards the northeast right now. And it's folks up here in Springfield and Coopertown want to make sure that you also are paying attention because we have some rotation potential right through here too with this tornado warning that is in effect for you too, including parts there of Robertson County as the storm is moving toward the northeast. Cross Plains, a heads up, you're right on the edge of that tornado warning. Just want to make sure you two are paying attention because we are seeing that rotation detector picking up on some of that circulation with this storm. Bigger perspective here shows you Robertson County under the gun. We're under the gun right here in Cheatham County, also included Davidson County with this flashing tornado warning, a particularly dangerous situation with this storm. It will eventually make its way into Sumner County. So heads up, folks, there in Hendersonville, in Gallatin. The storm is getting closer to you as well. And just a heads up, too, if you're over in Wilson County, this storm is going to be moving across the county, too. So make sure you're staying weather aware as well. And it extends all the way down to across the Tennessee River. But this is the other tornado warning that is in effect too, and that includes folks there that are in Dixon County as the storm moves towards the northeast. This is Kingston Springs, and you can see that little circulation right there is just off to the north of you. And let's see, we're doing some times here. We've got tornado warning right here in Dixon County. Is this the one that you're pointing to?
Yeah,
yes, right there.
The southernmost one till
Yes.
4:30 p.m.
All right,
and
so 4:30.
I think this one might be a newer issued one. The rotation in this particular one is actually very weak, which is good, but it
Yes.
is right over Dixon. If there is any rotation, it's really hard to pick out, but it would be right where this darker green is against the brighter green, right over Dixon. I think the most pressing one is definitely the one that we're tracking that's moving out of Dixon County, Lisa, and into Cheatham County. That's also the one that's eventually going to make its way into western Davidson County if it continues to move along. So from the National Weather Service in Nashville right here, it says tornado from Dixon County now crossed into Cheatham County. It's still confirmed. They're seeing debris being lofted up to 10,000 feet in the air by the radar. And that coincides with that debris ball that me and Lisa were just showing you here. So I can still see it on the radar. This is in, let's see, Cheatham County. And it's going to be this greenish area, the greenish yellows that you're seeing here. So basically with our radar, all of the red that you're seeing there, those are objects that are alike. Think of things like raindrops. They're pretty similar in size, but then you get something that's not meteorological, meaning, you know, it's coming from the ground. It could be pieces of a house, Christmas decorations. It could be all kinds of things, leaves, trees being lofted into the air, and that's what we're seeing. So this is a confirmed tornado. We don't want you to take it lightly. My goodness, I mean, the strength of this rotation is really something. So I'm just going to throw up some numbers just to give you an idea of what we're seeing as far as that rotation. And, you know, before I could even get that up there, it looks like we just got a new scan. So this thing is moving along very quickly. We know the speed is off to the east at about 50 miles per hour. I want to show you those strengths of the wind. So we're talking, once again, still over 100 miles per hour of total rotation within this storm. And this is not going to stop anytime soon. There's not really much slowing this storm down, Lisa, as it continues to move off to the east. And we know that it's now about to cross into Davidson County, I'd say here within the next 15 to 20 minutes.
This is folks' window. This is your window to go on and get to your safe spot. You've got a lot of lead time here, and we know this storm, it's been confirmed, this tornado has been confirmed, is going to be moving into Davidson County. But we also want to make sure that if you're in Cheatham County, that you are watching this storm, that you too are in your safe spot. This is a very well-defined view that we're getting here on our rotation detector. It may have been a little closer together a second ago, but we've got the debris ball to go along with it. That is a secondary confirmation that we are dealing with an incredibly strong storm here, likely a tornado on the ground. Marlbone, that storm is going to be headed over to you right there around 424, Jordonia at 436, Bordeaux at 439, Jolton around 439, Whites Creek at 440, and headed over to Avondale at 444, Davidson Academy at 445. If you live near Good Pasture Christian School, 4:47 is the estimated arrival time to Hunters Lane High School, just moments after that. And this is the storm that we're watching. Of course, we're looking at those thicker clouds now that are over Nashville, and we'll be watching that closely as that storm tracks towards Davidson County right now. And just to show you, here is the Whites Creek area. Here is Jordonia. All this moving on towards the northeast. Wow, and you can see pretty evident where this is located, even looking at the reflectivity. Got some notches along that line. This is just south of you if you're in Ashland City, but boy, you are in the thick of this storm right now in Ashland City. Pop on the lightning and see if we've got a lot of lightning, if folks are hearing those rumbles of thunder out there too. Yeah, we do have some lightning strikes in here, so a pretty electrical storm. I'm sure that you're hearing that. In Ashland City, it's on top of you right now, but you may be hearing that in the distance if you're over here in Whites Creek or in Jordonia, and certainly seeing the sky light up with this storm as it moves on towards the east. But we are definitely concerned about a tornado with this storm as it's working its way through Cheatham County and getting so close. Look at this. We are talking about right on the county line, moving on into Jolton, to Whites Creek, and into Jordonia. Right now, within the next few minutes, you can expect that storm there. Let's take a look at this other storm off to the north, too, because we don't want to leave you hanging here. It's right on top of you. If you are in Springfield, you are under a tornado warning as well. We can see that we've got a little bit of a tighter rotation showing up right through there with the reds and greens very close together. So we're watching that closely for you around Perry Park and also around Cortland if you're in those areas. Oh, and we just got a new scan right here. Just popped forward just a little bit. This is how fast these storms are moving. So this is over around Hillside, and also I mentioned Perry Park. Roy Pitt Road is one of the roads. Oakland Road to Charity Road, I should say, and over to 76. And then we've got even closer. It's on top of folks there at East 17th and Old Greenbrier Pike. So Circle Drive also is one of those roads popping up. That's right here where that is showing that rotation.
Confirmed on this one too, Lisa.
Oh, confirmed on this one as well. Yes,
Yep.
The flashing is going on as I was looking at those roads. It is definitely confirmation on that too. So we have two different storms where we are looking at a particularly dangerous situation because there is confirmation of tornadoes that are moving on the ground right now with these storms as they track towards the east, northeast at about 45 to 50 miles an hour. So they are moving very, very quickly. And here's the one that's to the north that is continuing to track on eastward. And I know we have to pull out a little bit to get that quick motion in here, that quick speed that we're seeing. So we'll get this updated track for you here and show you again where this storm is headed. And you can see some of the latest timing there. East Robertson High School at 4:38. Cross Plains at 4:39. Estimated arrival time for those locations there. All right, so we're keeping an eye on this for you. Let's also go back down to the other particularly dangerous situation that we have here. This is what the flashing is indicating for us. So let's locate this storm again by showing you the winds and also by giving you an idea of if we've got any debris lofted. And boy, this is holding together really tightly right in through here as it's coming across that county line. And yes, that debris ball is still there. So you look for something that's not like the others when you find that debris ball, and you can see that yellow shaded area just a moment ago. And there it is once again. And this, just if you're just tuning in, what that is indicating is whenever you have a tornado, that tornado is going to rotate, it's going to suck things inside of it. And that could be most anything that it moves across. And that's what we're indicating here, and it does correspond with where we see the rotation on the ground. So what that means to you, safe spot. Make sure you're in your safe place if you are in right there, Cheatham County or in Davidson County, as the storm is getting closer to Nashville, moving at about 40 so miles an hour. It's kind of going back and forth between 40, 45 to 50 miles an hour. That's going to head to Jordonia at 4:33, Bordeaux 4:36. Estimated arrival time there in Whites Creek at 4:36, and over to Avondale around 4:40. Davidson Academy 4:41, Good Pasture at 4:43, and for Hunters Lane High School 4:43, Inglewood 4:44, and to Stratford High School, as you can see just a moment or two later. So it's on the county line right now, moving towards the east northeast and tracking closer and closer to Nashville. Stefano?
These storms just have been firing up, you know, Lisa, like you've said, like crazy over the last couple of hours. Severe thunderstorm warnings. I mean, Cruz, we've been tracking the confirmed tornado warnings as well. And obviously, these storms have a history of producing damage. They have a history of, producing tremendous damage and injuries in areas like Clarksville, where we've had homes leveled and everything like that. And you have to remember that there are still spots to the east that haven't had a chance to see too much. Cruz, if we can go a little farther south, actually, you get a good idea. I know that there's those two confirmed tornado warnings, but you got to watch this line of severe thunderstorms that's down near Linden in southern portions of the mid-state, because these are still entering a very volatile environment, an environment that has a lot of moisture, it's got a lot of warmth with it, and they're moving off to the east east here, still at a good click like we've talked about, really moving between about 40 and 50 miles per hour. So you have to start thinking areas like Lawrenceburg, Columbia, out near Murfreesboro, Smyrna. We're getting missed by those storms that are just to the north, but to the south, there's additional storms coming through. So there's Linden, there's Hohenwald. Also on top of that, you go a little farther to the east near Spring Hill and Franklin. Everybody is getting something from this. Some are just getting it worse than others. So we have the confirmed tornado warning right now, which is in Davidson County. It does include downtown Nashville. It doesn't quite include areas like Hendersonville, at least yet, though it could. But this is, I mean, just as telltale of a sign as it can get, Cruz. I mean, that's kind of something you look at and you say, wow, that hook that you're seeing in there. There's that rotation again with our rotation detector. The greens toward the radar, the reds away from it. But that rotation is moving off to the northeast, Cruz. So, you know, what do you think here? I'm thinking somewhere between Whites Creek and Jordonia is where that'll try to pass through next if it holds on to its current track. But, I mean, everyone that's in this polygon, Cruz, you have to just be ready to go.
Yeah, that's right. So with these storms, we don't want to take any chances. We've been showing you damage pictures all afternoon from that tornado that moved through an area like Montgomery County. And we know that the forward speed on these storms is really impressive. We're talking anywhere from 35 to 50 miles per hour of forward speed. So you don't have much time. You don't have time to even, you know, really think, is it worth getting in my safe place? Just do it. If you have to ask yourself that question, just do it. These storms are moving so quickly, you don't want to chance it. And we certainly want you in your safe place. So this is a heads up to folks in Jordonia. 434, you've only got less than 10 minutes to get to your safe place. Bordeaux, 437. Whites Creek High School, 439. We've got Avondale at 441. Davidson Academy, 442. Good Pasture Christian School at 444. And Hunters Lane High School at 444 as well. So this is portions of Cheatham County. This is portions of Davidson County for this particular confirmed tornado. And then we've got to the north another confirmed tornado. And me and Lisa have been talking about this one. Man, it's probably been like 45 minutes. I mean, before we even had the confirmation on this, we were watching that rotation, and now we're seeing it move through portions of Robertson County. It's past Springfield at this point, so just off to the east of Springfield, and this is exactly where we're seeing that rotation. It's going to be to the east of Springfield, and this is moving right toward Cross Plains, Lisa.
You know, and we had emergency workers, emergency managers say that they saw, it was confirmed, a tornado that came through Springfield. So we will certainly be watching that area, sending some crews to see if we had any damage in that area. But as we look here, that debris ball is still very evident. And so that storm moved out of Springfield, that tornado, and continuing to move to the east right now. And if you're in Cross Plains, please make sure you're in your safe spot. And any of these other smaller communities here that are just popping up on the map. We're talking Eden Corner, also Jernigan Town, Callista. If you're in those spots, Baggettsville, over to White House, those are areas that are close to where that tornado is located, and it looks as though it's going to head right up this direction to the east northeast. And here's some of those estimated arrival times when we'll see it moving in to the high school there at East Robertson High School at 4:37, Cross Plains at 4:38, Chestnut Grove at 4:53, and Portland High School around 4:54, to Portland downtown at 4:55, and Mitchellville at 4:56. So those are the estimated arrival times for some of these spots. If you're in these areas that I just called, please make sure you're in that safe spot. And you know where that is again, lowest level, basement if you've got it, in a closet or in some type of bathroom maybe that doesn't have any windows. In the bathtub is always a good place to be as well. That's where we want you to be right now as the storm is moving in your general direction. And you can see right through here, this is the most likely location where we're seeing that little bit of a notch showing up, and it lines up right with where we've got the reds and the greens together, that we could be seeing this storm moving on out of there and then continuing towards you if you're in the Cross Plains area, lifting up towards the east northeast right now. This flashing means this is a particularly dangerous situation. It means there has been confirmation of a tornado, and that was the case in Springfield. So this is one of our storms where we have a particularly dangerous situation. The other one is farther to the south. That does include Davidson County, and you can see it right here. It is really hunkering down on you on Whites Creek. This, however, is the place most likely where this tornado is, and that is close to you if you are in Jordonia right now as the storm moves towards the east northeast. So make sure you're in your safe place at this point. It's going to be a basement if you've got it, lowest level of your home, getting away from the windows. And we're looking out here. What camera view are we seeing here to my friends there in the control room? I can see the flashes of light with some lightning.
Briley Parkway in Ashland City.
Briley Parkway in Ashland City. So this storm is coming across Ashland City Highway too. Jordonia at 4:34 is the estimated arrival time. Bordeaux with this storm 4:37 over to Avondale at 4:41. Goodpaster High School, the latest updated time for you is 4:45. Hunters Bend High School, High School is 4:45. Inglewood just at that same time. Stratford High 4:46, Madison 4:47, McGavock High School at 4:50. If you're in Lakewood, 4:53 is the estimated arrival time for this storm as it marches on towards the east northeast. Remember, this is a confirmed tornado that we are tracking here, and we want to make sure that you are heeding this early warning and headed to your safe spot. Folks back here in Ashland City, that storm has passed by you now over to Bellsong. It's passed by you. So let's do that big view one more time, because I want to give some folks the all clear here, because we promised we would do that. So you can see that we've got our line right through here. If you're in Clarksville, my goodness, you've had enough for one day. The storms have passed you by at this point. The same goes up here in Hopkinsville. And then we can see back over to Paris, that line pushing westward over to Jackson. All of that area back through here into West Tennessee and along that Tennessee River. You can see how it's coming on through, and it's passed you by at this point. But let's get a little closer here. If you're in Linden, it looks like you're going to see the next batch that's going to come on through over to Hohenwald. You're in line to get that, and then it'll continue to move on towards the east. Now, as we look a little farther off to the north, and by the way, there's a severe thunderstorm warning for that line, so you are going to see some more of that stormy weather. But it's a little farther north that we're seeing the worst of the weather right up through here. That flashing that you see, you've still got some rain in Ashland City, but you are no longer in the threat of the tornado, so you are good to come out of your safe spot if you're in Ashland City. That has moved on east of you, and right now it is just south of Whites Creek that we're seeing that rotation right now. And did you have something, Stefano, to add?
We just got something in from Springfield, the emergency management director. This is 17th Avenue and Memorial and Black Patch and Memorial Avenue. There are reports of massive structural damage, multiple injuries, and rescues going on right now. So that's Springfield, 17th Avenue and Memorial, and Black Patch and Memorial. We have reports of massive structure damage, people trapped and people injured. That's coming from the EMA director in that area. So I'll say it one more time. Springfield, 17th Avenue, Memorial, Black Patch and Memorial, reports of structure damage and people trapped in their homes. So, and one of the problems, Lisa, that Cruz and I were discussing was we're getting into a nocturnal situation now. The sun is getting ready to set, so this becomes a harder and more dangerous situation without any daylight to help us see, anything that's coming our way.
And that's a really good time for us to remind folks, please don't go outside and look for this storm. It is getting dark. These are typically rain-wrapped storms. I mean, you can put the reflectivity back on there for us, Cruz. And they're typically rain-wrapped. Look at all this rain around this. You're not going to be able to look out and say, oh, there it is. It's going to be harder to see now that the sun is setting, and we're going to have a tough time with these. So just don't take that secondary look out there to make sure this is really a tornado. Trust us. We want you to notice that here on the radar, we are seeing the signature of a tornado. We've already had it come through Springfield. You've heard that report from Stefano. So please take this precaution. If you are here in Cross Plains, make sure that you are in your safe place. I am not one that typically is alarming person. You know that if you've been watching me for years here. But we want you to take this very, very seriously. This is Cross Plains right here. That storm is almost on top of you at this point as it's moving towards the east northeast and continuing on through here into your county, into Robertson County. And eventually, heads up folks here in Portland, if this holds together, it looks like you could be the next in line for this storm to impact your weather there. And here is an update on where we are seeing these storms. We've got it over to East Robertson County right now at the high school. Cross Plains 437. What time is it? It's 4:35. It's a couple of minutes away from you. Portland High School, 4:53. Chestnut Grove, 4:53. Mitchellville, 4:54. Portland at 4:54. So if you are in these areas, please make sure that you are taking those precautions. I mean, Stefano just popped it up here. Actually, that screw is over there. Just pop this up here. This is the debris ball that we were seeing just a second ago, and it looked like we could see, yeah, some of this debris being lofted into the air. That's anything that this tornado has brought up from the ground. It's being detected here on radar. So what you do is you look for anything that doesn't look like the others, and that's what we're seeing here, these yellow spots that very well could be some debris from this storm that is just off to the west of Cross Plains and moving on towards the east right now. Some of the roadways, Cedar Grove Road, Guthrie Road, State 25, State Route 25, and over to around, I believe that's Callista Road there that I've seen correctly, and Malloy to South Road. Any of these that I'm calling out, this is going to continue to move. Hey, we are looking right now at the Briley Parkway, Eaton's Creek Road for what looks like this is over northwest Nashville, which could be some circulation.
I mean, traffic has come to a complete stall in that area. We've seen so much heavy rain come down in this spot, and also the wind as well. I mean, somehow the people in the other lanes are making their way through, but you can see on the left side of the screen that traffic is stopped. I mean, that's how powerful the wind is. They're trying to truck along here, but this is the same cell you were tracking, Lisa, and it's something that we are, very serious about. Like you've been saying, it's confirmed. It's already had some history of some damage, like we talked about in Springfield, and we'll need to watch it closely.
All right, you can see where it is right now on the radar. We've got this notch indicating that circulation through there where that storm is rotating right there just southwest of Whites Creek. And this is where the notch is. And anytime we see that and then we match it up here with the reds and the greens, that is where that rotation is. And this has been a confirmed tornado that is moving across. It may lift up from time to time, but we have had confirmation that it is on the ground. That's why we want to make sure you're headed into that safe spot right now. We want to take this seriously. It is moving into Davidson County, moving across, headed to Nashville. Folks there in Parkwood Estates, over to Bellshower. If you're in Avondale, if you're in the Madison area, please make sure you are hunkered down in your safe spot right now as this storm is moving in your direction. And you can see where it is in response to downtown Nashville. It's a little bit farther off to the north and tracking on towards the east, northeast. We've got folks there in Hunters Lane High School, 4:41 is the estimated arrival time. Good Pasture Christian School at 4:42, Madison 4:44, over to Hendersonville at 4:53, and continuing to the high school there at 4:54, to Green Lawn at 4:57, and Cedar Grove 5 o'clock is the estimated arrival time. Station Camp High School at 5:01, and Mount Juliet High School 5:03. So we are giving you a good little time here to make sure you're headed to the storm shelter or a safe spot in your home as the storm is moving in your direction. This flashing light that you see here, this purple shading, that is a particularly dangerous situation. And for us, that means there is confirmation that we do indeed have a tornado as this warning was issued. And we've been tracking it ever since as it's moved on towards the east. Cruz?
Well, it actually looks like it's been extended just recently here. So this warning is now going to go until 5:15, and we could actually see this completely make it out of Davidson County if it holds together and move into areas like southern Sumner County. It could move into far eastern or far western portions of Wilson County if it holds together as well. So just giving you a heads up down the line. I know we just called out some of these names, but if you look off to the east of where the storm is at, it's over here near Whites Creek. We've got Hendersonville down the line, Goodlettsville. This could go between you and Madison. Gallatin, if this holds on, this could potentially move into that part of Sumner County. So, we want to give you the heads up. We don't want you to have to prepare at the last minute. You could go ahead and be in your safe place right now. You can live stream us on the free WSMV4 First Alert Weather app. If you have any digital streaming, let's see, Amazon, all of the major streaming platforms, you can stream us up there. and take us into your safe place. That way you don't have to sit in front of the TV. But if you can't do that, you can also just turn the volume up to your TV. We're going to stay right here with you on WSMV4. You could just make sure you have the volume up. That way you know what's coming in your direction. Let's check back in with this northernmost tornado warning right now. So this is now going to push out of Robertson County here, I'd say within the next 20 minutes. And that's going to put it into western Sumner County. I'm still seeing the flashing of this. This goes until 5 p.m. And I want to show you where the rotation is at within this storm. So this one we know was confirmed. It moved through Springfield, and you can see it now past Cross Plains. It's actually just to the north. The rotation here, maybe not as impressive as what I saw just a few scans ago, but there's definitely still rotation. So it's right where you have these greens and reds touching each other. That's where you're going to have at least some broad rotation. But once again, this is confirmed, so we know that it's still on the ground. Unless we hear otherwise, we're going to treat it that way. So you need to be in your safe place. This is going to be for folks off to the east of Cross Plains. Actually, I'm going to do a storm track real quick and see if Stefano will help me out here with some of these communities. So this particular storm is moving off to the east-northeast at about 35 miles per hour. And here are some of the communities that are in the path.
So the time is 4:41. Portland High School at 4:51. It's Mitchellville at 4:52. Portland at 4:53. And Brackentown at 5:05. And the reason I was standing here, Cruz, is this image here. It was I-24. It was near Briley Parkway. I mean, the wind that was just whipping through those areas. And if you guys can hear me in the control room, I mean, any of the traffic cameras in those areas are going to give us a view of just how intense this storm actually is. So this is one of them that we're tracking with that rotation. It's still tight enough here that this storm still has a lot of good spin to it. It could very well be on the ground at this point as we get it out for a little bit of a bigger view and go a little farther south. This is still, I think, the main area of concern. This storm that's right near Whites Creek, it's near Madison, just to the south of Goodlettsville as we get a little bit better view here from First Alert Live radar. What's happening here is this storm is working its way to the east, so we're thinking Hendersonville next. What Cruz just drew right near Madison, that notch that you're seeing in there, that's a really good indication of the inflow of this thunderstorm. So what's happening is the strong inflow in the updraft in that storm is lifting the rotation and making it more vertical, and that's where you get these intense wind speeds that Cruz is showing. I mean, we've seen gate-to-gate shear between 120 to 130 miles per hour with some of these storms, and it looks like we could, see even more than that right now. Look at that, 120 miles per hour. What you're doing, you're taking those two numbers and putting them together, showing that that storm is really packing some dangerous wind speed. It's near Belshire. It's heading near Edenwood as well. Hendersonville will be next as this continues to move east, but it is going to go, it looks like, just to the north of Madison. If you live near Madison, in and around that area, you need to be getting into your safe space immediately as Cruz goes ahead and throws another track on this for us. Very important that you know where this storm is going and when. So the time is 4:43. Hunters Lane High School, we have no more time anymore. You have to get to your safe space immediately. Madison at 4:47, Lakewood at 4:53. I'll say it again, the time now is 4:43, so 4:53 in Lakewood the next 10 minutes. Hendersonville High School at 4:55, the same thing in Greenlawn at 4:58. Cedar Grove at around 5:01. You start getting outside that warning zone here, but actually with the new warning, it's including areas like Gallatin and LaGuardo. So that's just kind of showing what the National Weather Service thinks these storms are going to do. These have been long-track tornadoes that have been confirmed on the ground. We saw the one that went through Montgomery County and Clarksville and then all the way up through parts of southern Kentucky. This one that's moving through Davidson County is the main focus right now. We also have this additional confirmed tornado that's up near the Portland area, so getting into parts of Sumner County like Cruz was talking about. But Madison, Hendersonville, Gallatin, just to the north of downtown Nashville. But I will say this, even though we haven't seen a lot in Nashville, at least as of now, other than maybe just some rain and some rumbles of thunder, there's still more behind all of this, so there's still storms back in Dixon, Kingston Springs. We're getting into a time now where the sun is getting ready to set and go down. So these severe thunderstorm warnings that are still on the back side of this, they're still going to have the capability back in Dixon County, through Humphreys County, all the way down through Centerville as well. They'll still have the capability of not only keeping their strength, but still spinning up. That's been the theme that what we've been seeing. As these storms move into this very unstable environment here in the mid-state, they're gaining strength, they're gaining spin, and that's when they're dropping tornadoes. Right now, right smack dab through Davidson County, looks like it'll go just north of Nashville. We have a confirmed tornado on the ground. It'll head toward Hendersonville, but we also need to watch this line. That's back in southwest middle Tennessee. Severe thunderstorm warnings right now from Savannah, Linden, just to the south of Waverly, so a heads up in spots like Lawrenceburg and Columbia. All of that will work its way to the east, and we'll see what those storms end up doing and how they're strengthening. Right now, the only thing I'm really seeing in the way of these storms, the mountains and the Cumberland Plateau. Once it hits those, they should start to fall apart, but right now, there's nothing in the path of these storms to slow them down.
I-65 Vietnam Veterans Boulevard. We can see a tornado. If we can get that up, I-65 Vietnam Veterans Boulevard, we can actually see the tornado moving across. We can get that camera up. We have it here that we're looking at in the Weather Center. If we can take a look. No, that's not the one. It's I-65 at Vietnam Veterans Boulevard, and we can see it here. Mile marker 95, and it's just about to move out of this window. Please, if you are in that area, mile marker 95, if you know where that is on Vietnam Veterans Boulevard, we are seeing a tornado on the ground that is crossing the interstate there. And here we go up towards Vietnam Veterans Boulevard, and it's mile marker 95. This is the storm right through here, and you can see it coming right in there. It just moved off the corner of that. So if we can track it to the next camera, we might be able to do that if we can see it. You guys are looking there from your perspective there. If they may be turning it too, so we can see it. But here is the storm. Right through here.
It's coming into frame now.
All right, and let's go on and show the radar too while we're doing that.
Lisa, I would go full screen. It's on there right now.
Okay, let's take a look at it then. What we're looking at here, this is the tornado that we are watching, tracking it across. Can you see it right there? And I'll point it out to you. It's right here in the middle of your screen. You can pop me in. I can show folks there where it is. I mean, take me full screen over this. I mean, you can see it right in the middle of that picture, right in the middle, and it's right through here on our radar. So you can take that full screen one more time. This is the tornado that we're seeing. Please, if you're in this area, make sure that you are taking precautions there into your safe place. We can show you this video later if you want to see it, but if you're in that area, just make sure you are right now.
Yeah.
What was that?
You can see power flashes.
Yes.
I just saw some transformers blow up.
Yes, we can see the power flashes as the storm is moving across. This tornado, a confirmed tornado, we're seeing it right here on this camera. Now, if you're in the areas, it's going to continue to move. I want to remind you, please don't go out and try to see this. We will have video of this to show you later. Please go on and head to your safe spot at this point, because this is rain wrapped. You may not be able to see it very well from where you are if you look outside. So we want you in that safe spot that is putting as many walls between the storm and you as possible as it is moving across and tracking through. Just to remind you where we're looking at where I-65 is, right there at Vietnam Veterans Boulevard. And this is what we're seeing here with our winds so close together right now, the reds and the greens. This is where that tornado is located right now, and we're tracking it here on our camera too as well, on that track it camera. Let's get a little bit closer in here, crew, so folks can see where this is right now. And I'm going to get over here so I can see these names for you. That is near North Hill Estates. Also, we're looking at it around Power Plant Road, Overrock Circle. If you know these areas, Center Point Road, Rockland Road, River Road, Rockland, Highland Acres, those areas that we're naming off, and look how close that is to Hendersonville. We want you to take those precautions in your safe place right now, headed around Maple Grove. These are the areas that right now we are watching very, very carefully. This is a confirmed tornado. We are seeing it on camera here. All this is moving towards the east, northeast right now. That's going to be headed over to Hendersonville at 4:54, the high school at 4:55, Station Camp High School at 5:02, Gallatin at 5:09, LaGuardo at 5:09, Gallatin at 5:11. Remember where you need to be right now. If you're in that area, get to a safe spot, storm shelter if you have it, or you'll want to go to the lowest level in your home. That could be a bathroom. That could be a closet. Just stay away from the windows and get down as low as you can. This is a incredible storm that we're seeing right here. Look at that notch on this storm. That is where the tornado is likely rotating right through here as it's moving towards you. If you are in Hendersonville, you need to head right there to your safe spot at this point. Not a good time to look to see if you can see this storm. It's getting dark outside. It's rain wrapped out there, and you're not going to be able to find it if you're looking for it just with your naked eye. This is your confirmation right here. We were showing it on our traffic camera there just a few moments ago. So it is headed towards you if you are in Hendersonville. This is a very dangerous situation with this storm. We've already had several tornadoes today in Springfield, in Clarksville, that have done so much destruction. And we know this next storm is headed right now into Hendersonville as we speak and continuing to move on towards the northeast. So we want to get a heads up there to folks in Gallatin as you would be next in line. It will come at least to some of these southern communities of Gallatin as it continues to move on towards the northeast right now. So just resetting once again, this is a tornado that we have seen on camera that is moving, if you are in Hendersonville, moving in your direction right now as we speak. And we can even get a little closer again just to give you another perspective of this. If you're in Hendersonville, hopefully you have our app and you can watch us. The WSMV4 app is the best to use. You can watch us here and we'll keep you updated as this storm is getting closer to you. If you're in your closet or your safe space, Cedar Grove, Rockland are the communities that are next in line. Meadowvale, Oakvale, Hendersonville. You can see right there Maple Road Estates. All these are communities or neighborhoods that are in the line of the storm. It is on top of you right now in Rockland. If some of these roads sound familiar to you, please, it's near you, Harbor Drive. And also we're looking over to folks there who might be in the Freehill Road area and Overbrook Circle. It's really on top of that little area right now, as we can see right through here. Let's check our debris ball and see if we have even another indication of this storm. And this is what we're looking at right through there.
It's a bit ambiguous.
Yes.
It looks like it, you know, with the rotation, Lisa, there is something lining up. But something you have to consider here is how close we are to the radar now.
We are.
The closer you get, it gets very pixelated if you're too close. So that can kind of mess with things, make it a bit ambiguous. But we can tell you, you know, we're seeing the rotation. This is lining up perfectly with what looks like could be debris right there on Power Plant Road. This is going to move right over Rockland. This is not something you want to chance. You don't want to take this lightly. We need you in your safe place, like right now. Hendersonville, a heads up to you. If you live anywhere near Highway 31 East, that's a north-south running highway that I could see here. This is actually moving in your direction at this time. So I should say east-west moving highway. We've also got Cherokee Road down the way. We've got Maple Road Boulevard, East Main Street, Volunteer Drive, Oakville, Noakes Heights, Hendersonville High School. These are all communities. You cannot chance this. You don't have time to waste anymore. We need you in your safe place right now. And we're going to remind you just where that is really quickly. So this is going to be on the first floor of your home in an interior room. You don't want any windows near you. Cover yourself. Put blankets, pillows on. If you have a helmet, or you could put helmet on your kids, you could put shoes on. These are all things that would be helpful in this situation. But guys, listen to my voice. Lisa was just saying this earlier. We don't freak out. We're not trying to freak you out. We are trying to speak urgency into this situation. This is not something to play around with. We just saw that tornado moving through quite literally on one of the Tennessee SmartWay cameras, and we still see this rotation. I mean, this is holding up very good. So it's where you have these greens and reds up against each other right over Oakville and Noakes Heights. This is going to be just to the north of Hendersonville. I mean, Hendersonville, this is essentially right on top of you at this time. And man, not a good signature that we're seeing here with this particular storm moving through Davidson.
Yeah, just to add, Cruz, to what we're hearing from folks out there, there are cars flipped on I-65. There are cars flipped on I-65 as this tornado came across the interstate, and of course now making its way into Hendersonville at this point, and continuing on that track is going to take it towards the east northeast. So you know, just advice, if you were planning on driving up in this general direction, please don't. Please stay put, especially if you're farther south, because now we are being impacted in many ways from this storm as it tracks on towards the east-northeast. And right now in Hendersonville, headed over towards the high school. In Noakes Heights, if that is your neighborhood, 31E, right on over to Oakville, Maple Drive North, Lake Club Estates, the Maples, Scottish Highlands, all these are neighborhoods that are out ahead of this system. This is where it's headed next as it continues to move towards the east-northeast right now. A very dangerous situation because we know we have confirmation of a tornado here. We saw it on camera, and we are getting reports of already damage with cars flipped on I-65 with this storm as it continues to track towards the east-northeast. We're going to give you a new update on where it is headed next. These are the estimated arrival times as this storm continues to move on this path at this rate of speed. Hendersonville High School, it is right on you at this point. Station Camp High School 507, Gallatin High School 516, 518 for downtown Gallatin. So right now our clock is reading just minutes before 5 o'clock. So you just have about 15-20 minutes if you're in some of these communities to get to your safe spot. Plenty of time for you to get there. If you're in the Gallatin area, please go on and take that precaution as this storm is going to be getting so much closer to you. Let's do a reset here, a quick pull out so we can show other folks, if you don't mind there, just a second, because I know there's other things going on here and we just want folks to know that we're watching them as well. So just a quick pull out here to see where we've got other situations. Right up here to the north, we continue to have warnings here north of you with this cell that is east of Franklin. So make sure you're in your safe spot as well. We don't see as rotation as well defined in this spot, but that is very close to you if you're in Portland. So please keep that in mind. You're under a tornado warning there as well. Make sure you're in your safe spot too as this storm is moving into your general area. And then, of course, we have the storm here, but also tracking on down, you can see other storms down to the south, all the way down here in the southwest corner of the mid-state. Please make sure you're staying weather aware here. We're popping up warnings on the bottom of your screen. You'll be able to get that information there. And then it's just heading towards the Hohen Wall area. Also, Lawrenceburg, you're going to see this move into your area, too. I just wanted to make sure that you knew we were tracking what's going on in your area as well. Now, let's take this back up where we do have this particularly dangerous situation as we know we have a tornado on the ground here very close to you if you are in Hendersonville. What we're seeing here is, look at this. These are so tight, so close together. We might can pop on some wind speeds there too, just to let you know what the gate-to-gate shear is, which tells us the intensity of the storm. Wow, 150 miles right through here. So this is a very dangerous situation with this storm on the ground moving toward the northeast, and we see it here. That is where that tornado is right now. So if you are in some of these communities, you want to make sure Saundersville, Bluegrass Meadows, Lake Club Estates, that is where this tornado is right now. And it's going to be moving almost parallel there with Nashville Pike, very close, crossing over some of these other roads too. See if we can identify some of those. Look at that notch in this storm. That is really telling us exactly where that tornado is located. Kind of a classic hook is what we're seeing here with this tornado as it moves through the Hendersonville area and continues to move towards the east-northeast right now. Really just a heads up to anybody out ahead of this. Make sure you're in your safe spot at this point, lowest level, putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This is your early warning if you're over here around the Gallatin area and even points eastward from there. Want to make sure you are headed to your safe spot there at Castellian Springs as well. Anyone that's along 231, the northern part of 231, you can see it right over there. That's where this is going to be headed next. Now we're dropping down again, getting these storm wind speeds for you and checking right here where that storm is, Saundersville, into the Bluegrass Meadows area right now. And this is what we're seeing with our winds well over 100 miles an hour with this storm right now. So we're talking about a tornado on the ground, incredible winds. And remember, what tornadoes do is they're like vacuums, and they rotate around, and they unfortunately tear things up, suck them up inside of them. And all that flying debris is how so many people get hurt. But that's also another way that we can detect where that radar is. Now, we are pretty close to the radar site, but we might be able to check here on our First Alert Live radar real quickly to see if we see that debris ball any more well-defined than we did a little earlier. This is our debris detector, and I know we are close proximity, which makes it a little harder to define, but you can see it right through there, and we know we've seen that tornado as well. It is 5 o'clock. We want to give a little reset here with our radar to show people what's going on here. We have a line of storms that is moving across the mid-state and actually moving pretty close to the time we estimated it would be coming right here into Nashville and continuing to press towards the east right now. We have a huge severe thunderstorm warning you can see here that extends from the Tennessee River eastward. And then here we have a tornado warning that does include folks up here in Sumner County. And we have seen the tornado come across I-65 at Vietnam Veterans Boulevard. Now it is continuing to track towards the east. So now we can drop back down. And also we had another tornado warning that was a little bit farther to the north here. Seeing that is just been allowed to expire. Looks like there might be another piece. Is that also another warning that I'm seeing up there in southern sections of in southern Kentucky? And we've still got the warning there as that storm moves just east of you in Franklin in Kentucky. Now let's get back to this storm, a particularly dangerous situation that we're seeing with this storm here.
They're calling this now a tornado emergency, and we do not see those very often at all. This is the second one of the day, to my knowledge. The first one came in from the northwest. Stefano and Melanie were covering that one, but this one, man, it's not letting up. We're talking still tight rotation. You can see this little hook feature on the radar. Sometimes when you get too close, it's a little hard to tell where the strongest rotation is at, but we've got a telltale sign here with that little hook, that appendage there. That's showing us exactly what the winds are doing in that storm. And with this being more of a supercell type thunderstorm, we could even be seeing some hail on the northern side of this. So a heads up to you folks in Ocana and Paytona, Gallatin. You folks could possibly see some hail in those areas, and then we're watching the rotation a little farther south. Stefano?
It's an extremely dangerous situation. The National Weather Service is calling it a catastrophic situation. Just to give you an idea of what's been happening with these storms they've been coming through. So this goes back to when we were talking earlier in Springfield at 17th Avenue and Memorial, and Black Patch and Memorial as well. That's where we had a lot of structural damage. I can report, though, there was no loss of life, which of course is wonderful to hear. Minor injuries, but a lot of structural damage. People have been rescued from their homes, and we could very well be seeing almost the same exact thing ahead of this storm. So this is the main thing that we're tracking right now on First Alert Live radar. If you live in Gallatin, Trousdale, right along Nashville Pike, so this storm is following directly along Nashville Pike. Let me go ahead and turn off the lightning here, just so we don't have too much on the screen in front of you. So Nashville Pike, Noah Lane, Tulip Poplar Drive, it looks like as well, Lock 4 Park Road, all of these areas are under this. I mean, south of Station Camp High School, there's Petonia as well. Just going, I mean, barely go to our south, if not impact us right in this area. Remember, if you are in the path of this storm, you need to be getting into your safe space immediately. You need to make sure that you are in the proper location. The best place to be, obviously, is going to be the lowest level of your home. A basement's going to be best. If you do not have a basement, you want to go to the lowest first level inside of something like a pantry you may have, or a closet underneath your staircase, maybe a powder room. Protect your head from flying debris. You'll want to use things like pillows, blankets, a helmet. Here's the deal. We've seen these storms move through. We've seen these tornadoes come through areas that are duplexes, that have 2 floors. The top floor in some of the pictures I've seen, absolutely gone. I mean, demolished. The bottom floors, much safer. So make sure you heed that warning very cautiously. This is all moving to the east. I would really be concerned in and around the Gallatin area as this starts to work its way off to the north and east. Castellian Springs, we're not technically in this warning just yet, but the way this has been going, let's be ready for it right now. Gallatin High School, the time is 5:04. 5:10. You've got 5 minutes. You have no time left. Get into your safe space in Gallatin at 5:11. There's Castellian Springs at 5:22. Bethpage at 5:26. Hartsville at 5:33. This is a telltale sign with that hook. Kind of looks like a comma, right? That's showing us not only does the storm have a lot of inflow, but it's also sucking in a lot of air and lifting that rotation up and putting that tornado on the ground. The rotation in this has been just tremendous. As it gets a little bit farther away from the radar site, we should be able to get a better view of what the gate-to-gate shear situation is, but I think we can still get a good view of that in some kind of sense. I mean, with this storm, as hooked as it is, it really is telling us that just right in here, right near Patonia right now, and heading toward Gallatin, like I said, it's going right along Nashville Pike. It's following directly with that. It's only about 3 miles, thank you so much, Cruz, away from Gallatin, and then right up in line with that one is Trousdale. This is a tornado emergency. It's on the ground. It's coming your way. It has not shown any signs of weakening. There's also some good size hail within this as well. I'd say up to about 1 inch in size, maybe more than that in some locations. So there'll be hail on the backside of this as well. And by the way, here's another thing to think about. Once this goes through, there's a second hit coming on the backside near Hendersonville, Goodlettsville, Millersville. This is not tornado warmed. What we're watching for is the cell that's farther to the north and east near Gallatin. You can get a good look at the rotation. But once the tornado warm cell goes through, the second one is going to hit on top of that. So here's the deal. If the tornado goes through, and you're safe and you're well, stay where you are. Do not try to leave, because then on the backside, a second severe thunderstorm is going to hit, and that could still pack winds of 40, 50, 60 miles per hour, heavy rainfall. What Cruz is showing right now is the history of the rotation with this storm, and just tremendous rotation. I mean, from right now in Gallatin, we can track it all the way back through Hendersonville, Goodlettsville, Whites Creek, north of Jordonia. This storm has had this tornado on the ground for quite a while now, but now not only is it on the ground, but it is a catastrophic tornado that could cause catastrophic damage as it works its way through. We've already had reports of damage from some of this. There's the debris detector. Again, still a little close to the radar. As it gets a little bit farther out, we should be able to see that a little bit better. But you better believe right now that this is on the ground and it's lofting debris. There's a little bit better look at the wind speed. If we can query some of this, Cruz, I think down near Lock 4 Park Road, if you query that little dark or lighter red part, I mean, 91 miles per hour. It's probably even more than that in some spots. The point to show you this here, these two numbers, I mean, you're adding them together and you're looking at wind speeds that are over 120 miles per hour. That's sustained and together with this rotation that's coming through. There's the rotation detector, and there it is, right near Lock 4 Park Road. It's moving off to the northeast. Let me step out here so we can get some of these roadways in here. Nicholas Lane, Jocelyn Avenue, Woodvale Drive, South Water Avenue. It's going across right over South Water Avenue, South Westland Ave. If you hear the street that's in your town and you're near areas like Cairo, you're going near Gallatin, all of these areas, you need to be getting into your safe space immediately. There's Steam Plant Road on top of that. Airport Road looks like Arlington or Albright Road as well. Lakewood Drive just going to hit Gallatin. Wow, look at that hook. I mean, Gallatin, Trousdale, all of these areas are really showing just a tremendous amount of rotation. And on the back side of this, really where you see all these dark pinks and these blacks, that's not only heavier rainfall, but you could still have 50-mile-per-hour winds within that part of the storm. And yeah, there's the hail component as well. There could very well be hail over 1 inch in size with this. It's not the main threat, but it is an additional threat to think about. The same with this storm in Hendersonville, with it coming through on the backside of this hail, heavy rainfall, gusty wind. It's something else I really want to stress to you guys, because Lisa and Cruz, I mean, like I said, first storm goes through and you know, you get through it, you get to your safe place, but then the second one comes in on the backside of that, and that can really cause some problems. I mean, this storm has already knocked out power, structural damage in so many areas, and what we'll be watching for is how well this can actually hold together. Like we've talked about, the National Weather Service is calling this, you see it there at the bottom of the screen, it's catastrophic at this point. I mean, we've had reports of tremendous structural damage, people trapped, people injured. We don't have any reports of fatalities, but you know, our hearts go out to everyone being affected and impacted by this. Bethpage, we're getting some heavier rainfall right now. Looks like that cell will go just to the south of there. It's north of LaGuardo near Gallatin. There's that sort of rotation that we're seeing. A little bit of a better view with the rotation detector gives you just a good idea of where that rotation is. I would say I would give or take about a mile or two to the north and the south. So let's watch that for the rotation as it works its way through. What we could be able to see here, maybe something we can do later. We want to focus on this right now. Sometimes we can get an internal look at the storm. We can get sort of a cut of the atmosphere that looks like that, but I think it's something we should do a little bit later on. From Gallatin to Troutdale, I mean, Castellian Springs, all of these areas, Hickory Grove, it's going to go just north of Cairo, it looks like, but there's Highway 231 as it moves off to the north and east. I can only imagine, Lisa and Cruz, that, you know, this tornado warning is going to be extended farther east at this point.
I think so. And I do want to let you know, too, that we've already got reports in Hendersonville that there are homes that have been heavily damaged and there is entrapment going on. So people are trapped in their homes. And we also had on Main Street a report of a roof off a building. So that's just more proof positive in what we're seeing here with these storms, that they are very, very dangerous. And, you know, we don't take this lightly. This is truly a life-threatening situation this evening as these storms are producing damage as they move to the east. This is a tornado that is on the ground. We're looking inside that storm right there. You can see how tall it is. The storm is building up into the atmosphere and kind of slicing into the middle of it as it moves towards the east. But we can just look at this in the 2D version and tell what an incredibly strong storm this is. A very well-defined hook, and that is always indicative of a tornado. When you see that signature, I can remember back in 2008, a well-defined hook right here in Gallatin that did so much damage, and now we're looking at yet another storm that is moving through there right now. Look at this, how it progressed. There it is, that hook. A little bit of a break in there, but this is likely where that tornado is right now, just south of you in Gallatin. If you are in this area, please make sure that you are in that safe spot. Let's call out some of these areas that we're seeing here. Right where that hook is Woodvale Drive, and that's going to be crossing Steam Plant Road. If you're on Newton Lane, if you're on Lakewood Drive, if you're on Albright Lane, it's going to be crossing your area too as it advances towards the east. But that is right on top of you if you're in the Woodvale Drive community. And I also see South Water Avenue too. Cairo, Castellian Springs, it's headed your way over to Hartsville too as it continues on this path right now. So there is where it's located right now. It's right on top of you in Gallatin, and we find that hook right here. It's going to continue to move to the east, and Castellian Springs is going to be one of the next communities along with Cairo as well. And then coming across 231 here on this path, moving in this general direction here's the timing. Castellian Springs around 5:21, Hartsville at 5:33, and Green Grove at 5:34. If you're in those areas, this is a dangerous situation. Please go on and head to your safe spot, and don't get that second look outside, because that's how so many people can get caught off guard by a tornado, because you're looking for it, you want to look out the door, but it's dark, it's rain wrapped, and you're just not going to be able to see it in a timely manner that's going to give you enough time to get back into your safe spot. So just go on and head there now. Folks over in Davidson County, just to let you know, you are not under the tornado warning anymore. It has moved by you, but we do have some thunderstorms right now in Jolton and Whites Creek, and we're going to see more of that moving into Nashville. So we're not done with the storms yet, but that tornadic storm has moved on towards the east right now. But we are looking at quite a bit of lightning with this next storm that's going to be coming into your area. So we're keeping an eye on that for you. There is also another tornado warning that is right up here impacting Scottsville and Halfway. Here it is right here. That's the circulation with this storm as it moves towards the east right now. So just want to give you a heads up there if you're in Scottsville that we are still watching this storm as it moves off towards the east, northeast, tracking across some of our southern Kentucky counties here. So you may be impacted with that. Not as well defined as we saw with the other storm that is down in the Gallatin area. It is going to be in Scottsville at 5:29. Oak Forest at 5:37, and over to Holland at 5:39. So make sure you're in your safe spot. If you're back in Franklin, the storm has moved past you in Franklin, Kentucky there. So we look on our map and we see a severe thunderstorm, a warning that is right over there to the west, and right into parts of, let's see, over to folks in the Home area, Centerville, over to Linden. You'll want to keep a close eye out with this storm moving your way, but that's a severe thunderstorm warning. But we know from what we've seen earlier that we can have quick spin ups. Those do not look as menacing, though, is what we're seeing up here right into Sumner County and also into Trousdale County right now. This is where our active tornado warning is located. This is a storm moved out of Hendersonville, and we see it continues to track on towards the east right now and continues toward Castalian Springs. We're looking at our rotation detector here, and what we're circling here is where we've got the reds and greens really close together in here. So that could be an area right now where we're seeing that rotation. Not as indicative as it was a little earlier. It was so well defined a bit earlier, but nonetheless, this is some rotation that's happening right there around Castalian Springs as it moves eastward. And you can see our gate-to-gate shear is a little bit less than 100 miles an hour right now. Those are good signs, but still we're under that tornado warning and we want to take those precautions. This is incredible hook that we're seeing. Usually is showing us exactly where that tornado is, right there on the tail end of that hook. Looks like Stefano said, like a comma as it moves towards Castalian Springs. And Hartsville, you will be next in line with this storm as it moves towards the east right now. We've got a lot of lightning with these storms too, so you're probably hearing those rumbles of thunder from Westmoreland stretching all the way down to folks there in Hendersonville where that tornado has passed by you. But we do know there has been some damage in Hendersonville. We've had reports already of some homes that were heavily damaged with some folks trapped inside and also on Main Street. And of course, we've got our news crews that will be out surveying and giving us more information about what is going on in these areas too. Again, this is moving towards the east-northeast. It's going to be headed across 231 within the next little while with this storm. And keep in mind, it's past you now if you're in Gallatin, but you're not done. There's another storm on the back side of that. So that's going to be coming just on the heels of that with more high wind and also some lightning with that. We are not seeing that tornado warning for that, however. Here is where we are most likely getting our tornado at this point, but I'm liking what I'm seeing here in terms of it's not as conducive to what we had a little earlier when it comes to those winds being really tight together to hold a tornado there on the ground. So that's what we're seeing right now as the storm moves on towards the east-northeast. And put that reflectivity back on and we'll find just on the tail end of that circulation right there it is. And typically that's where the winds are blowing in. So that's right here as we find moving into Trousdale County and can see some of the roads right in here, which does include folks there on Ziegler's Fort Road, I should say. It's going to be moving across there, Cairo Road, and then continuing right along Highway 25 too as it moves towards the east-northeast, headed to you in Castalian Springs and also around Hickory Grove too. Another road I'm seeing up here that's very close to that storm is going to be Roundtree Drive right now, but it has moved beyond you in Gallatin. So good news there, a sigh of relief for you in Gallatin. But remember, there's another storm coming on the back side of this as well. And there once again is that circulation that we're seeing with the storm and that well-defined hook right through here. This is the next thunderstorm that's going to move through. Not a warning for this storm, however. This is the one there's a warning. And what is our expiration time on this one, Cruz, this warning?
This one goes till 5:45.
All right, so 5:45, so almost another half hour with this one as it moves across parts of Sumner County and now into Trousdale County, headed towards the Hartsville area too. There's Westmoreland up to the north, so you're in the thick of the northern part of the storm where we've got a lot of rain, some lightning right now, and some gusty winds with this storm. So you'll want to just stay inside till all this passes you by. You're just off to the north there, that tornado warned area. This is Cottontown over here, and you're in the thick of that storm as well. And then we've got Millersville about to see some stormier weather come passing through. A lot of lightning back on this end of it. And we see around Jolton that storm is moving closer and closer to folks again in Hendersonville. This one does not have a warning for it right now, and that's going to be moving into Madison, into Inglewood. So it's going to be pretty stormy out here. We're not seeing any signs right now of any kind of rotation with this. And then we follow on down that line. Kingston Springs also in the midst of a thunderstorm. Good news for for you in Dixon. The rain is starting to taper off a little bit lighter rain. Waverly, you are in the clear now, and we still have the severe thunderstorm warning from Centerville all the way down through Linden, approaching you if you're in the Homewall area, and this one in effect until 5:30, so about 10 more minutes for that storm, and that is where we're seeing a severe storm warning in effect now. Heads up if you're in Columbia, in Smyrna, in Murfreesboro, this line is going to be headed to you before too much longer. And we see down to Lawrenceburg. Wayne County is still under the severe thunderstorm warning, but it will be moving, the storm line itself will be moving there into Lawrenceburg before too much longer now. Well, let's go back to our tornado warned area right up here, and this is a particularly dangerous situation. This storm has produced a tornado already, and we are still seeing signs of that tornado with this well-defined hook right now coming into Castalian Springs and moving on towards the east. It will be crossing 231 and also making its way closer to you if you're in the Templo area for too much longer, and could see an impact right there around Walnut Grove too. Here is that wind blowing into this storm. It's right there on 25, and that is the circulation that we're seeing with our storm right through here. So if you are in these areas, make sure that you are in that safe place till this totally passes by. And again, the safest place to be is going to be lowest level of your home, putting those walls between you. It's almost like building a fort to protect you from that storm. Center of the building is going to be the best place to be. Remember, you want to keep all that flying debris outside, and that's going to be the best thing that you can do. Castalian Springs, 5:22 is the estimated arrival time, so a couple of minutes, a minute from now. Hartsville around 5:38, and over to Green Grove, 5:40 is when we expect that storm to come into your area as it holds together pretty well. Still liking that we're seeing it not show as great a sign of the circulation, but still we are looking at reds and greens really tight together right through here. It's just not as broad a circulation, or as I should say, as big a circulation area as we had a little earlier. And looking at the debris ball there just a second ago to see if we could see any. This is definitely, Cruz, is not as well defined and easy to pick out as what we had a little bit earlier with some of our earlier storms, but still an indicator that we're gonna watch it for sure to see if we see that ramping up some.
Yeah, that's right. So sometimes with these radar velocities, what the wind is doing inside the storm, it can be a bit ambiguous, meaning we can't really tell if it's debris. There's sometimes where it's, a clear-cut sign. With this particular storm, I can't see that anymore, which is good. We were seeing it earlier, so I'm glad to see that we don't have that. Nonetheless, the National Weather Service is still calling this a confirmed tornado that is on the ground. And as long as that is confirmed, we're still going to have this box flashing purple here. So just a regular tornado warning, the box flashes red. This particular one, you can see it there. I've actually put it on the screen. Confirmed tornado warning. This goes until 5:45, and the counties included. This is going to be Sumner, Trousdale, and Macon County. So a heads up to you folks. We're looking way down the line, even outside of the warning. A heads up to you folks in Lafayette. If this holds together, this could brush just past you. So start thinking of where your safe place is at. We've been saying it all evening, but I'll give you another reminder. This is going to be on the first floor of your home. You want to be away from windows. That's the most important thing. So think about a closet, a bathroom, something that really is going to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And then to go a step further, you can put things over your head, a cover, some pillows, if you have a helmet, shoes. These are all things that you're going to want to remember and take with you as you go into that safe place. But we're giving you that first alert. We're letting you know ahead of time, and we want you to take this serious. So we've seen these storms today. They have been, causing so much damage. Think back to the Montgomery County tornado we had earlier in Clarksville. That one has caused a lot of damage. We've seen damage in Davidson County as this same storm that has now passed Gallatin moved through. So lots going on today. This has just been an active day, and it's going to stay pretty active until this line moves through. So as Lisa was saying, we'd like to give you folks a all clear. So if you're back to the west, let's say areas like Waverly, Clarksville, Hopkinsville, Paris, not to say you won't see another shower, possibly even a storm back there, but I'd say the worst of the weather is now to your east. We do have severe thunderstorm warnings for the extreme southern tier of the mid-state, so that's going to be this orange box that you're seeing down here. and that is a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for many of our southern counties. Just some communities to name here: Linden, Hohenwald, Lawrenceburg. This is moving toward you. Lawrence County is not actually included in this warning for now, but it could be extended a little farther to the east. And then as we look to the north, this is where we've been seeing the rotation. Most of this has come from our western counties and northern counties, even extending into southern Kentucky. So my southern Kentucky folks watching, we have not forgot you. Let's check out these warnings that are to the north at this time. So we've got one in Allen County, Kentucky. This is right around Scottsville. And the good news here, the rotation is so broad, it's actually very weak rotation. Nonetheless, be in your safe place. Always treat a tornado warning with respect. You don't want to be caught off guard. We need you in your safe place as this moves through Allen County, Kentucky. So this is closing in on Scottsville. I'm going to lapse this just slowly to show you where that rotation's moving. So see where the red and greens are? That's actually where we have that rotation. And once again, this is just to the west of Scottsville, but it is very weak rotation compared to what we have farther to the south. So because this is still a confirmed tornado, I don't want to take my eyes off of it. We're not taking any chances with this storm that is about to move to the far eastern portion of Sumner County. This is going to cross into western Trousdale and western Macon County. This is that storm that had the confirmed tornado on it as it moved through Davidson County. We know that this impacted the southern part of Gallatin as well, and because of its history, we know that it can cycle, meaning, you know, it might weaken for a bit, but it could strengthen up just as quickly. And this particular storm, at least the rotation, is now moving over Highway 231. This is just to the south of Chipman. It's just to the west of Templo. It's moving toward Willard and Green Grove. And once again, it's crossing Highway 231, giving you an idea of where this is headed. Hawkins Branch Road, we've got Carr Branch Road, State Route 141, Elmer Dalton Road, Harris Branch Road, and then some communities, Pleasant Valley and Beach Hill down the road. So we're putting this, you know, on your radar ahead of time, quite literally, as this storm continues to move off to the east. Gallatin, the part of the storm that was rotating is now past you. Now, until that tornado warning is allowed to expire, I would stay in your safe place just out of an abundance of caution. We know the atmosphere is very primed today for severe weather and quick spin-ups, and we certainly don't want you to be caught under one of those. So with that being said, this particular tornado warning is confirmed. It goes until 5:45 p.m. This storm is moving off to the east-northeast at about 40 miles per hour and will continue to move on to possibly impact areas like Lafayette down the line. So, of course, that would be in Macon County. And you've got plenty of time to watch this as it goes toward your area. So this is just a reminder. You can download our app. You can take it with you into the closet. That's the free First Alert Weather app. You can find this in the App Store. It's a free download. We're streaming there. We're on Facebook. We're everywhere that you can find us, any streaming service. Turn up your volume. Get in your safe place. We've got you covered right here on WSMV 4.
All right, so we have, gosh, a much better view of what we had a little earlier. Things are seeming to quiet down a little bit. Some of these storms weakening somewhat. That is good news as we take a reset here with our First Alert live radar. Now, we're going to be going out to some reporters here in just a little bit. I'll let you know when we get to that, and we can take a look at some of the damage that our reporters are finding out in the field. But right now, we're still under a severe thunderstorm warning for folks here on this southern end of the whole system, and we find that including Linden down to Savannah. So we're looking ahead to folks there in Columbia and Lawrenceburg. You're going to be seeing some of the heavier downpours, the gusty winds with these storms. And then we follow that line up. Fairview, you're going to be getting some of that as well. This is going to be headed towards Spring Hill. And you can see right now it is starting to move into Nashville. This is the second line. Here's the good news. Back on the back side of this, around Dixon, you're almost out of it. Clarksville, you're out of it. Springfield, you've just got the rain right now. And Greenbrier, mostly out of it, just seeing some of the rain. So the all clear for all these communities that I'm calling now. If you're in Hendersonville, let's know that we've got still some storminess to go through. And in Nashville, you're not under a warning right now, but there are storms that are moving through. So wait until that passes by before you head out. This is where we still have the tornado warning in effect. And just as I said that, I can hear that rain coming over here in West Nashville. Here is our tornado warning that remains in effect. This is the one that that we tracked all the way through Hendersonville. Confirmed tornado with this storm. There's a lot of damage in Hendersonville. We've heard already with some folks maybe trapped inside their homes there. But here's what we're seeing right now. Much better than what we had a little earlier. We're checking some of our indicators of what's going on with the storm. And you can see
a little easier to see with reflectivity on this one.
Yes, it is a little easier to see, and you can see it right through there. That is the notch that where we think that tornado is. If it's still holding together, that is most likely where it is. It was really looked like a hook a bit earlier, less like that now, but certainly that is where that tornado is. We are under this tornado warning still, and you can see it around Templo right there. 56 and 40, so we've got right around 100-mile-per-hour winds, just under that. That's going to be headed to Green Grove and also over to Willard. So this is still a very dangerous storm. We want to wait till this is certainly passed before we call the all clear for folks here. If you're in Bethpage, it's just about beyond you. You've still got quite a bit of lightning out there right now. Here are some of the estimated arrival times with this storm as it moves over to Green Grove, 5:34 to Lafayette, 5:48 is the estimated arrival time. Macon County High School, 5:50. And then we take you on over to Webtown, 5:52. Gum Springs at 5:53. And then next stop, we'll take it to Galen, I believe is how you pronounce that, at 5:55. So if you're in these areas where that storm is now, it's going to be headed to you. Where that potential tornado is, it's going to be headed to you. So make sure you're in your safe spot. This is your early warning. You remain under this tornado warning. Now, you're not officially in Gum Springs and Lafayette in the warning right now, but we just want to give you a heads up that that storm is headed in your general direction. But here is where we're looking at that tornado that we've been tracking all the way through to Hendersonville. Of course, we don't have any confirmation it's still on the ground, but we know it has been. So we want to take that as very seriously as we can and make sure we're in that safe spot. What we're doing right now is taking a look at our storm threads. So one of the things that we find usually happening is when you get a tornado come through, you'll get the rain first, and then you'll see the hail, and oftentimes the tornadoes on the back side of that. But we're seeing some indications of 1.5-inch size hail, maybe a little bit smaller by the time it makes it to the ground. And then that was 2 inches an hour rainfall. That's if it sits in that same spot and just continues to rain. That's how much rain we would see from that storm. So this is kind of true to what we're seeing here, that we've got this hail core indicated by the pink, and then the tornado is right behind it. So that's what typically happens, is we will see the rain, the hail, and then followed by that tornado. So we want to make sure that you're hanging in there with us and staying in that safe spot. I know this has taken a long time, but we want to get that thing totally out of here. Look at this view. This is all the T's indicating confirmed tornadoes today, or where we had a tornado report. And we find a lot of those from Springfield, gosh, all the way down, curving back here into parts of southern Kentucky, back through Montgomery County, over to Stewart County, and even into Dixon County. We had a report of a tornado there. And then right here into Hendersonville as well, we had reports of tornadoes there too. And we know we've got damage there. We've already heard from some of their emergency managers in that area that we've had reports of tornado damage. And back over there, I was just going to point out quickly the hail that started initially with these storms you can see here, and we track them all the way across. Still tracking some strong severe thunderstorm potential here across the south. You can check our time there. It's 5:32, and this is a new warning that was just issued, and this is in effect until 6:15. So this is a new warning just issued that does include folks here who are in, let's see, that westernmost corner of Williamson County, includes Murray County, and then back over to portions, let's see here, of all the way back over into Perry County. So all these areas in here included in that warned area, including you in Hohenwald too. So you are under a severe thunderstorm warning right now until 6:15. And if this continues to track like we think it might, that's going to bring it into Franklin. We might get it into southern Davidson County too. So we'll be watching that real closely as well. Stefano?
Lisa, let me show you some video that we just got in from not that long ago. I think I need to turn my mic all the way on. But
can you turn your mic on, Stefano?
Yeah, I'm turning it on right now. So
okay.
Be on here in just a second.
All
Okay,
right.
so
there you go.
Here we go. All right, let me show you some video that we just got in. This is from Legacy Golf Course in Springfield. This is when the tornado was coming through. So what I have to do here is I kind of have to drag it over so you can get an idea. But look at that, Lisa.
Wow. Incredible.
And I can tell you in the video, you can hear the tornado sirens going off in the background. You obviously don't have the sound here, but you can see just how well shaped that tornado is. I mean, that is a power, and the power flashes too. If you look through very slowly, you can see the flashes from when it's blowing up those transformers. That's the powerful tornado. It went through Springfield. It's the one we were talking about that brought, I mean, terrible structural damage to some areas. You know, we had people trapped in their homes, but you can see with those intense power flashes. I mean, this has been a tremendous tornado outbreak for us here in the mid-state, and it's not over yet. The good news is, Lisa, like you said, a lot of these storms are starting to at least weaken down a little bit, so it's a good sign, but we still have this storm, which is still going to be problematic here. We'll see if the National Weather Service lets this continue on. Normally what we've been seeing is once they put another tornado warning inside of that, they might be expecting it to lift a little bit, but for now it's still considered on the ground.
Yes, and you know, we still had just a moment ago that easy to see hook that was still on the bottom of that storm. Yeah, it's easy to find it right through there. So that's still showing us the sign that it's there. We are now at 5:35, so just 10 more minutes on the warning, and we'll be looking for any indication if we're going to see that continued on. But that's the flashing warning there. That represents a particularly dangerous situation, a tornado emergency with this storm as it moved on towards the east. And this last update here doesn't look as menacing as what we had earlier. So we're always looking at the shape of this storm and to see if we see that hook, and we're not seeing it as well defined as it was a little bit earlier. As it continues to move on towards the northeast, going to be headed here into Macon County, right there around Lafayette too. Back all the way to Gallatin, you are still in the midst of a thunderstorm as we've still got the heavier rain. And the same goes for folks over in Hendersonville who are just trying to regroup here after we've had a tornado come through there. And we are looking at rain still falling in that area, and the storms continue all the way down here into Centerville. This was the latest warning that was issued until 6:15. Includes folks there from just south of Fairview all the way through to Centerville and down to Hohenwald right now. And then one more warning right down here to the south. Look at that in northern Lawrence County, and then another in Wayne County. So we're still tracking these storms for you and getting that bigger perspective one more time. Here is where we have the tornado warning. So that storm is continuing to move through here. Now we're going to keep a very close eye on this storm, but we have some folks out in the field who are giving us an idea of what's going on. So let's head over to, let's see, Amanda and also Marius for the latest on what's going on.
Lisa, Spencer, thank you. We have tons of crews out in the area covering our communities as these storms are passing here through the mid-state.
The National Weather Service calling this a catastrophic tornado outbreak. It's moved through many parts of the mid-state, and we have multiple confirmed tornadoes. Let's talk about some of the things that have been happening within the last few minutes here and show you video as well. Take a look at this. It is video of a tornado moving through Nashville, through Davidson County, right there on I-65, and you can kind of see it from this TDOT camera. We've had multiple explosions reported as a result of this.
Yeah, that is crossing Vietnam Veterans Boulevard. We had people have called in. They said they saw flipped cars out there, a lot of damage in that area, but that is a perspective that not a lot of people see. That is crossing an interstate right there.
All right, Springfield also having some issues. We know that search and rescue operations are underway there. Multiple people have been reported as being trapped, and we've got crews there as well.
Yes, we do. We want to get you out to Brendan Tierney. He's been in Springfield as these storms are blowing through. Brendan, what are you seeing out there right now?
Marius and Amanda, yeah, we have seen those search and rescue crews going through buildings out here searching for people that might be injured or trapped in their homes after that large tornado ripped through the area here. We're right along Memorial Boulevard, which is one of the hardest hit areas. Right behind me is a jewelry store that's just been completely destroyed. I talked with a woman whose sister was inside that building when the tornado came through. She had to be taken to the hospital. Her head was bleeding and her leg was severely injured. But that's just the start of it. I want you to take a look at this car over here that's completely flipped over. That car on its side still out here along Memorial Boulevard as the tornado came right through here. You're able to see power poles laying on the ground. Some of them still up, snapped in multiple places, going different directions with those strong winds coming through. That one right in front of an urgent care center. Behind it is a Kroger. We've talked with people who were out here saying that they were concerned as they heard those sirens going off, and they just tried to seek shelter. There's also a car shop out here, walls of it completely ripped apart by the winds that came through here, along with strong rain that has still been falling, as well as thunder and lightning that we are still seeing flashes of. I talked with some people a little bit ago that said there are also churches in the area that had significant damage, the roof ripped off of them from the storm coming through the area here. Luckily, we have been talking with people that heard those sirens, said they got to their safe place and were able to ride this storm out without getting hurt themselves. Definitely multiple people taken to the hospital. We just saw the gas company get out here on scene, hopefully to turn off the natural gas, because we had been getting that smell of gas as the power is also out here with all of these transformers that have blown. We'll, of course, continue to survey the damage out here and bring you the latest updates on air and over on our WSMV4 News app. But for now, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Brendan, we will be checking back in with you as the search and rescue continues in Springfield.
And we know a similar situation unfolding right now in Clarksville. Joylyn Bukovac is live for us this evening to walk us through what she's seeing there. We know there have been multiple reports of people injured, homes damaged or destroyed, buildings damaged or destroyed as well. You've been watching people go door to door to check on folks, Joylyn.
Yeah, that's right. It's a very frightening situation. Once I arrived, Clarksville police went into this house right here, making sure everyone was okay. And I did talk to this family. As you can see, there's a moving truck that's flipped onto its side, and it was pushed up against the house. I'm told that the daughter was in the house hiding at the time. She is okay, and everyone in that house is okay as well. But just about 5 houses down, there was a family who they heard the sirens, heard the wind, and then they ran downstairs to their safe place. That's when one of the boys in that home got hit with some glass, but they are okay, and they were able to get into their safe spot just in time. That's what the family told me whenever I talked to them. But a few more houses down the way where you see all of those first responders there, there is a heavy focus. I know you can't see because of all the lights and it's very dark, but there is a house that collapsed over there. And the family that I talked to just a few houses down, they said that they ran to help because they could hear a little girl screaming, saying that she was with her brother and she needed help, and they were able to get her out of that rubble as well. And I'm told they were eventually able to pull up that little boy. I have not confirmed his condition, but there have been a lot of people in tears. So right now, a lot of people are praying for that family. I'll be working to find out more about this situation as first responders continue checking door to door, making sure that they have all of the survivors and continue to looking for people under this debris. It seems like most of the houses with the worst damage are down this way, but there are houses this way that are missing roofs and that have some pretty heavy damage as well. But we'll continue bringing you the very latest updates as soon as we get them. But for now, reporting live in Clarksville, I'm Joylyn Bukovac, WSMV4.
Joylyn, thank you. That is tough to hear.
Oh, yeah,
That is tough to hear. We're in the holiday season. People were preparing for Christmas, and Mother Nature seemed to have her way with a lot of people here in the mid-state. We want to get you updated on some of the power outages. NES is reporting 23,400 people without power in the Nashville area, but within the region, over 65,000 people without power at this time.
Good news so far. Authorities are not giving us any information about confirmed fatalities, so that's the good news at this hour. Jordan James is live in Montgomery County for us right now as we continue to survey the damage there. Jordan?
Hey, Amanda, I just got here to Clarksville over the last 5 minutes. Right now, I'm located at Walnut Grove Missionary Baptist Church, and this site behind me truly shows what a lot of this community looks like as a result of that tornado that rolled through the area. As you can see, that the steeple has fell completely to the ground right in front of this church. The windows are busted out of the vehicles on the parking lot, and right next to the school is a fine arts school that is completely destroyed. We spoke with the man who oversees the school. He tells us that all of the equipment is damaged, and just 1 week ago, they had 300 kids there doing a play, and he said he feels fortunate that they were not there today when this storm rolled through the area. But right now, I can tell you that there is a lot of uncertainty in this community. A lot of folks are standing outside, talking to one another, wondering where they go from here after this. They say that the storms rolled through pretty fast. On one part of the town, you know, there's a lot of lights and things like that. But when you get to the northern part of this city, it's completely dark. Many folks are sitting out in their cars trying to figure out their next steps. We did check check in with the city officials, and they tell us that they're still assessing the damage, trying to determine the number of injuries. But I know the preliminary information that we got from officials were that several people were trapped, but they said those numbers were not as high as they initially anticipated. But it's fair to say that it's going to be a tough road to recovery for several people in this community as officials try to figure out where to go from here. For now, reporting here live in Clarksville, Jordan James, WSMV4.
Jordan, thank you so much. That damage that is sitting behind him, you know, it's dark right now. We can't see a lot of the damage that's happening in these communities that we're out there covering.
Imagine what it's going to look like when daylight comes. Let's talk about the last lingering threat right now. Cruz and Stefano are watching that for us in the Weather Center, guys.
All right, the good news here. Good news here is that one tornado warning that we had, that's going to be allowed to expire. It looks as though the worst of it has moved by and this tornado was lifted up. So that is great news. So we're happy to always deliver that, but we're not totally out of the woods now. We've still got some more thunderstorms, guys.
And we still have a tornado watch, actually, that's in effect until 11 o'clock, and that's for areas that are along and east of I-65. And it's actually still for parts of southern Middle Tennessee as well as those storms fire up. You know, they haven't been showing too many signs of rotation, but because of how, you know, quickly these storms have been doing that watch will probably hold true until 11 o'clock, or at least until all of these storms taper off. So it's been, as you see at the bottom, catastrophic.
It really has. It's been an active day, and with these tornado watches still active, this is not the time to let your guard down. Yes, we don't have any tornado warnings on the map for the first time in several hours, which is great news. That still should be a sign to you, though, to, you know, stay weather aware for the rest of this evening, as we could see additional strong storms develop as this line continues to move through. Lisa?
All right, so the good news here, Cruz, we want to tell everybody that where you don't see that yellow, you are good to go for tonight. I mean, the storms have passed you by in Clarksville, right over here through Cheatham County, back over into Dixon County, back to Waverly. But if you're off to the east, if you're in Nashville, you are still under that tornado watch for now and points eastward for sure, as we are still dealing with some storms right now. Here is where we did have that tornado warning that was in effect, that was just been allowed to expire. So let's take a closer look. Let's start with that, because we want folks there to know what's happening for them right now. So we'll zoom down here and probably have to switch back over to our other radar so we can get a little bit better perspective here of what's going on. There we go. And right around Lafayette, you've got some very heavy rain coming in. And I mean, this is a big lightning show too. So this is still a dangerous storm. We've got some gusty winds. We may be seeing some small size hail with this storm too. So just know that we're not totally done with what's going on at this point. All right, seems as though we have a new tornado warning, perhaps, if you want to check that and see if we have something new that has popped out. I saw the banner pop up there, so we're going to check that and give you the latest on there to see if that is indeed a new tornado warning. But we head right here into Nashville, and we're still dealing with some rain. It's moved over into the eastern part of the county right now, down through Brentwood. We've got that storm there, and then we scoot on down to around Fairview. Some heavy downpours for you, and here is a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect right now, and it's passed by you now in Centerville. This is in effect until 6:15, so we've got almost 30 more minutes with this storm as it moves to the east. That will be headed to Spring Hill. Columbia could be some of the areas impacted. A lot of lightning still with these storms, and we've also got a strong storm still in Wayne County. So let's grab that, Cruz, and scoot that up just a little bit so we can see those other couple of warnings here. This is the one that was in Wayne County, or I should say is in Wayne County, excuse me, and now is producing quite a bit of lightning. Another is in Lawrence County, and that's in the northern part of the county right now. So these couple of storms, a lot of lightning with both of those. This is going to swing by and probably clips there into Etheridge, and then Waynesboro. You're right in the thick of that right now, but the worst of the storm is just off to the south of you at this point. But by far, this is the area we're watching, and I thought we might have a new tornado warning. Looks as though this has regenerated a little bit, and I can see that just from looking at this radar. I mean, that hook was gone and now it's back again. This is around Lafayette. So a new tornado warning has been issued for you right here in Macon County, headed to you in Red Boiling Springs. What we're seeing here is, again, that rotation. we've got reds and greens close together. That means the storm is rotating. The question is it reaching all the way to the ground? Well, these storms have had a history of doing just that, as you know, and that hook is back once again. It kind of briefly went away there, but just east of Lafayette, you can see it again, and it is knocking on your door if you're in Red Boiling Springs. If you're in that community, please make sure that you are in your safe spot. I mean, this is just off to the west-southwest of you, continuing to move about 50 miles an hour, headed to Red Boiling Springs at 5:54. It's 5:48 right now, and then over to Leonard at 5:59. And to Hermitage Springs at 5:59. Union Hill, 6:04 is the estimated arrival time. To Clementsville, right around 6:04. Boyles at 6:08. Pine Hill, 6:08. Over to Moss at 6:10. Clay County High School, 6:16. And then over to Blythe at 6:17. So this is the area right now that remains under a tornado warning. So we want to make sure we're watching these storms. I mean, we already know, but seeing what our reporters are showing us, they have had a history of producing tornadoes. So we want to take this new tornado warning very, very seriously right through here. And I'm also seeing a little bit of a green box there. We've had a lot of rain in some of these areas. So now we do have a flood advisory in effect. So watch that. I hope you don't have to get out right now. Let's let this thing pass you by if you're in Bethpage, if you're in Westmoreland. But there could be some ponding on roads. We could have some water up over some of our roads because of our creeks and rivers and streams getting so much water in a short period of time. But our most dangerous storm that we have out here right now is the one that you see here that is on top of you in Lafayette at this point. So want to make sure you are in your safe spot there as this storm moves you by. And we can get a little closer in on that because I want to tell you some of these roads that we're seeing impacted here. This is right there around Holland Road, and scoot that frame up just a little bit, Cruz, so we can get out from under that banner. There we go. To around Sycamore Valley, Draper's Crossroads. It's going over to 52. King Hill Road is one of the roads that's going to be crossing. Also, it's not too far from Apple Tree Lane, Spring Street. So if any of these sound familiar to you, this is where this storm is going to be headed, or where it is right now. Red Boiling Springs, it is not far from you at all. Smith Chapel, another community, Jenkins Village, Bakerton, Leonard, all those areas are in line for what could be the next tornado that comes through, making its way on towards the east right now. So best place to be, where is it? It's going to be the lowest level of your home, a basement if you've got it. Or also you can get in a closet, or perhaps even in the bathtub of a bathroom that is away from windows. We don't want to be in there with the windows. That's going to be the most ideal place for you to be to keep you and your family safe. You can take blankets, you can take pillows in there, anything to help protect you from flying debris, because tornadoes are a little bit like a vacuum cleaner. They suck things up inside of them and then they throw them all out. So what we want you to do is protect yourself from that flying debris, especially your head, by using pillows, blankets, or a helmet. That can all help. And whenever there's a tornado warning, you don't want to be in a car or in a mobile home. Head over to a neighbor's place, or if you're driving, and of course that wouldn't be the case right now, but if you are driving, make sure that you go over to some type of sturdy structure, stop at a store, something like that, to get out of your car and away from this storm. But this is the most likely spot. If we're seeing a tornado right now, this is the most likely spot that is occurring there near Red Boiling Springs and continuing to head towards Hermitage Springs as well. A lot of heavy rain though coming down along this line. We've got the one flood advisory already in effect, and look at all these reports of tornadoes all the way through here. We've been showing you the pictures of the damage too. Just amazing what has happened this afternoon here across parts of Middle Tennessee. This is widespread. It's a widespread tornado outbreak for sure. And here we've got another severe thunderstorm warning in effect. By the way, with this, look at all these power outages. This map showing you where the more significant power outages are. And even in Davidson County, look at that, 14,000 power outages reported on this map. We had quite a few in Montgomery County, not surprising. Also over into Macon County too, not surprising there. This severe thunderstorm warning, including parts of Williamson County down to Murray County, in effect until 6:15. As this storm moves on to the east, that's going to swing by Hill and also around the Franklin area too as it marches eastward, and then down a little farther to the south. This is the one cell we've been tracking here in northern Lawrence, and that's continuing to move east-northeastward. A lot of lightning with that storm. And then over in Waynesboro, you've got this one moving through. A lot of lightning for you there. Folks in Clifton, folks in Savannah, in the western part of Wayne County, you are in the clear as that storm has moved to the east of you now. And many, many other areas are looking good. In Nashville, things are much better for you. Back to Waverly, no doubt, down to Linden, Clarksville. All these areas are for sure in the clear. The storm system is right here. And we do know that that front is passing through, and that's also having an impact on our temperatures, and we will continue to see that be the case. And I look to see more of those counties trimmed away. Now, there was a look at those temperatures. We can see if we've got any indicators right now, if you want to show that again, just how much cooler it is. I can already tell by looking at the green that we're starting to see that shift as opposed to the yellow where we're still in the 60s. We're in the 50s in some of these locations. Some of that's rain-cooled air, but we know there's some much cooler air that's going to be coming in. Our dew point temperatures, still very moist air mass out here for this time of year, and that is what's helping to fuel these storms as they move on to the east. And of course, those dew points are lower behind that. And basically what that means, that is a temperature that we use to measure how much moisture is in the air. So 60s, certainly higher than 50s, which is the drier air that is off to the west. We have had some rain come through, no doubt about it with these storms. That was one of the things that we thought would happen all along, is the heavy downpours. And you can see around Waverly, we've had around an inch plus of rain over to Dixon, looking there at around an inch, almost 2 inches of rain. This is helpful with the drought today, but we could have done without the tornado activity that we are still dealing with. So with that in mind, we still have one tornado warning that remains in effect right now. And that is right up here. Does include folks that are in Macon County. Extending eastward includes you in Salina, too, as the storm is marching eastward. Here is where we most likely had that circulation. It's right on top of you there in the Red Boiling Springs area and right off to the northwest. Those reds and greens close together like that. We've got rotation going on in that cloud, in that thunderstorm. And then the question is always, is it reaching the ground? But we want to wait to find out. We want to make sure we're taking precautions there. We've got Leonard at 602 and Hermitage Springs at 603, Clementstown at 608, and Union Hill at 609. These are the estimated arrival times at these locations, and then over to Pine Hill right around 6:15. So we're going to keep a close eye on this tornado warning, and let's see, checking that off time again. This remains in effect till what time was that, Stefano?
6:15.
6:15. All right, so we want to take a quick break away from this, but we're not going to be far away. We want to head back over to Marius and Amanda for the latest on what we're finding with all this outbreak that we've endured today.
Lisa, Spencer, thank you so much. And keep in mind, our First Alert weather team, they've been telling us about this storm since Wednesday.
Right.
They have been on top of this storm since it had started. And we want to tell you, anyone that has anyone out there driving, they can listen to us right now on WWTN. That's FM 99.7. They can have the very latest on this storm.
All right, the scope of the damage is becoming more clear as you share your pictures and videos. Lydia Fielder is on the alert desk with a look at some of that breathtaking footage. Lydia?
Yeah, so we have this radar behind me, but we're going to pull full screen some videos and pictures for you. We've been combing through as the night has gone on. This first video right here is sent to us from Sarah Brown, who lives on Longfellow Drive in Nashville. Those explosions off to the distance, possibly transformers blowing as that storm moves through the Nashville area. We want to go to another video now. We have, this home is in the Clarksville area. This is a picture, rather, in Montgomery County. This home completely destroyed. We heard city officials say homes were flattened by this tornado. This just an example of one of those, these images coming to us tonight. And that tornado that came through, we do have a time lapse of this from a traffic camera. I mean, it just shows you the size and the scope of this thing. We have showed this video a couple different times because we know city officials say that this tornado touched down around 1:35 this afternoon. So you're watching it on a time lapse again, move through the Clarksville area. It's just so breathtaking, so scary to see that too. And then we want to go to this most recent video showing damage from the tornado that went through Springfield. We did bring you a video of that tornado moving through the Legacy Golf Course and into us by Larry out there in Springfield. Well, now that it's getting dark, this is video of just some of the damage that left behind. Of course, our reporters are out in the field right now, getting video of this, talking to folks who are experiencing all this tonight. And we do want to talk about shelters that are open tonight. So first Clarksville was reporting that Pisgah was going to be open, the elementary school in Clarksville, for a shelter for those displaced tonight. However, that elementary does not have power, so they're saying that that is going to be at Northeast High School instead. It's a shelter for anyone displaced tonight in Clarksville. Also, we're talking about Manna. It's a cafe, rather, that is open in Clarksville tonight for anyone who needs to go because they've been displaced tonight. So now we want to get back to Lisa Spencer on the weather wall for us. Maurice and Amanda Hare are going to take it over from here.
Okay, we're hearing from Lisa that there is a new tornado warning that she wants to talk about, so let's pop over there. Lisa?
Yes, we have a new tornado warning just issued for Wayne County, the cell that we see right down here. We've been tracking this one. This has prompted severe thunderstorm warnings, and now we are seeing a tornado warning, and that is here. You can see just the back edge of it in Wayne County all the way over here into Lawrence County. But it's this cell that is producing the problem that we're seeing right now. And this is our storm wind speed. We might want to take off all that lightning so we can get a little better perspective here. But you can see the reds and the greens really close together in some of these spots. Now remember, in Wayne County, we're very far away from the radar site. So it is a little bit harder to detect some of these things when we are this far away from any of the radar sites, be it Nashville or Memphis. And we can see right through here, though, this is the worst part of the storm, and we're likely seeing some rotation right in this general area here. So that is right near you in Waynesboro, just really between Waynesboro and Collinwood, so the two bigger communities there. And we can track from there and get an idea of where this storm is going to be headed as it moves on towards the east-northeast. I know it's a little bit harder to depict, crews, where we're actually seeing some of that rotation taking place, but we'll try to figure out at least a general idea as the storm continues to move on toward the northeast right now. So heads up to folks over here in Etheridge and in Lawrenceburg. This storm is moving towards you in Lawrenceburg, so that's going to be to Flatwoods at 6:22, over to Lawrenceburg at 6:23, Lawrence County High School at 6:25, and Etheridge around 6:26. So if you're in these areas, please go on and head to that safe spot. Now I know we got some rural communities out here, but we do have some other locations where we know we've got some folks that want to make sure that you are in your safe spot. Go to the lowest interior room. A basement, if you have it, be sure to protect your head from any flying debris. Use pillows, blankets, and a helmet. And also make sure you are out of your car, out of your mobile home. And there are some mobile homes in that general area. So please, if you are in one, go to a neighbor's home tonight or head to a ditch outside. Just make sure it doesn't have water in it. But we just want you to be in a low-lying area, more protected from the potential tornado that we're seeing here down in Wayne County, and that continuing over into the storm exiting there in Lawrence County. But this one cell that we're watching is going to continue to track off there towards the east right now. So continuing to track that. And while we're here, let's go on and remind you there is a severe thunderstorm warning that continues in effect. That includes portions of Murray County and now making its way into Williamson County right through here. So we're looking for some very gusty winds with this, some lightning, and also some heavy downpours with this cell as well. Not seeing any signs of rotation right now with this. This is our storm wind speed, showing some pretty high winds, though. We're talking 40, 50, even 60-mile-per-hour winds estimated with this storm. That's why we are under a severe thunderstorm warning here, because of the wind damage you could sustain. And we track on up this line right here into Brentwood. Some heavy rain coming down for you, some lightning, a little bit lighter rain in Nashville right now up to Inglewood, and then right on over to around Mount Juliet. We've got some showers. We follow that line on up into Hunters Point area, right on over into Hartsville. We've got some heavy rain and a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for you if you're in Hartsville right now. And then we look right up here. This is the tornado warning that does include Macon County and Clay County that remains in effect, including folks there in Red Boiling Springs, including Hermitage Springs right now as it moves on towards the east. And checking those winds again, this is most likely where the circulation is right now in the Hermitage Springs area with this storm moving toward the east-northeast right now. And then there is a severe thunderstorm warning, even including parts of Tompkinsville at this point. Let's do a quick storm track on this one around Hermitage Springs there, Cruz, and show as this continues to move on some of the areas that might be impacted by this. About 40 mile per hour forward speed is what we're seeing right now with the storm. And we've got Clemensville that the storm could be headed to you at 6:06, Boyles at 6:11, and over to Moss at 6:15, to Clay County High School at 6:24, and Salina around 6:25. Pea Ridge around 6:30 with the storms continuing to hold together. So those are some of the communities that will be impacted by this possible tornado that we're seeing here. Not seeing this as tight a circulation as we'd had with some of the previous storms, but we still want to make sure that you're taking those precautions. It's passed by you in Crossroads, but folks over here in Clementsville and in Cherry Crossroads and in Denton's Crossroads, it could be impacting you. And then we'll go back one more time to that tornado warning we had that was over in Wayne County one more time, and we can see it right through here. We're just under our banner. There we go. And that again is a tornado warning for eastern Wayne County and including Lawrence County, and that is the latest warning to come out. So make sure that you're being extra careful there along 64. If you're right there, live along the highway, you want to make sure that you're staying inside till this storm passes you by and in your safe spot. So lowest level of the home, many walls as you can between you and the outside. Protect yourself from that debris. This is most likely where we're seeing the rotation right in through here. So that's what's going to be headed over to Etheridge before too much longer if it continues on that path, making its way into the Lawrence County area as well. So we're going to continue to watch both of these cells and keep you updated. We'll be popping back in from time to time. We're going to head back over to Amanda and Marius, and we'll come back and do an update here in just a few minutes.
All right, sounds good. We'll be keeping this up in the WSMV4 weather app as well, so you can be following along and tracking as we do there.
Yeah, we want to keep you updated on the NES power outages here in Nashville. Almost 26,000 people are without power right now, and that number is expected to grow as these storms continue.
My goodness. All right, Joylyn Bukovac has been watching what's going on in Clarksville. We're going to go out to her in just a moment. She's been talking with people all evening. She's been watching rescue crews go door to door looking for people who might need help. She's talked to people who heard children calling for help.
That was very emotional. She's talking about that, but right now she's live with an interview. Joylyn, who do you have?
Hi guys, I'm here near West Creek Elementary School, and the devastation in this neighborhood, it's hard to put into words. And I'm here with a neighbor, and can you let me know like what you saw and heard? I know you guys helped some people who really needed it.
Yeah, when we were in the basement, I'll be honest, I didn't really hear damage. I heard the storm, but it was over. You know, we were talking like 20, 30 seconds, so I opened the door, kind of looked out. I could see we were, you know, had some problems, and I started to walk out and walk through, and I was, you know, addressing our damage because the kitchen, you know, you're looking up at the sky. So I looked at that, but then I kind of glanced over and I could see that it was worse than I thought, and I saw my neighbor's house, so I ran over there real fast to check on him, and he was good. But then when I was walking away from his home, I looked to the left, and there were whole houses that are just gone. That like you mentioned, that gap, yeah, those were houses that were there. And that's where everybody kind of went to. You know, the neighbors were kind of flowing in from everywhere. And once we got down to that area, you know, we're asking for people to cry out, and then we could hear people. And some of them, unfortunately, we couldn't help. But there was a couple of kids that were able to be helped, and some of them, you know, you can't. But I was going to mention, you know, my wife Angie's a nurse. She was able to do some CPR, but she was not alone. There were medics. People were just coming from everywhere to help, and they were able to do what they could. When the emergency people came, of course, you know, you let them take over and do their jobs. But for a neighborhood, I mean, that was pretty traumatic and fast. I was very shocked at how fast that storm hit.
And what's going through your mind right now, just looking around and just, you said that you had just gotten home when you heard the tornado, and the next thing you know, your roof is gone.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I think what surprised me was how bad it was, but you don't hear that. And then when you walk out and you see it, it's unbelievable. I mean, it is quite a shock. Some of us have been in the military, so we've seen things similar. So some people haven't, though, and there were a lot of people around here that probably are going to need some, you know, some help, I'm sure, to get past some of this. And I know there's family that just got here. They were saying some of the family members that passed had just got here. So it's just crazy. And I've never been through a tornado, seen them. I've never lived in it like this. I was here when Clarksville got hit with the tornado downtown. So I had, I'd seen that, but not been in it. So yeah, like I said, we're fortunate. Insurance, we can get through this, but other folks, yeah, they lost a lot more.
Is there anything that you would like to tell, excuse me, that family?
Yeah, there's so many people out here right now going door to door. Some people have pictures, that are showing, hey, do you know this? So a lot of the kids all go to school together here. So we're able to, a lot of the kids are helping too. They're saying, hey, yeah, I know that kid. So I think everybody's doing what they can. If you don't really need to be down here, probably don't need to come down. But I think, once the names come out, whatever you can do for those folks, yeah, it's just tragic.
My heart goes out to those families, and thank you to your wife for stepping in her area of expertise and giving CPR right away without even questioning it.
She's really good.
Definitely. Well, thank you so much for your time, and I'll send it back to you guys in the studio. Again, very tough to hear. There's vast destruction, and as you just heard, it sounds like some lives were lost, but we don't have those numbers confirmed. We'll continue. I'm about to go make a phone call right now, and I'll bring you the very latest update once I get that. But for now, reporting live in Clarksville, I'm Joylyn Bukovac, WSMV4.
He is painting a grim scene there of what he saw tonight. And so, unfortunately, it sounds like he is alluding to serious injuries and possible fatalities. Yeah. We'll work to confirm that.
And very raw emotions of just thinking back of the things he witnessed as he came out of his house after these storms had passed. We want to get you to Briley Parkway and show you the scene there right now. There's an accident that's happening, as you can see on the left-hand side of your screen. Traffic completely shut down right there as first responders are on the scene right now.
Yeah, so we see a bunch of first responders there. They've got the roadway closed off. So this is Briley Parkway and Gallatin Pike. So just know that there is some sort of issue unfolding there. Our weather team is on standby to walk us through what's happening now. But first, we're going to pop over to Springfield. Brendan is kind of watching the situation there. We know they've been going through it too tonight.
And Brendan, the last time we checked in with you, you said there was a heavy emergency response, search and rescue going on. Churches have been damaged. What else have you learned?
Maurice, we've made our way to the other side of Memorial Boulevard at this point now, where buildings have just been completely leveled, including this Valvoline station behind me out here. You can see the walls of it just completely ripped apart. Pipes amongst the bricks, debris, and other rubble after this tornado ripped through the area. In the distance, there's an urgent care building that also, the back corner of it is ripped apart. A hotel on the other side. We saw people being evacuated evacuated out of. Another concerning bit out here is the Kroger building, the gas station here, with significant damage to it. We have not yet been able to get any information on if there were people out here in the area when the tornado came through. We're waiting to get an update from emergency officials right now, but the power outage is a big issue out here right now. Huge transformers that are down, ripped, just telephone poles snapped like they're toothpicks almost in the Springfield area from this tornado. And I had the opportunity to talk with a woman earlier whose sister was hurt during this tornado. She was hit in the head and also hurt her leg. And she was in a jewelry store right nearby working at the time the storm came through. Take a listen to her.
Well, I got a call from one of my sisters saying that the jewelry store had been hit, and my daddy started this in 1953, so they've just had their 70th anniversary, and we've been hearing the sirens going off, you know, all evening. And then one of my sisters works here. My youngest brother now owns it, and they took Celeste, one of my sisters, to the hospital, but we think she's going to be okay. The building's really damaged. It is. I think it looks like a total loss. But I know my two brothers were in there, and they were trying to get all the most valuable jewelry together, you know, and get it up.
How bad? Robin told me that she lives just less than a mile from here, over by the golf course. At her house, no damage at all. Luckily, she was able to get down into their safe place when they heard the tornado sirens going off. That's definitely not the case out here. As the power's out, they're directing people away from this area and continuing that search effort for anyone that might possibly be trapped underneath all of this rubble. Maurice, Amanda, we'll send it back to you.
Brendan Tierney, thank you so much. He's reporting in Springfield.
All right, we have some breaking news to share as we are learning multiple fatalities have now been confirmed in Montgomery County, and we know that Clarksville has just really been through it tonight. We even heard from Joy Lynn in her last report that a man described the life-saving efforts that have been unfolding there.
Yeah, we have seen huge structural damage there, and as crews go out and search, hopefully we'll get the good news coming out of this of people being rescued. But right now, this is a deadly storm that has passed through the mid-state.
All right, let's touch base with the weather team standing by for a latest look at what's happening now, guys.
We still have a couple of tornado warnings that remain in effect at this hour, so we're going to keep watching this radar for folks.
Yeah, that's right. So these storms, as they continue to move east, we know we still have that tornado watch in effect. And yes, I'm seeing a weakening trend in this line, but still we have an active tornado right now, and actually that might be two at this point, but still we're going to keep you updated as we go throughout this evening. We want to give you the latest on what's going on right now, and we'll start with the overall movement of this line and just give you a general overview, and then we'll jump into those warnings. Lisa?
All right, so what we're watching is this line, and really the timing is pretty close to what we were projecting that it would move through. It's stretched here to the north all the way down to the southwest, and we have a couple of tornado warnings that remain in effect, and we'll start first off with the one to the south. This is for Lawrence and Wayne County, and we find this continuing to track on towards the east, so it's right here that we're watching the storm. We're looking for any type of circulation that's still a part of this storm as it moves towards the east right now. This is in effect, by the way, until 6:30, and it's moving towards you if you're in the Etheridge area right there along 64. And we've got the reds and some greens, but I do want to remind you this is way away from the radar site, so it's always a little bit harder to pick things out. It's almost like between where we've got the Nashville radar and the Memphis radar and our own First Alert Live radar. So it's down here in an area that's hard to see. Flatwoods, this storm is going to be headed to you at 6:26, Etheridge at 6:30, Liberty Hill at 6:38, and right on over to Campbellsville at 6:43. Continuing to move on this track, it'll be in those communities at this time. So if you're in that area and it looks like they just trimmed it up maybe just a little bit, it's going to be moving into Lawrence County, well, it is right now, and headed towards the Etheridge community. So this is our tornado warning that remains in effect until 6:30. Now, we've also been tracking right up this line several severe thunderstorm warnings. Now, some of those have been allowed to expire, but you can still see some heavy rain, a lot of lightning headed now into Spring Hill, also into Franklin, up to Brentwood, and eventually into Smyrna. And then also notice the green here. That is a flood advisory that has been issued. Too much rain in a short period of time coming down here for folks there in Hendersonville, Gallatin, back over over to Ashland City. So watch out if you have to get out and about tonight. We hope you don't have to get out in some of these areas that have been prone to flooding because of the heavy rain today. But just be advised that we could have some water over roads. Now we head right on up that line. We're in Hartsville now. You've got the heavy downpours here, gusty winds coming through, and a lot of lightning. That continues right on up to Lafayette and then right on over here into Tompkinsville. This is now where we have a tornado warning. So it moved out of the Middle Tennessee area and over that state line into Tompkinsville, moving on towards the northeast. And here's where we likely would see some of the circulation right there as the storm tracks off northeastward right now. So that tornado warning remaining in effect could be headed to you in the Burkesville area and also around the Kettle area too. We track these storms moving to the east-northeast at about 50 miles an hour. And here's an idea on the timeline of when these storms will be moving to these different areas. Right around Blythe at 6:24, Leslie at 6:35, Kettle at 6:37, or if you're in the Burkesville community around 6:39 as this continues to move on this track right now at this rate of speed. So these are the areas where this will be headed to. And we'll pull out and show you that big view again because we've got some new information over to Cruz.
Yeah, so we just found out that we have one dead from the storm that did move through the Nashville metro area. So that was in Davidson County, just north of the city. Of course, we're going to continue to work to confirm the details. I'm sure that there will be other reports that will bring you regarding injuries and hopefully no more fatalities. But if that is the case, of course, we're going to let you know for the rest of the evening. Now, the good news here, Lisa and I have been walking you through these storms, where they're going, where they're at right now. And I am seeing a weakening trend. I don't want to, jinx it there, but we're not seeing this lit up like a radar like we were, or like a Christmas tree like we were earlier. So yes, we still have a few warnings. There's the one in Lawrence County. There's also the one in southern Kentucky that we have. So Monroe County and Kentucky. These are the two active tornado warnings that we have. There is at least some broad rotation within them, but nothing too concerning at this point. Still, we don't want you to let your guard down just because I'm saying that. We still want you to respect that there are active warnings and make sure that you have yourself and your family in your safe place. And we'll get back to where these tornado warnings are at right now. So here's the one in Lawrence County. Lisa, I'll let you take it from here.
All right. So the one in Lawrence County, we see it here. Really does not look anything like what some of the storms did earlier today, but we also have to keep in mind that the earth is curved, right? So when you're shooting out a straight radar beam, the farther away from that radar, the more of the top of the thunderstorm you're seeing. So it doesn't give us as good a definition when you're kind of in between those two. So we always want to point that out. But right here on our rotation detector, we think it most likely is in this area where we're seeing that rotation take place. So right in through here along 64, headed to you in Etheridge. So if you're in Etheridge, if you know someone in Etheridge, please make sure they are aware that these storms are headed in their direction and will continue to track across with the potential of producing a tornado. They've got some gusty winds. They've got a lot of lightning, even without a tornado. So please make sure that you are in your safe spot. And of course, we remind you that that is going to be the lowest level of your home, putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible. So basically a bathroom, a closet. If you've got a stairwell that has a closet underneath it, those are ideal places to go. And we don't need to waste time doing this, but if you have a pillow or a blanket or a helmet you can take in there with you, that always is helpful. And if you do live in a mobile home, if you have time at this point, please go to a neighbor's house, somewhere safer, because mobile homes tend to flip during tornadoes. Even if they have straps that strap them down, they do tend to flip whenever you've got a 90+ mile/hour wind coming through. So do take that precaution. We still have this tornado warning in effect until 6:30 as this line continues to lift on towards the northeast. And of course, stormy weather is with us right as we look in east of Hohenwald, and then right on up here into Columbia and Murray County and over to Spring Hill. The Spring Hill Christmas parade was postponed to next week. Good idea today because of those storms coming through right now. And then we scoot on up there around Thompson Station. We're seeing some more of that heavy rain, the gusty winds up to Leapers Forks, Cool Springs, all the way into Brentwood. headed over to Laverne and Smyrna, and then you're getting a lot of that heavier rain right now in Mount Juliet. And we remind you there is a flood advisory from Ashland City to Jolton over to around Hendersonville up to Gallatin, and that is in effect because we had so much rain in a short period of time. We'll check those rainfall totals in just a second. Now we follow this line right on up here into the Hartsville area and up to Lafayette. But the good news here, even though we've got storms, we're not seeing that rotation in these communities like we had earlier. You are not under a tornado warning anymore. That severe weather has lifted up to the north, and you can see it's now moving out of our viewing area. Tompkinsville is still in it, but we're going to see this continue to press on towards the east and just a little bit more, and it will be out of our reach here at WSMV 4. But right now, the rotation is here. It's headed up to you in Burkesville, also around the Kettle area, too. So if you're in those communities, just know that that's going to be coming to you very, very shortly here. A new timeline on that is going to show you around Kettle at 6:35, Burkesville at 6:38, Albany at 6:51. That's the estimated arrival time for this storm. And this is going to be in effect for, let's see, what is that timeline on this? And it looks like a new severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued, too. Timeline there is it's going to expire at 6:30. But also another severe thunderstorm warning has been issued and likely to replace that tornado warning with that cell that is still there. So it is showing some signs of weakening. We can tell that here by the circulation is very, very broad. Let's pop down there and check those rainfall totals in that flood advisory area before we throw it back over to Marius and Amanda. So we are looking at Gallatin and also into Hendersonville. These are some areas that had a lot of rain, and look at this, from Ashland City all the way up to Westmoreland, quite a bit of rain coming down. So this was one of the areas to get most of the rain, a couple of inches. This was needed rain in respect that we're still under a severe drought, but certainly not so great when folks are out trying to travel around tonight. And hopefully that's not going to be the case. You can wait till these storms are totally out of the way before you get out and about. Just keep in mind that it takes that water a little longer to go away, even though the storms have pushed towards the east, if there indeed is some water standing over the road. But that flood advisory is going to remain in effect for a little while longer as we go into the evening. Let's put it all back together again, show you that reflectivity and our line of storms that stretches right through here. We still have to watch out up here in southern Kentucky around the Tompkinsville area for that part of the storm, and still paying attention to what's going on down in Lawrence County. We'll keep you advised, and we'll come back with an update here in just a few minutes. But let's head back over to Marius and Amanda.
Lisa, Spencer, thank you once again. It's with heavy hearts that we remind you this is now a deadly storm. We know we have multiple fatalities in Montgomery County, as well as one fatality in the Nashville metro area.
All right, Lauren Lowry is joining us live. She's out in the field for us this evening. And Lauren is in Hendersonville, where we know that there was also a confirmed tornado. Lauren, what are you seeing there?
Yeah, you guys, I'm joining you by phone right now. It's taken us almost an hour to get just from Nashville all the way up here to Hendersonville. When we were exiting off of I-65, going to 368 Rivergate Mall, that was the point right there where we completely lost power. Everything was completely black at that point. When we exited onto Main Street, or 31 right here, trying to get into Hendersonville, it's taken 30 minutes to go almost a mile. And we just got to the place of the outages for people in Hendersonville, and it's concentrated right around New Shackle Island Road. So there, I'm looking at, I'd say probably 6 or 7 police cars, multiple fire engines right now, right here at this intersection of Main Street and New Shackle Island Road. And I don't know what's beyond that, but I will tell you, it's got to be something serious, because everyone is being diverted away from it. We do know we had a confirmed tornado here, and so we're going to do our best to begin trying to show you what we see. But as we've gotten closer and closer down Main Street, closer to New Shackle Island Road, we started to see those telltale signs. Actually, we pulled into what looks like the Pita Pocket and a vape shop right here, very close to, again, New Shackle Island Road. And what it is, I'm seeing the people who are either who own the buildings or who are leasing these places, but they're standing inside their shops, looking out their broken windows. And I just can't help but think these people are trying to protect everything they have in their businesses right now. So restaurants up and down the street, same thing, right? I've seen a huge HVAC unit that would be a commercial-sized HVAC unit on the ground. I can only imagine it's either picked up from either ground level, or sometimes you see those things installed on rooftops. either way, there is a building here that I'm looking at that has completely lost its HVAC unit, and it's on the ground. Thankfully, it's not in the road where people can still drive by, but definitely a lot of damage. Again, I can only see as far as I can. At this point, they shut down what I believe to be the main source of the damage up the road. So you guys, I'm going to hop out of the car since we were just able to put it in park. I'm going to talk to some people that I see standing around seeing, just holding their flashlights, trying to protect what they've got here. I'll send it back to you for right now, Marty and Amanda.
All right. Yeah, Lauren, thank you so much for that report, and we'll continue to follow as you learn more there in Hendersonville. We did hear from Lisa earlier that there were reports of injuries and people who had potentially been trapped, so we'll continue to follow that development.
Yeah, but right now we want to get you out to Joylyn Bukovac, who's in Montgomery County. Joylyn, the last time we saw you, you had a very emotional interview with a man who came out and helped some of his neighbors there. A lot of damage in that area. Once again, we found out there's multiple fatalities in Montgomery County. We want to send it back to you and give us what you've been finding out.
Yeah, that man that you were talking about, his wife actually jumped in to help. She's a nurse in the area, and she ran right over here where there are at least one house that's been completely leveled, if not two houses. It's really hard to see in the dark. There is a pretty large gap where there were at least one house there, and like I said, the man that we just talked to the last time you saw me, his wife, him and his wife, they both ran over there to help. They could hear a little girl's voice, and they were able to get her out, and they could hear some other people's voices as well, but then they also saw some people who were unresponsive. His wife, Angie, she jumped in to help right away doing CPR, but they did allude to not being able to revive and bring those people out of being unresponsive. So we're working to confirm more information about that, but it's a very sad situation. This is near Whites Creek Elementary School, a subdivision near that school. This is Henry Place Boulevard, and I've been seeing people just huddling together, crying, praying, and just really coming together, because what these neighbors have seen today, it's hard for any of us to wrap our minds around it. I've been told that this tornado came out just so fast. The man that we talked to the last time that you saw me, he said that he could hear a rumbling sound. He didn't hear any sirens, but then right away he knew what was going on whenever he saw a funnel cloud and he saw power going out. He knew it was time to get into a safe spot, so that's what he did. And then just about 15 or 20 seconds later, that's when their neighborhood was hit, and they came out to see all of this. You can see there's a moving truck that's been flipped on its side, and it's been pressed against this house here. And I talked to the family who lives in that house, and they said they were supposed to move tomorrow, and that's why that moving truck was out in front of their home. Luckily, everyone in that house was okay, but again, just about 5 doors down, there was another house that had a family where they said that they knew what was going on. They could hear the storm, and they ran downstairs, and before they could get in their safe spot, they were being hit by glass, but they were able to get into their safe spot before the tornado came through this street and this neighborhood, and they were able to stay safe. But then just a few houses down from that, that's where a house was completely leveled, and that's where people were doing CPR trying to save those who, I'm told, they just moved to the area actually. So again, we're going to be out here learning more about what happened, but as you can see, lots of damage. There's lots of debris, there's wood, there's cars that have been damaged as well. But really what I'm hearing here is everyone is coming together right now as a neighborhood, as a community. They're helping one another, and a lot of people's hearts and prayers are going out to the family who the families who did lose people, because like we said, we do have these at least a few fatalities confirmed here in Montgomery County. We're still working on finding out an exact number, but we do know that people have lost their lives here in Clarksville. And the neighbors who live in these homes where they're missing roofs and there's damage to the house, they're telling me that all of that's replaceable, and their hearts and prayers are going out to the families who did lose loved ones here today. Reporting live in Clarksville, I'm Joylyn Bukovac, WSMV 4.
Joylyn, thank you. Neighbors helping neighbors, neighbors consoling neighbors. this is what you see after events like this.
Yeah, multiple people confirmed dead in Montgomery County. One person confirmed dead in Nashville because of these storms. We do know that some people are telling us they're on lockdown at Opry Mills Mall right now because of the storms. We're going to continue to follow that. We're also watching what's coming next. Our weather team is here on standby, guys.
We are tracking one more tornado warning that remains in effect. It's just down to the south of us over in Alabama.
But, you know, still something to pay very close attention to because of the history that these tornado-warned storms have been producing. And by the way, we're not totally done elsewhere. Things are sub-severe, but we still have a lot of heavier rainfall in some spots. And then, of course, you know, on the backside of this, you deal with the big chill that's coming to end the weekend and for early next week.
Yeah, so there's a lot of twists and turns in the forecast and what it looks like over the next 12 to 24 hours. But we'll start with what's going on right now, and know that we still have that tornado watch in effect for most of our eastern counties. I'd say for areas east of I-65 until 11 p.m. tonight. Here is that tornado watch. Thank you, Stefano. Once again, this goes until 11 tonight, but we do want to get back to the radar and let you know where the storms are at, where they're headed. Are you in the clear? Meteorologist Lisa Spence is going to answer all of these questions for you in just a moment. Lisa.
All right. Hey, let's go back to that watch one more time because I do want to show some folks one thing real quick about that watch. We did get word from the National Weather Service that it may be extended time-wise. The edge here is set to expire at 11 o'clock, so it may be extended to midnight. So we'll keep you updated on that just because the speed of the storms right now. But anybody here to the west is in the clear. Waverly, Clarksville, any of these locations. And we may see a few more of these counties dropped off as we see more of the storms move towards the east. Now let's get back to that First Alert Live radar, and we'll take you down south first off because we want to interrogate that storm that is now across portions of, well, just over the state line in Alabama. But you know how these storms move. They move up from Alabama. So that's why we're watching the storm that you see right here tracking towards the northeast, and that will be moving into Lawrence and Giles County if it continues on this path moving toward the northeast. And we check it right here. This would be where that circulation is if we do have any that is just south of Lexington in Kentucky and moving up towards the northeast. So we'll watch this closely. Here's that most likely circulation area. So this would be impacting some of our viewers here in Lawrence County and also in Giles County if it continues to hold together. We can do a storm track and see if we can get one that gets us all the way into the state here. And you can see that hook too on the back end of that storm as it moves towards the northeast. A little easier to see there on the reflectivity. Now, moving in this general direction, that's going to take it right on over to Anderson at 6:47 and right around Minor Hill at 6:59. So here into Giles County by the time we get to 7 o'clock. So we're going to watch that closely, keep tabs on it to see if it still continues to hold together. Now, we mentioned that we weren't quite done with these storms yet, and that is certainly the case. We do not have any warnings right here now around Lawrenceburg. Fortunately, that warning has been allowed to expire. Oops, there we go. But a brand new severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued. This is in effect until 7 o'clock. I thought I saw that severe thunderstorm warning pop up there. So this will include portions of Lawrence County and Giles County. This takes the place of that severe or that tornado warning we had just a few minutes ago that has been allowed to expire. So we're going to watch that for you. With this, gusty winds, also some lightning we could see there. And then let's walk right on up this line to Columbia. Heavy downpours right on over into Franklin and then up to Smyrna. You're about to get some of the heavier downpours. Nashville, you are totally in the clear. All of this rain has moved on out of your hair. Just some light showers left out there now. But the heavier rain is over here in Lebanon and then continuing right on up into Lafayette. We've got some of the heavier rain. So if you're over in Gallatin, if you're in Hendersonville, the threat of more severe weather has passed you by. It's just the lighter rain. And then we follow that line right on up here into Salina and some of the heavier downpours coming here. This is Tompkinsville, and just some lighter rain right now. The threat of that storm has moved eastward and is now a severe thunderstorm warning that remains in effect here for Burkesville. So that's the way things are looking right now across the mid-state. Definitely a much quieter sight, and we lost our reflectivity there for just a second, but Cruz will get that back on in just a moment, and we'll show you that bigger view once again of where these storms are at this point. Do we need to pop back over to the anchors for a few minutes?
No, I was Trying to pull this up
gotcha.
for you. So I just want to kind of set the stage here, and Lisa, you could even talk through it if you wanted to. So she was just kind of sounding the all clear for those areas, basically back to the west of Nashville. We know that those were areas that got pounded by those storms. That was where we had some of the most severe weather, but notice how the temperatures are already starting to cool down. So this is stabilizing the air, and where it's still a little bit milder in those 60s off toward Lebanon, Murfreesboro, these are areas that we still want to watch out for as we go throughout the rest of the evening and into tonight for possible, more severe weather. But for the time being, to the west of this main line right now, we are sounding the all clear for those folks in far western counties here in Middle Tennessee and southwest Kentucky.
It doesn't mean that we won't have a little bit of rain around Hopkinsville and Clarksville. You'll see a little bit more rain, but in terms of any severe weather, it's to the east. But we're going to be right here. We'll be popping right back in if we have any other warnings issue. Let's head back over to Amanda and Marius.
Lisa, Spencer, thank you so much. We want to remind you that NES, almost 42,000 people are without power right now in the Nashville area. We also want you to tell you that it is hard for crews to get around with all the damage out there. They are telling us that if you don't need to be out, please don't get out. They're trying to do search and rescues right now in some of those hard-hit areas, and the more people that they have to deal with, the longer it's going to take them to get to the people that need help.
And our own crews are finding it difficult to make travel swiftly. So in particular, Dryden Quigley, I mean, she's been trying to get to certain areas all afternoon and evening, and she's been one of the crews that's in Montgomery County.
Yeah.
We've got them all over the area because this is such an intense situation happening there. She is joining us with a little bit more of the damage and the search and rescue effort that's underway there. Dryden?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's really hard to get over here right now. All the streets are closed. We're in this area around Garrettsburg Road, so we had to walk about half a mile here. All the power is out because of the downed power lines, so you can see just a few people walking around with their flashlights, with their phones out, but it really is a very eerily quiet ghost town. A ton of damage over here. Over here you can see part of either a wall, maybe a shed that completely flew over this fence. There's a tree over here that's down. I mean, we've walked around and seen roofs off of buildings. It's hard now in the dark, but completely ripped off. We talked to one family that said luckily they were all okay, but half of their house was missing. When they first got back there, the first thing they looked for were their grandfather's ashes, which luckily they were able to find. Now, we caught them as they were walking back. They were pulling carts of suitcases of their clothes and anything they were able to gather out of their house because they're all being told to, get out of this area for now while there isn't any power here, but they're not allowed to bring their cars here. So they're all walking on foot, bringing these things with them. Again, we've heard there were multiple fatalities and a lot of injuries and damage as well, but we're still working to learn just how many injuries there have been. We'll have more coming up soon. But for now, back to you guys.
Yeah, multiple deaths there in Montgomery County and at least one death in Metro Nashville. The number in Montgomery County has not yet been confirmed, but we are continuing to be in contact with emergency management as they try to learn more about the full scope and scale of the situation there.
And the stories that we're hearing coming out of Montgomery County, we had Jordan James by a church that was just completely destroyed. We had Joylene Quigley in a neighborhood by Wrights Creek Elementary School where neighbors are consoling each other. They've seen a lot out there today.
Yeah, they're like painting a picture of just absolute chaos and a frantic search for survivors, a frantic attempt to try to save people. We're hearing from neighbors that say, my wife was doing CPR, and in some cases, it just wasn't enough. They weren't able to save certain people.
Yeah, and she said that people are gathering and consoling each other, and wow.
Well, another place that we're focusing on is Hendersonville. We know that a tornado is confirmed to have moved through there. We've been hearing a lot from Lauren Lowry, who is in Hendersonville. It took her a hot minute to get there because it's been tricky navigating some of the roads.
Lauren, what are you seeing out there? You described what you on the phone earlier. Now you are boots on the ground, literally. What are you seeing?
I'm seeing a lot of buildings that have been torn to pieces. I want to introduce you to Mina because Mina was inside a restaurant here behind me as this storm came through. And I don't know, my photographer, Jason Klaus, even behind me, you can see the restaurant he was inside of when all of this happened. Mina, tell me what was going on inside the restaurant when everything started going through.
this restaurant. When I stay in the window, I look out in the window. I want to look outside. What happened? I see the doors is like close, open, and it's too much powerful. And I look it out. I gonna check about the TV inside. Maybe something happened or like that. I'm gonna check for Wi-Fi, internet is working or is not working. And I just move like 1 second. For that, I hear something like boom. All the glass is coming inside. Is like is very fast in coming inside. If I didn't move from the window, I'm gonna dead today. Right. But I just say thank you, Jesus.
Yeah, let's walk closer to the restaurant if we can. Hopefully you guys don't lose our signal, but this is what he's talking about that came through the window where he was looking. And then they were explaining to me too, there's a Mexican restaurant right next to where we're standing, and that Mexican restaurant's roof actually came off and came onto this other building's roof. So they've had a roof that's now come onto theirs. They've had a car that's in this parking lot that's moved. I imagine this was pretty scary for you as you were going through it.
Very scary. I'm too much scared. My heart is make like vibration now, and I'm too much afraid now. But I can't say anything. I just say thank you, Jesus. He's gonna help me. And something talk in my head tell me move inside, move inside. I just move it inside. Just 1 second. I hear everything is like boom. I hear all the window, all the glass is going fast inside in the kitchen also.
Well, it's scary. I'm sorry we're having to meet under these circumstances, and I hope the best for you as you guys rebuild. As you've pointed out, you have your life, which is the incredible part tonight.
I just say I hope to everybody is gonna be good. I don't want everybody hurt for that happened now, and I want to tell everybody just say to Jesus today you need to everybody say to Jesus, thank you for helping me, thank you for saving me. I'm so happy for Jesus helped me. He just talked in my head. He told me go inside, go inside. I just moved inside. Everything is bad. Everything, all the glass coming very fast inside. If I didn't move, I will dead today.
Well, Mina, thanks so much for talking to me tonight. Just down the road here, we've got New Shackle Island Road that's closed down. Just a few minutes after I was able to do a live report for you guys, we were able to pull out the camera and actually zoom in to what it is that's actually closing that road down. It's because there are power lines down on the road. Just right now, you're seeing an ambulance come down the road. There's always activity right now.
All right, having some issues there with
Street.
Okay, hopefully we can try and get back to Lauren because she's doing a great job just kind of walking us through what they're experiencing there in Hendersonville. That man said had he not moved in that second, he would have lost his life.
And you see all the damage, all the structural things that were coming through the window. He says so 1 second. And he would have been gone.
All right, people in Montgomery County not as lucky. We know that multiple people have now been confirmed dead there.
Joylyn, very emotional out there as you talk to people in that community who some say that they've experienced loss.
Yeah, that's right. We've been showing you the damage, and it is vast. You can see there was a moving truck right over here that got flipped over onto its side, and there's homes missing roofs, and just down the way over here, there was a house that was leveled. And we talked to a man who said that he and his wife both ran over there, and the wife is a nurse, and she did CPR trying to revive some people, and in some cases, those people remained unresponsive, and this is a deadly tornado that swept through Clarksville. And we do have some neighbors really joining together, and you guys you've been checking on some people that live down the street. This is Henry Place near Whites Creek Elementary School. And what are you guys doing out here?
Hi, ma'am. Can I take this?
Oh, I'll hold it for you.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. So we're just out here trying to help the community. Me and my friends were all in 126 here at Fort Campbell in the Army, and I was coming up from Nashville on 24 when the tornado hit. I called everybody, and we got all of our medical supplies given to us from the Army and whatnot. You can see, I've got IFAC and tourniquets on me, so anything anybody needs. We have cases of water, foods, MRE. We've hit 3 subdivisions. This is our 3rd stop, and we're just going through houses, trying to get belongings, trying to get people's, necessities in and out. We have a friend right now giving a family a ride to a hotel through their insurance so everyone can get home safely. And I'm just happy to see that the better half of this is people are still alive and not totally injured. The exponential damage has just been absolutely outrageous, and I'm blessed to still have a home, and I can't say the same for some of these people, so this is the least that we can do is just be out here to help the community.
Definitely. And can you describe some of the damage that you've seen in this subdivision and the others that you've been to?
Yeah, absolutely. So especially in this subdivision, I think as you just aforementioned, there's a leveled house. We've seen vehicles strung along the roads. We just helped a lady tape up her windows for her Jeep. There's glass everywhere. She's trying to transport her kids, and we couldn't have that, children and glass. In other subdivisions as well, water damage. There's leaks, power lines everywhere. So I'm just telling everybody that see this for the next couple of days, be safe, be careful, stay away from any kind of lines. The whole town, especially from Tiny Town where we live, all the way up to Peacher's Mill and up to Gate 1 by Fort Campbell and Jack Miller Boulevard. Be safe, be careful, because there's just absolutely hell rained everywhere. This has been a deadly tornado, and the least I don't have any other words really. I think everyone's kind of at a loss of words and kind of speechless as to the damage that the community's faced. So everyone's kind of feeling the reparations of this. So, I mean, a group of guys out here is the least we can do.
It's true. In Clarksville, I mean, it's a pretty big town, but also it has the small town vibes where everyone comes together.
Yeah, and everybody knows each other.
Definitely. And whenever you heard that some people here in Clarksville lost their lives in this tornado, what was going through your mind?
To go through, first thing going through my mind is hearing when people have lost their lives or there's injured is I got to get out there and I got to help. I'm blessed to be completely uninjured and to be unaffected by this tornado. I can't thank God enough, but to hear that, there are people out there, whether I know them or not. I don't know any of the people we've helped today, but I feel a connection through them. We all live together. We're all here together, and as many people as we can get out here to help. Help families grieve, help families get, their belongings, the things they need, the things they love. That's really all that matters.
Well, thank you so much for your time, and thank you guys for doing what you're doing, helping your neighbors, and I'm sure it really means a lot to these families.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
You stay
We're glad
safe.
to be out here.
Definitely. Well, as you guys can see, there's been a lot of damage here in Clarksville. Lives have been lost here today in Clarksville, but that has not stopped people in the community to come out. Even though it's raining and it's cold, people are coming out and helping their neighbors, making sure everyone's taken care of. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Joylyn, thank you. He described it as hell rained everywhere. Him and his friends went around to neighborhoods helping all the people they can. They didn't know anyone. They just wanted to help out.
If that doesn't paint a picture, I don't know what does.
Yeah.
So many people in true need tonight for a safe place to go. Lydia Fielder is on the alert desk with a look at all the different options that are out there for people who need help tonight, Lydia.
Yeah, Amanda Marius, obviously lots of folks looking for places to go. We've also seen a lot of people reaching out saying, hey, where can we help? Where can we send people if we know people who are looking for spaces? So I'm not sure if we have this graphic or not yet, but I will verbally tell you the first and the biggest shelter is that Red Cross shelter. Here it is at Northeast High School there in Clarksville. These are all shelters in Clarksville tonight. We're working on finding other places as well, so we're adding them as we learn. Mosaic Church is actually set up as a command center for all the emergency personnel in the North Clarksville area. Also a shelter there. They are going to cancel all their services in the morning as well, tomorrow morning being Sunday, so that they can help and service community there. If you need a space, Mosaic Church is open. A space called Manna Cafe Ministries is going to be open tonight. They have beds as well as a place called Transformation Title and Escrow. This is a 7,000 square foot office. This woman, starting tomorrow morning, is going to be serving hot breakfast, snacks. She'll have hot showers, she says, meals. She'll be able to house about 80 people tomorrow night and 50 people per meal tomorrow. So again, these are all spaces in Clarksville that folks can go. If you know someone in Clarksville, or if you just can screenshot this and you want to share this on your socials as well, share it with people that need to know where to go. This is for that purpose tonight, and we're going to keep updating this list as we learn more.
Lydia Fielder, thank you so much. It is heartening to see how many people are coming together to help this community in need, especially in Montgomery County. They are going to need a lot of help up there.
They're going to need a lot tonight and in the coming days and weeks as well. Jordan James is live for us in Clarksville this evening with a look at damage from another area, and you're hearing all sorts of stories out there, Jordan.
Yeah, Amanda, that's right. We're here on the parking lot of Walnut Grove Missionary Baptist Church, where this church has seen extensive damage as a result of this tornado. I'm going to step out of the way to give you guys at home a better look at what we're seeing. And talking with church leaders and people in the immediate area, they say that the wind caused the steeple to blow to the building adjacent to it, which is Clarksville School of Fine Arts. The building is completely destroyed. A man who owns the school tells us that at the time when this tornado hit, someone was riding the storm out in the parking lot. Thankfully, they did survive. However, that was not the case for some folks in Montgomery County, as we have been reporting. Unfortunately, some people did die. We're still working to confirm that number at this time. But back to the school, the owner says they lost a lot of their equipment. Parents, students all came out here today trying to figure out if there was anything left, but sadly, it doesn't appear that that is the case. He was telling us off camera minutes ago that last week they actually had a school play here where hundreds of people were performing, and he said if this would have been this week, they could have had hundreds of people in this building. And as you can see on your screen, the state of this building as a result of this tornado. There's a lot of uncertainty for several people in this community as they're left trying to figure out their next steps. We have seen first responders going through this neighborhood, just, checking on folks in the community. But there's a lot of sadness, heartbreak as this community is left trying to figure out where they go from here after this tornado. Guys.
Jordan James, thank you so much. I mean, the devastation, the buildings torn down, the communities torn down, a lot for everyone to take in.
It's just remarkable. And we want to let folks know at home, so many of you have been sending your pictures and videos to us through our WSMV4 News and Weather apps. And you can actually see them right now from your phone if you want to look at some of the damage, because there's just so much of it. We can't possibly share all of it on air. I mean, it's just video after video after video coming in.
Yeah, about 41,000 people at last check, NES, without power. That number is expected to grow as well.
All right, let's walk you through some of those images and videos that we are getting. This will help give you a better idea of the damage that is happening across the mid-state. Right here, a tornado caught on camera. This is Oak Grove, Kentucky. No mistaking what's happening there.
Yeah, you see all the debris flying in the air. People are sitting there at the light watching it, but that is distinct. You can definitely tell that is the tornado moving through.
All right, let's move to Springfield. A badly damaged Kroger there. You can see just a gigantic hole in the front of the building. Officials are telling us that people were inside when the tornado hit there. We're still working to learn more about their conditions or if there's any injuries there.
And we want to get you out to this home. This is in West Creek Estates off Preacher Mill in Clarksville. The roof of that house completely gone. That home is destroyed.
And Dash 10 Media, our partners there in Clarksville, capturing some of the storm moving in and damage there. You can see those power lines are just basically on the ground here. And we saw even some cars getting tangled up in those power lines. You can see this apartment complex, a lot of damage there.
And we're going to see that as we move forward and as the daylight turns, the darkness turns to day tomorrow. We're going to see a lot more damage. It's dark out there right now. We can't see a lot.
All right, this has been a powerful system that has swept across the mid-state. We're not entirely out of the woods just yet. Our team of meteorologists has been not only warning you about this for days, but tracking this all morning, all afternoon, and all evening. Guys, what's the latest?
We still have a tornado warning in effect, but just for a little while longer. That's just over the state line, and it's so close to us we have to keep a close eye on it. Other than that, we're really looking better, but not out of the woods yet.
Just signs of weakening for some of these storms, so they're not firing up or strengthening as quickly as they were, but it doesn't necessarily mean that one of these storms, can't get away from us again and can't get severe, can't try to spin something up. So we just have to continuously watch this stuff, crews, as it comes through. I mean, we're in the clear areas mostly west of I-65 now, but we still got to get this thing through the plateau.
Yeah, and I will say for that southern tier, these are some areas that really haven't been worked over. So yes, there were a few showers earlier today, but you'll see that there's clearing out ahead of this line. And we're really looking in the southern part of the state. So where those storms are ejecting out of northern Alabama into southern middle Tennessee, that's where we're going to have to watch for some spin with these storms. That's where the storms could be the strongest, just given temperatures are still the warmest there. It's still very humid. this is an area we're going to be watching for the rest of the evening. Lisa?
All right, so we still have that warning that will be expiring at 7 o'clock. That is just over the state line, and we find it right through here. We need to scoot it up just a little bit more so we can see that sail right there. It is, and there you go. That is a sign that we could have a tornado on the tail end of this, but we're also going to watch it closely to see if it is extended. That warning that is extended as the storm makes its way towards the northeast and ends up right here in Giles County. So we'll watch that very, very closely for you as it moves northeast. And are we looking at new warnings that have been issued here? This is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for southern sections of Giles County. So instead of a tornado warning, it is now a severe thunderstorm warning for Giles County issued by our Nashville National Weather Service office. And this is in effect for folks there in Pulaski, and also an additional warning here across parts of Lawrence County into the northern part of Giles County, and that is in the Linville area right now. Both these storms moving towards the east-northeast. We've got some hail possible, maybe some small size hail, half-inch size hail showing up with this storm, and more down to the south, and a lot of rain, 2 inches in an hour's time. That's if the storm just sits there and rains over the same spot over and over. But these are moving storms right now. And then we look a little farther to the north in Columbia up to Spring Hill. No warnings for you, but you do have quite a bit of lightning, a lot of heavy rain coming down. And then we follow that line up here into eastern sections of Williamson County, all the way up to Smyrna and into Lebanon, still getting some of the heavier downpours. So even though we're not getting those supercell, those tornadoes that we had earlier, we still are looking at some very strong winds and a lot of rain and lightning along these storms. And then we scoot right on up into Wilson County, there into Lebanon. And all the while, I want you to notice, folks, there in Nashville and Inglewood, Hendersonville, Gallatin, Hartsville, still seeing a little bit of rain. But we're not looking at the storms like we had earlier. Carthage, you've got some of the heavier downpours too, and those thunderstorms still embedded in there all the way up to almost to Gainesboro at this point. And then a little farther off towards the north, here along that Tennessee and Kentucky line, we're seeing these storms continue to move on out of our viewing area. Burkesville still may get a few storms, and then we see that severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for folks there off to the east until 7 o'clock tonight. But almost done with our viewing area here. We pull out and show you that big view again. We've still got some rain over here in Montgomery County, where folks are just trying to assess what's going on, what has happened with this storm, and what has been damaged. And of course, we know that unfortunately some lives have been lost there as well. But terrible weather for them to try to do a little bit of recouping, a little bit of cleanup there from Oak Grove up to Clarksville when they're trying to assess what's happening. But at least that won't last much longer, as that rain's going to be moving on by Montgomery County before too much longer, and right now into the Oak Grove areas. We'll watch that. And I think we can advance one button and show folks how that tornado watch is looking, because we're still under a tornado watch, and that's going to be in effect until 11 o'clock tonight. And notice this, many more counties, about 8 more counties have been trimmed away here. So including folks in Davidson County, up to Sumner County, all the way back through Montgomery County and back into West Tennessee. And then you can see here around Centerville, back over into Hickman County, and then back to Decatur County. All those counties are out now. So tornado watch remains in effect here until 11 o'clock. So this is why I'm saying we're not quite done with this yet. We could still see some quick spin-up storms with this line as it moves on to the east. Back behind it, we are looking at some areas that had quite a bit of rainfall. Really through this line right here, we had 1 to 2 inches of rain, and we could see some more with that as well. All right, so let's take a look here at this view once again. And if you're just joining us, we are tracking this line of storms here on WSMV 4 News. And we've got some showers up here in Hopkinsville over to around the Clarksville area. And in terms of any warnings, we just had a tornado warning over the county line, over the state line expire. But now there is a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Giles County, and really almost a whole county, because there's 2 warnings in here. Notice there'll be more cells coming up, so these southeast counties could have an issue as well. But all in all, things are definitely weaker than they were earlier, but we're not totally out of the woods at this point. And our First Alert weather team will be here to continue to keep you updated. We'll be popping back here in just a few moments with the latest update. Marius, Amanda?
Lisa, Spencer, thank you. We have been getting damage that's been going on around here of Middle Tennessee as these storms have blown through.
And as we were watching the tornado move through the metro area live on television, we were also seeing some explosions popping off, possibly from transformers. Now we have video to show you as the storm moved through, and you'll be able to see it here. I mean, very distinct as that tornado tracks through.
Yeah, this is in Madison. This was taken by Philip Dixon. He shot this video for us. And yeah, that is a very distinct tornado blowing through Madison. You see it hitting some of the power sources there, and the explosions.
And so many people sent us images of this and said, this is not a sunset. You're right, it's not. I mean, there's a fireball that goes up and then thick black smoke.
Man.
All right, let's get back to Lauren Lowry, who is in Hendersonville. And before we do that, we should mention we're just hearing from the Red Cross. They're planning shelters in Hendersonville and Metro Nashville. They're already helping out in Clarksville.
Red Cross is always on it when we need help. Well, we're going to get back out to Hendersonville. Our Lauren Lowry is there. Lauren, last time we talked to you, you spoke with a man who says he was within seconds of losing his life before he moved.
Yeah, I feel like we're going to hear a lot more stories just like that as we go through the next couple of days, you guys. I am still here in Hendersonville. On one side of me is Main Street, where it is perpendicular, essentially, New Shackle Island Road. You cannot see what is behind me, but I'm just going to tell you there is a restaurant, the Jolly Ollie, that's completely lost its roof. There are power lines down. I'm sure you can see those power lines. And then even my photojournalist who's with me right here, Jason Klaus, I'm going to point down to the ground, Jason. You guys, there are down power lines everywhere. And so before we even started this live hit, Jason and I both said, hey, let's not move a whole lot because there are things everywhere. There are people, you know, a lot of electrical workers that are working here, firefighters, police officers, keeping people safe. Shelby Walsh, I want to walk over here just for a moment. She was out here trying to see her business where she worked. Shelby, tell me why you came down here, and have you even been able to get to what you wanted to do?
So I work for Celebrity Coach. I'm a driver, drive tour buses for bands, and the business is just literally catty corner from Jolly Ollie, like just like a block up, about a block and a half, and you can't get through.
Right, right.
So
what is your biggest concern right now?
That maybe there's drivers on buses that are stuck or trapped. But from what I've heard, there was a person who works at Celebrity and then a mechanic that was there that they're okay. But I haven't heard anything else about the company.
Yeah,
so.
and at this point, we can't get down that road. I mean, you can see all of the power lines that are down. What do you think how long do you think it will take to clean up the stuff that's preventing people from even getting down there?
Probably a couple of days at least.
Yeah.
Well, by tomorrow they should have the road clear. Yeah. So
for someone like me, I do not know this intersection personally, but you are in this area all the time. It's completely pitch black here. Set the scene for me. What all is around here that we can't see because the lights are off?
There's a storage facility right behind your cameraman, and the doors are blown off that. There's a bowling alley that has damage, and there's people in there, from what I understand. And there's just restaurants and it's like strip malls and just general life things.
Right, where people would be on a Saturday night, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, lots of restaurants.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Shelby Walsh, thank you so much. I appreciate you talking to me. Thanks so much. Merry Christmas to you. Best of luck contacting the people who are still at the business where you're trying to get. But again, you guys, power lines are down everywhere. I mean, that's really, really the thing. And actually, Jason, if you can look back over here, do you see there's some emergency workers? They've got their lights on. I don't know if you're able to zoom in and see what that is. But there are trees down everywhere. There's trash in trees everywhere. It's going to take a lot of time to clean up. And even as she was mentioning there, it's Saturday afternoon, Saturday night. And if a tornado blows through a bowling alley, for example, I mean, what happens to all the people who are in restaurants, who are in businesses trying to take advantage of a Saturday evening, but then being forced to shelter in place, essentially, just to try to be safe? They could all still be in there. We don't yet know. So we're going to still stay out here, you guys, and ask all the questions, try to get as much information as we can. Amanda and Marius, back to you.
Lauren Lowry, thank you so much for the insight. We also want to remind you that emergency crews will be working around the clock to help people out. We also want to let you know that NES crews will be be working around the clock to get power up and supplied to all the people that are in need right now.
We continue to get different angles and views of the tornado as it moved through the mid-state. Let's take a look at this. It's out of Nashville, and this is the TDOT camera where we showed you this live on the air. Now we're showing you the recording, and you can see the tornado there in the distance, and we're seeing flashes and pops as it moves through. We also have a few from Clarksville.
Yeah, that one crossed I-65, and you see the explosions there. This is Clarksville as it's moving through. We sped this video up a little bit, but you could see how big that storm was as it moved through Clarksville. You know, Montgomery County was one of the hardest hit places as this storm passed through.
And the other one that we have from Clarksville, it's from the airport. I mean, there's no mistaking what you're looking at there. This is just incredible, and it was light enough that you could see the definition there, right? Like at nighttime, it's so hard to see these. In the daytime, it's loud and clear coming through.
Yeah, we want to get back out to Brendan Tierney. He's in Springfield. He has changed locations to give us a different view of some of the damage there. And Brendan, what are you seeing?
Maurice, we've moved from where we were along Memorial Boulevard, which emergency officials tell me is one of the hardest hit areas up here in Robertson County, back to a neighborhood not too far, right in the path of where this tornado ripped through. You can really see that damage behind me right now. This is a large tree that fell on top of a carport outside of this home, ripping down power lines in the process. These down power lines, as Lauren was just talking about where she is also a huge issue out here in the Springfield area. In fact, Robertson County emergency officials are asking everyone to please stay in their homes because there are so many down wires, and unlike these, a lot of those wires are still live and dangerous to be around. You can see the trees just completely snapped apart as we're walking through the area. A lot of them that just had the tops taken off of them. The lower part of the trees are okay out here in Springfield. You're able to see with this one just completely crushing the metal out here outside of this home. Luckily, everyone we've talked with in this area says that people are okay across Robertson County. 4 people did have to be taken to the hospital from this tornado. Luckily, they all only had minor injuries. We'll continue to survey the damage out here, and we'll bring you the latest coming up later tonight.
And we have incredible video of the tornado passing through Springfield, the Legacy Golf Course. You can see it right now on our Facebook page. I mean, it's just so telling of what they're up against.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right here, and that's, wow. Wow. You got to check that out on our social media pages. We want to let you know our First Alert team of meteorologists have been covering this storm since Wednesday. They've been warning us about the possibility of severe weather passing through the mid-state, and it came.
And we are not out of the woods just yet, guys.
That's right. We're still tracking this line of storms that's moving through.
And the good news is, nothing is tornadic in them as of right now, but, these storms still have a little ways to go. The atmosphere is still primed up in some areas, so it doesn't take a whole lot to get them spinning again, but we are so much farther away from where we were just a couple of hours ago. I mean, from multiple tornado warnings to confirmed warnings that were on the ground, and now things are at least starting to calm down a little bit.
Well, and the good news for anyone who's watching or has been watching today, we're quite literally not leaving until the severe threat is over. So you can count on us to stay right here with you, keeping you updated on WSMV4. Lisa?
Many of our counties still under that tornado watch until 11 o'clock tonight, and we've still got a severe thunderstorm warning in effect, and that includes Pulaski here. So we're talking Giles County, and really most of Giles County included in this as all this continues to just come down. And we're talking about hail right now in this area. We're also talking about heavy downpours as well, and this warning remains in effect until 7:30. So you can see around 5 inches of rain an hour. That's a lot of rain. That's if you set that storm there and just let it continue to rain over and over the same spot. That's not going to happen, but you get the idea. There's a lot of moisture in this storm. Right up here, we have had a lot of rain. This is our flood advisory remaining in effect until 9 o'clock tonight. Other than that, we are seeing another warning right here that's just passed out of our viewing area. So we are out of the woods right now here when it comes to current warnings that we have. Now, this line is stretched all the way from the Tennessee-Kentucky line all the way back down here into into Alabama. So we're still keeping a close eye on this for you. We could have some of these storms prompt a severe thunderstorm warning at this point, maybe even a quick spin-up tornado. That's the reason that we have a tornado watch that remains in effect across the area. Off to the west, you are fine. We've still got some light rain here in Clarksville and just a few showers in Humphreys County. But this is the tornado watch. Everybody out there where there's no rain, you are out of the watch. Here we still have that tornado watch from Jamestown, Crossville, McMinnville, all the way down and all the way back into Williamson County. We're going to see Williamson County dropped out of there before too much longer because those storms are moving out of your county at this point. But the good news here, no severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for most of the line. It's just down here, right down in Giles County, where we still have these storms. And really is, the worst of the weather is now in Alabama, kind of trying to slip over that county line right now, that state line, as you can see right here in Alabama. There's some more storms down there in Alabama too, but most of them are moving more eastward, and we hope that continues instead of them coming up here into the southeast corner of Middle Tennessee. But we still have Giles County that remains under that warning. Other than that, things are much, much clearer for us. Just a few showers right over here in parts of Montgomery County at this point. Stefano?
All right, and with these storms, we know we have had multiple reports of damage, of injuries, people trapped in homes and fatalities, unfortunately. Let me go ahead and show you just all the reports that we've had of tornadoes that have just moved through parts of northern Middle Tennessee, including parts of Davidson County. All those T's that you're seeing on there, those were all confirmed tornado reports coming in, whether they were damage reports, whether they reports of what we've seen on videos. And if I just sort of backtrack here for you, and we take a look at what sort of happened over the last 3 to 4 hours. I mean, watch these storms. They weren't overly organized, if I switch over to the radar, very early on today. But as we started to work our way into the mid-afternoon, these storms started to get more and more widespread. They started to fire up these strong to severe thunderstorms, and then all of a sudden they started dropping tornadoes, all of those which had been confirmed. And, we've gotten just the tremendous damage reports from some of that. I can click around here so we can get a general idea. This is where cars were flipped on I-65. It actually had I-65 shut down for quite a while, and we did have the video of that tornado crossing over I-65. In addition to that, in Clarksville, this was the webcam that we showed earlier, where multiple reports of that were observed, and we had the very well-defined debris ball in that area. But we do not have any of that going on right now, which is certainly good news. We've seen things really back off over the last couple of hours, but we still have this line of strong thunderstorms coming through. I think what we did see very recently is just this one severe thunderstorm that's down near Giles County. So if we go back down to that, tell of the tale is actually the lightning. There's a lot of lightning strikes within this cell. It's well over 100, so this storm certainly has packed quite a punch. And we could still very well be seeing 50, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with this. We still have to watch what happens on the east side. So like Lisa was saying, we're still under that tornado watch until 11 o'clock out in parts of East Middle Tennessee out toward the plateau. The big difference here is when they move to the east, how much of their strength do they actually retain? It doesn't really look like the atmosphere has as much going for it out in East Middle Tennessee as it did in West and Central Middle Tennessee earlier on. So the trend for these storms has been the farther east they've been going, the more they've been falling apart. But it doesn't necessarily mean that you can't get a couple of outliers that decide they want to fire up a little bit more. And you can actually see with this loop here just how this storm has developed, how it's matured over the last couple of hours here, really, let's say about the last hour. All of that lightning from Pulaski near Minor Hill, it's headed towards areas like Elkton. There's Highway 31 and 64. We'd also look out near Fayetteville. I think Lewisburg is just up here as well. So all of these areas are sort of in the line of this really developing storm, and we still can't completely say no to this maybe getting some spin and another tornado warning having to be issued. But it looks like for the case right now, this is just a severe thunderstorm packing very strong wind gusts. Obviously, a lot of heavier rainfall. There's probably some hail in here as well, which shouldn't be extremely large hail. But as the storm progresses and continues to move to the east, it's something that we'll continue to watch. Let's get it out for the wider view one more time. We'll get a look at the storms up and down all the way through the mid-state. So we take a look out toward the Cumberland Plateau. Those are all the areas where we have not seen too much action so far. So Cookeville, Jamestown, McMinnville, Manchester, Manchester, all of these areas still have a good cluster of thunderstorms to get through. You know, we hope that they're not on the order of what we've seen back to the west, with us losing daytime heating, with us losing a lot of that moisture in the atmosphere. Hopefully these storms will just move on through and weaken down. But we do have some more live reports we want to get to you, sort of just showing all the damage, the destruction, and how powerful these storms were. So Marius and Amanda, you have some more details on that.
We actually have some breaking news to share, Stefano. We have now learned that 2 adults and a child have died in Montgomery County because of the tornado there. And we're now just learning from authorities in Nashville that 3 people died in the Madison area of Nesbitt Lane because of the tornado that came through this particular area.
Wow. Once again, this is a deadly storm that has passed through the mid-state. Our hearts go out to those families and those communities that are going to be rebuilding over the next few days.
Yeah, so just again to reiterate, if you're just joining us, we're learning that 2 adults and a child have been killed in Montgomery County. And then in Nashville, authorities in Nashville are reporting that 3 people were killed in Nashville in the Madison area after the tornado came through here.
And once again, we are still out there surveying all the damage, and we're going to bring you the very latest as our crews learn more. They're out there asking questions and talking to people and trying to get their stories to find out how this has affected them and what our communities need to do to help these families as we move forward.
We do have a lot of people asking us on social media, how can I help support these families who are going through an unbelievable time and moment in their life tonight? We're still working to get that information. There are so many moving pieces. Authorities still aren't clear what is the extent of the damage, what is the extent of the injuries, and what's the real death toll? Could it go up? So a lot of question marks as we move into the evening here. We did mention that there were 2 adults and a child killed in Montgomery County. 23 people had to go to the hospital in Montgomery County. So there are a lot of people with injuries that are still being assessed and treated there. And still, of course, working to learn more about the people who died in Madison in Nashville.
Yeah, and keep in mind, as this storm was passing through, it hit at a time when it was dark outside. Yeah. So people, we can't see the damage. We don't know how extensive it is. But as we continue to ask questions, we have crews all over the mid-state right now. As we continue to learn information, we're going to bring it to you both on air as well as online.
All right, folks just joining us. So the death total now stands at 6 across our viewing area. 6 people have died in what the National Weather Service is calling a catastrophic tornado outbreak. I mean, it just moved from county to county to county. We had multiple confirmed tornadoes, and I believe Stefano has something he may want to share at this hour. Stefano?
Yeah, it looks like the National Weather Service is getting ready to issue another tornado warning. This would be for Rutherford County, and you know, we were just discussing this too, that it looks like that there's something that's trying to spin up here. Looks like it'll be just to the south of Murfreesboro right now. We'll wait for this to populate, but with the rotation detector, this is the area that we're concerned with. And I thought, Lisa, when we were looking at this earlier that I saw some type of debris signature in here as well. So I think this is the area that the National Weather Service is about to issue this tornado warning. So it'd be between Eagleville and Christiana, moving off to the east again. So this is what we were just telling you about, is that these storms, they kind of look like they're dying out, but it doesn't take a whole lot for them to fire back up and start to spin back up and maybe fire off another tornado. So it still hasn't populated quite yet, but what we'll see here is most likely in this area right here that Lisa circled in yellow, that's where it looks like we have some rotation. And maybe even if you go to the debris signature, Lisa, there might be a debris ball in here as well. Now, the National Weather Service hasn't quite said whether this is confirmed on the ground or not, but what we can certainly be sure of is that this storm here is trying to spin up just a little bit. That debris detector, well, there's the tornado warning, so that should populate here in just a couple of seconds, hopefully, as we get a look at this. But this area is the main spot of concern. There's Highway 231, so that's going to continue to move off to the north and east. I would say areas around Christiana is an area of concern right now. Make sure you are getting into your safe space. You throw a loop on this, and that slow-moving storm has had some time to get into a little bit more of an unstable environment, and it can quickly spin up another tornado within that area. And that's just how quickly these storms have been maturing, how quickly they've been just really strengthening here as they work their way to the east. And with Lisa moving over, you can actually see Murfreesboro is going to be included in this warning. There's Kittrell as well, with a track on this moving at about 40 miles per hour. It's sitting right over Newton right now. The time is 7:19. Christiana 7:30. Looks like MTSU, that'll be there at about 7:40. Right now, the center of rotation would bring that south of MTSU, but we'll have to watch that closely because remember, we can get a little shift north and south of that rotation depending on how much wobble the storm has. 7:19 is the time. In Kittrell, we're talking at about 7:45. So really to pay close attention with this one being near MTSU. Here's the debris detector, and there wasn't a ton on here earlier, but over about the last 15 or 20 minutes, it's kind of started to spark up once again. Those sort of yellowish green returns were kind of showing that this thing might be trying to spin up and lofting some debris, but right now it doesn't really seem like that. This is radar indicated rotation, so it's not like the storms we were following earlier where they were confirmed on the ground. This one is just telling us that this thunderstorm is rotating and it may be capable of producing a tornado. So that's the area of concern, moving toward Christiana, right on the doorstep. If you're hearing our voices right now, you need to get into your safe space. We've been saying it all day long, this morning, this afternoon, all the way up until this evening. Now, interior room is going to be the best. We've seen the images that have come in from Montgomery County, Davidson County, those duplexes, any house that really has 2 floors, if you get a good look at them, the top floors where the roofs are, once the roof goes, that's what's holding up the walls of the upper part of your home. So once the roof goes, the interior walls can fall. That's why it's always best to be at the lowest level of your home. Best place is going to be the basement. If you don't have a basement, a first floor and interior room. You put as many walls between you and the storm as possible. So anything like a powder room, a bathroom that you may have under a staircase is always great. Maybe a pantry closet. If you have to squeeze yourself in there, I mean, it's the best thing to do. What Lisa's circling is the area of concern as it moves through Rutherford County. It'll then move into parts of the Cumberland Plateau. So when you get into your safe space, you'll want to have things like pillows, blankets, a baseball hat, or baseball helmet, I should say, a bike helmet to protect your head from any flying debris, which we've certainly seen history with some of these storms that have come through. But it should start to move off to the east, get to areas like Cookeville, Crossville, McMinnville, get in for a little bit of a tighter view, and you can kind of see maybe this is trying to hook a little bit and show some signs of rotation. But these storms, unfortunately, some of those have been fatal that we've seen. What Lisa's drawing here would be the inflow from this thunderstorm where it sucks in a lot of air. When it does that, the air gets forced up into the thunderstorm, and that's what gives it that rotation, that vertical rotation that can help drop a tornado. So I think this is the area of main concern, Lisa, as we watch this storm kind of mature. We'll see how the rotation ends up going. We'll see if it tightens or not, or if it sort of broadens out and just kind of falls apart. But from what you're showing, looks like the rotation's coming a little more well-defined.
Yeah, we just had an update on the scan, too, and you can see it there. It jumped forward a little bit. It still looks about the same in terms of how broad it is, but we did get that updated scan, which shows it's moving right towards you. If you're in Christiana right now, and you can see here along the highway, this is 231, so that storm continues to move in your general direction. This tornado warning in effect until 7:45, so I want you to hang with us and get into your safe place. If you are there in Rutherford County, in the Christiana location there, just south of Murfreesboro, but you can see this broad window that we have here. Now, folks, a little farther off to the east, you can see up around Auburntown and also around Woodbury. We want to keep you in the loop here. Make sure that you are watching this with us, because you will be the next in line if this holds together and continues to show the signs of some rotation, which, of course, anytime we see these storms with the rotation, we don't know for sure from our radar if it is reaching the ground, but just radar indicated. But we do want to make sure we're taking that early warning and paying attention to this storm. We are still under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. This is in effect until 7:30, and this is for folks right here in Giles County. Looks like most of that storm is staying south of Pulaski and just off to the north there of Elkton. We're looking at that rotation back and forth there, and it's not nearly what we're seeing up here with the other storm. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, so just be prepare for some really gusty winds, some heavy downpours, and we've got quite a bit of lightning with these storms too. And this is headed over your way. If you're in Elkton, if you're in Ardmore, you're going to see that too, over to around the Fayetteville area as well. There's all that lightning we were talking about with the storm as it advances on to the southeast. In effect there until 7:30, so just a few more minutes for that. Has potential of producing some hail. We can see here 1-inch size hail is showing up here on our storm threats as we interrogate those to give you an idea of what's going on. Now we popped up here into Rutherford County visiting this tornado warned storm again, and this also has the potential of producing a bit of hail there. We're seeing those signs right now in that storm, and remember, oftentimes we'll see heavy downpours come down and then we'll see the hail, and then on the backside of that comes that tornado. But this is what we're looking at for rotation right here, the greens and the reds in close proximity. So this is showing us, and remember our radar is a little farther to the north, this is showing us winds blowing towards the radar and away from the radar. So that would be where the storm is rotating. Now the question is that storm extending all the way to the ground, that rotation extending all the way to the ground? So is it a tornado? We don't want you to wait on that kind of confirmation. If you're in Christiana, we want you in that safe place anywhere right here along 231. Make sure that you are already there in your storm shelter or in your closet or your bathroom, anything that is on the lowest level of your home, away from windows. We have already heard someone tonight talk about the dangers of being near a window. It was shattered as he was standing nearby and moved just in time. So that's why we don't want you to be near windows. Flying debris can break windows very, very quickly. This is that notch, that inflow that Stefano was just showing you with that storm. Now we've got the broader view again. Notice everybody off to the west, you are in the clear tonight. The areas that we're still watching are right through here, and especially here to the south. We have not had much going on here, so we've still got some very warm, juicy air that is out there that will set the stage for some of these storms to develop tonight. And that's the reason that this is going to be one of the highlighted areas for this evening, and the reason that we're seeing these storms fire up. Tornado watch remains in effect until 11 o'clock, does include the rest of the mid-state all the way here along the Cumberland Plateau. But if you're in Nashville, Gallatin, points westward over to Clarksville, tornado watch has been canceled for you there, Centerville to Decaturville. And as a matter of fact, it was already set to expire at 7 o'clock for many locations, and then it was expanded to 11 for these easternmost locations. But this is that line that we're watching right now. All this is out ahead of the front. We're seeing another little line trying to deform, but we don't think this is going to become severe at all. It will mainly just be some rain, maybe a wind gust or two with that, but nothing severe back behind this main line that we see coming across the mid-state. And again, we've got this tornado warning that remains in effect for folks here in Rutherford County. This is Murfreesboro, and by the way, in effect until 7:45. This is Murfreesboro, and it's down here at Christiana where we expect to see the most likely area that might be impacted by the storm. And here's why: because we have this rotation detected here on our radar. So this is where we've got that twisting going on with the storm, and want to make sure that you are definitely in your safe spot if you're in these locations here in southern sections of Rutherford County right now, especially right there along 231 as the storm makes its way on towards the east, moving off to the northeast. And I should say, folks up here in Kittrell, you're included in this as it does have more of a northeastern jog to its movement, kind of east-northeast right now as it expands and moves on towards the east. Stefano?
And this storm, you know, what we sort of been saying here is that all of these storms, while they have weakened, they can still fire up these broad areas of rotation, but that rotation can quickly get tighter, and then what happens is they become capable of dropping a tornado. So I know that this line is not quite as scary as it was back when it was in West Tennessee, West Middle Tennessee, I should say. But as it moves into an area that hasn't seen all that much, there's still enough juice in the atmosphere that these can not only become severe storms, but they can quickly spin up a tornado. So that's the main reason that we are concerned with these areas still, and why we're still with you, because like Lisa said, that tornado watch goes until 11 o'clock, but the reason that it does is because all of these areas that are in the tornado watch haven't had a chance to see much of anything yet. So all of these areas that you're looking at in the tornado watch near Livingston, Cookeville, Murfreesboro, McMinnville, Shelbyville, we haven't had a whole lot of rain. They haven't had a whole lot of anything, actually. So the atmosphere hasn't had a chance to lose any of its energy. So now as these storms start to move to the east, they get into these energy-rich environments, and it's why these storms have been so healthy. It's why they've been so strong. The atmosphere's been primed for the last couple of days, and it's continued to do so today. It's been very warm. It's been very humid. That's a really good combination to get these storms firing up, and then you get colder air on the backside of it. You mix the cold and warm air together, and this is what you get here. So these storms still have to hit areas like Cookeville, Jamestown, Crossville, McMinnville, Manchester, all of these spots. If you maybe have dinner plans, if you're at a restaurant right now and you're trying to come home, just be ready for some impacts here. There'll certainly be a lot of rain. Heavy rain that could reduce visibility. We could see some lightning, some ponding on some roadways. The main area of concern, though, here is in Rutherford County near Murfreesboro. That's where we have that tornado warning. It's not a confirmed warning. It's radar indicated rotation, just telling us that this storm is spinning. It's got some rotation to it, and it could try to drop a tornado at any time here. Doesn't seem like anything looks too impressive as far as that's concerned. The rotation still just to the north of Christiana right now, so we'll watch that. It's right over 231, gets into a little bit more of a rural area in some spots. The good news is we're not seeing a whole lot on the debris detector, so that's at least some good indication that, this might not be on the ground and it's not lofting anything like we've been seeing so much so far today. But the area that Lisa is circling right here for you, that's the main area of rotation. It's not as tight of rotation as what we've actually seen. Normally, the tighter and the closer together those reds and those greens are, the more likely this is to drop a tornado. But this is looking a little bit more broad for us. Most likely has some hailstones in it. It's not going to be very large hail at this point, but you might get some dime-sized hail. Sometimes the radar can over-exaggerate just a little bit, showing about an inch in hail. I think that's probably the high end of it. It looks pretty isolated. It's probably mostly just some dime-sized, maybe up to nickel-sized hail in some spots, but still going to pack some heavier rainfall, and it's actually probably where the rotation is not that the storm is actually causing the most issues at this point. It's just to the south of Murfreesboro. It's headed toward Kittrell, so all of these areas that actually are not in the main area of rotation are certainly getting some heavier rainfall. All of this being said, with the history of the storms we've seen today, you have to make sure you're taking this seriously. You want to get to your safe space. The best area is going to be a basement. If you don't have a basement, get to the lowest level of your home and interior room. You want to put as many walls between you and the storm as possible. What that essentially is, you want to have as many barriers between any kind of potential tornado and what could impact you. So a pantry, a closet, powder room that you may have, and try to avoid the windows. That's always key, as Lisa goes ahead and throws a track on this for us. Okay, the time is 7:31. This warning goes until 7:45, I believe. So Kittrell will be there at around 7:43, Woodbury at 7:56, Cannon County High School at 7:57, Auburntown right at 7:59, right at 8 o'clock. But the storm itself should be heavy regardless of what happens with this tornado warning in about the next 12 minutes or so, 12 to 13 minutes. But that's the main part of the concern right now, is where this is going, where the rotation is going to line up, and who will be impacted next from this. Again, it's a radar-indicated tornado, so radar-indicated rotation, not necessarily confirming that it's on the ground, but that the storm certainly could produce a tornado if it can rotate a little bit quicker. The quicker that rotation, the more likely that actually becomes. As we zoom in a little bit farther to the south into southern portions of Middle Tennessee, it does look like that severe thunderstorm warning, which was in effect for parts of Lawrence County, has been allowed to expire. It was also in Giles County as well. It's now headed toward Lincoln County, so Fayetteville, we're near Shelbyville, just south of Lewisburg as well. All of these areas are still going to get impacted by a pretty heavy thunderstorm. I mean, it's still got a lot of heavier rainfall. It's got a lot of lightning in there. It could very well be some small hail. It's just not of a severe quality right now. It looks like what we're looking at here, that's Joe Jackson Parkway, I-24. That's in Murfreesboro. So that was up in that tornado-warned storm we were talking about. And right now it doesn't look all that bad. Just like some heavier rainfall, you start to look at this one, though, down here as we throw the track on that and get just a little bit of a better view. It's 7:33. That's moving off to the east quite a bit. So Mimosa at 7:40, Coldwater 7:42, Hilltop at 7:44, Moore County High School 7:46, Lynchburg at 7:46, same in Fayetteville High School. We're at 7:49, Fayetteville at 7:50. You get the idea. Normandy 7:51, Lincoln County High School 7:52. And by the way, this doesn't necessarily mean that this storm is not going to spin a tornado up. It can do that. It's just not showing signs of that right now. We're not going to completely rule that out. Any storm that develops or continues on for the rest of this evening is still going to have that capability. So we will be here with you watching as these storms continue to move to the east. But one of the things that we tend to watch when we're looking at thunderstorms like this, especially severe thunderstorms, look at the amount of lightning, the total lightning strikes, and notice that over the last hour or so with this slew, the last 30 minutes or 15 minutes even, the amount of lightning has actually dropped off. So sometimes what you can see with these storms, the lightning can tell the tale. As storms start to lose lightning, sometimes they can be losing strength. But that doesn't necessarily mean the storms are done, because they can also pulsate. So these storms can lose some strength, but with all the energy that's in the atmosphere in front of them, they can quickly re-intensify. The line is not as well defined as it was. It's not as, as muscular as it was when it was back in parts of West Middle Tennessee, but it is still pushing to the east. We have a lot of lightning from Cookeville to Jamestown. I think that's actually where the majority of the lightning is with these thunderstorms. And then we have a secondary storm that's obviously down in southern portions of Middle Tennessee. So yeah, it's right near Salina, Livingston, Jamestown. It'll be up near Albany soon, knocking on the door in Cookeville. It's right over Gainesboro, over 90 lightning strikes right now. There's Carthage. This storm is certainly packing heavier rainfall. And by the way, it could still have 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts or 45-mile-per-hour wind gusts, even all the way down near Alexandria and Auburntown. But it's just not the criteria for a severe thunderstorm. But I'll tell you what, a 40, 50-mile-per-hour wind gust is still going to be enough to blow over your Christmas decorations. It's going to displace some lawn furniture. So something to pay close attention to. Main area of concern remains this tornado warning, which is in Murfreesboro. It's in southern portions of Rutherford County. Have to say, we haven't seen a lot of signs of this, that it is going to drop a tornado. But, with the history that we've seen with these storms and just how quickly they've been able to develop and how quickly they've strengthened, I mean, the rotation detector is not showing very tight rotation all in one spot. What it is it's showing very broad rotation. Most of these storms we've been seeing have been these tiny little blips of rotation showing how tight it is, but the debris detector isn't showing a whole lot, in addition to the rotation detector not showing all that much of very tight rotation. It's a little bit more broad, and that can be some good news for us, that this storm doesn't look like it's holding together all that well. I think that this warning goes until 7:45. I believe that's true. So we'll see if the National Weather Service does in fact continue this. Right now, my guess would be no, considering the way things are going. But you never know with these storms still trying to fire up. A little farther back to the west, we are in the clear. I know we're going to be happy to hear that in areas like Clarksville, up into parts of southern Kentucky as well, and southwestern Kentucky, and even near Hendersonville, downtown Nashville. We still have a flood advisory, but it looks like the worst of everything is gone. There will be a couple of storms or showers, I should say, and maybe a rumble of thunder on the backside of that, but it's not anything to be concerned with as this works its way through. The main areas we're watching are in parts of East Middle Tennessee, from Cookeville, Jamestown, McMinnville, Manchester. All of these areas, though, as of now, does not look like it'll be on the order of what we've seen across the rest of the mid-states so far this evening. And one of the reasons for that is simply because we've lost daytime heating, we've lost the sunshine that's been helping to charge the atmosphere, and we've also just lost some moisture as well. This storm was fueling itself on the moist air that was with us over the last, 12 hours, I think. If you stepped outside earlier this morning, you could feel it even before these storms came through. And then what happened is the sunshine came out, it charged the atmosphere up a little bit more. So when these storms, which were decently weak actually earlier on today back in parts of West Tennessee, once they hit the mid-state and they hit all of that moist and warm air, they really just fired up and they got out of control very quickly. In these areas where we sort of have lost everything, looks like the storms are weakening, but you can see the history. These T's that you're seeing, those are all confirmed tornadoes. Some of them the same exact one, but it's confirmed tornado damage, the visibility of a tornado as well in those locations. In addition to that, the H's and the W's, reports of hail, reports of wind damage. Actually, if you go back and look at what's going on west of Paris, the W's that you're seeing there was the same storm system that tracked all the way through Montgomery County, then got into portions of Todd and Logan County, and that's what spawned the tornadoes. So a lot of these storms took a little time to get going, but once they got going, it became a really big problem really fast, and that's why we're not letting these storms go out very lightly, and because there's still a lot of skeptical that these storms might actually still try to fire off a severe thunderstorm warning, maybe a tornado warning or two before it completely moves out of the mid-state. Down to about 199 lightning strikes, so we're still losing them from the 280 that we were at not that long ago. Still have this tornado warning. Time is 7:38. It's in southern Rutherford County, Murfreesboro. It looks like it's really near Kittrell right now, so right along Highway 70 is where that's about to cross over. But like I've been saying, I don't think the rotation looks all that great here, but the storm could pick up again and rotate again and tighten that rotation. I suspect that's why the tornado warning is still in effect. But you can actually see with the rotation tracker that Lisa just pulled up, there is that rotation, that sign of rotation. When this sort of map that I'm showing you, you start to see these deeper yellows and these reds and these browns in there. That's where the tight rotation actually is within that storm. So it will try to work its way to the east. Woodbury, maybe just to the north of Bradyville. There's 145. So this will be the next area of concern as it goes to the east, but we haven't gotten any reports of this on the ground. Our debris detector hasn't picked up any debris like what we've been seeing earlier. And on the back side of this, there's still a lot of heavier rainfall we have to talk about. So that will go through, but then maybe another flood advisory on the back side of this near College Grove, Eagleville, as more rain works its way in. We'll watch Auburntown. We'll watch areas like Centertown as well, even up to Smithville over the next couple of hours, see how these storms progress. Over the last 3 hours, some areas have gotten quite a bit of rainfall, and it's not really a major flooding issue because of how dry it's been. The ground can absorb a lot of this moisture. But over the last 3 hours, I mean, 2 inches of rainfall, 1 inch of rain in a short span of time is still obviously enough to maybe cause ponding on roadways. Some poor drainage areas might have a tough time keeping up. Near Smyrna, I think, where even 2, maybe even up to 3 inches of rain where that yellow indicator is. But some areas may have gotten a little bit more than that. Very beneficial for the drought. We needed this rain. It just unfortunately came with this severe weather that's come along with it, and that's been, you know, very, very unfortunate. Like we've said, our hearts go out to everyone that's been impacted by this, and we'll keep you updated here as we go. But there's that rain that was at least beneficial for how dry things actually have been. Get it out for a bigger picture once again. The last 3 hours, the rain has been mostly along and east of I-65, and now most of those storms have now moved east of I-65. So Lisa and Cruz, it does look like here that things are finally starting to wind down, but just like what we saw in Rutherford County, it's not going to take a whole lot for something to try to fire off once again.
That's right. That's why that tornado watch is going to remain in effect until 11 o'clock, and I don't see that going out until the storms actually clear the plateau. So until 11 o'clock, we've got the watch. Now, if the storms clear the plateau before then, which they could, then we'll see that continue. We'll have it already canceled by then. But what we're tracking right now is this line of storms. And, you know, just as Stefano said, we have seen our lightning count go down a little bit, and then it will go up just a little bit. But the overall trend is for it to continue to go down. But it's been quite a lightning show tonight for you up here in Salina over to Gainesboro. And a heads up there in Jamestown, that line's going to be coming your way. You can expect those heavy downpours, those gusty winds along with this storm system, and maybe even a little bit of hail. We have had some hail as this whole storm system started to move into the mid-state from West Tennessee. Look at all that lightning, though. We are down now to, what, 116, 18, something like that. And we go on down the line right here around Gainesboro, stretching all the way to Murfreesboro. We are still seeing some of that rainfall. Interestingly enough, as we look here at the radar, the weakest part seems to be right here where that tornado warning is in effect. So I'd be surprised if that isn't allowed to expire in 3 minutes. It ends at 7:45. So we'll keep a close eye on it, but I do think that is going to be expiring for this time. We'll let you know for sure. We're seeing less and less when it comes to anything intensifying here in terms of that rotation. As a matter of fact, we've been watching this, and it hasn't changed a great deal as far as getting any closer at all. But this is the tornado warning that remains in effect until 7:45. I don't think it's going to change much from what it is now. We will continue to monitor this for you. We will pop back in here if there is any change to this storm, if this warning is reissued. So we'll be right here to keep you updated. But right now, let's head back over to Amanda and Marius.
Lisa, Spencer, thank you so much. We want to remind you once again, this is a deadly storm. 6 dead, 3 here in Nashville, 3 in Montgomery County. 1 child, 2 adults died there.
All right, let's talk about the tornado and where it hit in Nashville that caused these deaths. It's the Madison area and specifically Nesbitt Lane. So we want to take a look at some of the video from that area, and you can just see the damage here lit up by our lights. I mean, look at the power lines just scattered over homes in that area of Madison.
That is just devastation out there. As you said, the power lines just covering people's yards. People are trying to get out of their house. People are trying to survey damage, but they can't right now because there's a lot going on. Once again, this is Nesbitt Lane, where there has been someone that lost their life there. That's in Nashville.
Yeah, we know that 3 people, we believe, in that specific area were killed. The mayor of Nashville, Freddie O'Connell, saying that his hearts are out with all the people who have been affected, not just in Nashville, but across the mid-state. Stacey Cameron is watching this unfold in Nashville and is actually at a church where people had to be rescued.
Yeah, Stacey, you've talked to people out there. What are you learning?
Yeah, what we're learning right now, we're not far from Nesbitt Lane, where I was told by a Nashville police officer a 2-year-old lost its life. When we got onto the scene at about 6:15, I was asking the officer, we couldn't get back to the church that's collapsed, but I'm on the intersection here of Dickerson Pike and Westchester Drive. That church is just a little bit to the north of me, completely leveled, I can tell you that. And then back here a little bit towards the west is where we are. You can see behind me 2 trees snapped in half, one of those trees coming down on this home behind me, and that's a pretty common scene that we're seeing here on Westchester Drive. This home, no one's home right now. Their cars were narrowly missed, but the furthest west part of their home, the tree that snapped in half, one of the 2 trees in the front yard, landed right on top of the roof. The house behind them, another tree came down. They were fortunate, narrow miss there. And then there's a townhome just in front of me, and a narrow miss there as the tree fell down. But you can see as we walk back up towards the north, several power lines, and that's the scene here, all up and down Dickerson Pike, power lines down. We're walking in directions. This is north towards Dickerson Pike that you're looking at here. Just on the other side of this commercial building is where the church sits. That was completely leveled. The officer that I spoke with didn't believe that anybody at this intersection in this area that was hit by the storm was hurt. But again, we're going to try to work our way back into this neighborhood where we hear there were other people who were injured. And as the officer told me a little bit after 6 o'clock this evening, that a 2-year-old did lose their life in this storm, just a tragic incident. And we'll try to get back in and learn a little bit more about that. Marius.
Stacey Cameron, thank you so much. As you can see, most of our crews are out there. They're telling people and they're showing us about the power lines that have been out. If you don't need to be outside, please don't go outside. Crews are working to help people. Crews are working to get the powers back on in some of these neighborhoods. So if you don't have to be out, please don't be out.
We're hearing from elected officials, from the mayor of Nashville to Senator Marsha Blackburn. Lydia Fielder is at the alert desk to kind of fill us in on what we're hearing from them tonight.
Yeah, guys, I want to go first to this statement we've gotten from the mayors of Sumner County, Hendersonville, and Gallatin tonight. We have these on a full screen for you. They're basically saying they've seen such significant damage. Just what Marius was telling us. It is so important tonight that people who can stay inside and off the roads. This is going to leave room for first responders and utility crews to get to where they need to go tonight. And I would imagine that extends to places where the damage is, including Clarksville and Montgomery County as well, not just here in Sumner County. I know it's tempting to want to get out and drive around or walk around and look at what's going on in the community. But first responders are asking that you stay inside. They're also asking for continued prayers, as you see in this statement, saying all Sumner Countyans, as well as our neighbors affected today, they are responding as well as possible at this time and are going to work together to begin the rebuilding process, which you can imagine is probably not at the top of people's minds as they're working just to find people who need help tonight. We know Mayor Freddie O'Connell tweeted another message tonight saying, quote, tonight, Nashville joins other communities across Middle Tennessee grieving loss of life from deadly tornadoes. As we continue to take stock of the devastation, please keep our neighbors in your thoughts and prayers. Be safe and look after one another. Again, this tweet from Nashville Mayor Freddie O'Connell tonight. And I'd imagine, again, that we're going to be seeing more and more statements and community response from counties and cities across our viewing area that have either been directly affected or looking to help those affected. I did see Mountain Juliet Police
are heading to Sumner County to respond where they're needed. And we'll bring you those stories as we get that information tonight. Just again, this big community response tonight for those who lost their lives.
Lydia Fielder reporting live from the Alert Desk. Lydia, thank you.
All right, our special projects executive producer, Meredith Whittemore, is actually on the scene, on the ground right now. It's kind of an all-hands-on-deck situation. She's in the Nesbitt Lane area of Madison. This is in Nashville. This is where authorities are saying that multiple people have died, 3 people, in fact, and we just heard from Stacy, a child is included in that number.
Yeah, Meredith, tell us what you're seeing. Paint a picture for us.
Hey, guys, right now, actually, we're only seeing about 1 or 2 emergency vehicles out here on the scene. There were about 5 or 6 when I first arrived, so it looks like things are sort of calming down here, but there is lots of downed trees. It's obviously pitch black dark out here, besides the lights from the emergency vehicles and the few cars of folks that seem to be from NES or perhaps checking out their property. But I'm seeing portions of roofs torn off. I'm seeing lots of downed trees, down power lines. It looks like, a carport had been damaged, along with, I sent in some video, which I believe y'all saw, of the trees on several houses down here, garage doors ripped off, really just a variety of levels of damage. As you know, tornadoes do just really one house and then leave the next one fairly undamaged. So there are several downed trees along Heritage Drive, which folks were driving around carefully.
All right. Hey, Meredith.
Yeah, so it is just very dark and emergency.
All right, Meredith, so sorry to interrupt you, but we have a new tornado warning that we need to get to quickly. Our weather team is standing by on that. We'll try to come back to you. Meredith Whittemore reporting for us. Over to you guys in the weather team.
Yes, we do have a brand new tornado warning. This is in effect until 8:15. Does include folks there in Coffee and Bedford County. This is really a continuation of that same storm system we just had a warning on that was allowed to expire. But it has once again just picked up more energy, and this is what we are concerned about with these storms tonight. Even though the line looks a lot weaker, it'll go down and it'll come right back up, and that's exactly what has happened right through here. So we've got Bedford, Coffee County right now under this severe threat at this point. So you can see it right through here. Here's Shelbyville. This is the warned area, and it's kind of a very odd shape, as you can see here, kind of following along the county lines. But this is Hilltop, and then right on over here to Tullahoma. This may have more to do with the National Weather Service office that is in charge of this area than anything else, why it's got this odd shape. But you can see right here where we're looking at, this has really tightened up. That's that rotation that we were detecting a little while ago as the storms continue to move on through. Now this is rejuvenated once again, and we are tracking this part of the storm. Got a little bit of a notch right in through here as this is moving on towards the east. And if you're in Hilltop, that's going to be coming in your general direction. This notch, of course, is the inflow of that air that could be a display of that rotation that we're seeing, trying to form a little bit of a hook here. So we pointed out the winds and how they were going towards the radar site and away from the radar site, very close together. That's what we're seeing right through here. Now we can get a track, too, from that to take this storm more eastward right now and get an idea of where it's going to be headed, give you some estimated arrival times too as this storm moves eastward. It's going to be over to Hilltop at 7:57, the Tullahoma High School at 8:08, and to Tullahoma downtown at 8:09, Coffee County High School right around 8:20. So if you are in these areas, it is time to head to your safe spot. That means a storm shelter if you have one, a basement if you have one. If not, go to the lowest level of your home and get into an interior room. So you're going to want to put as many walls between you and the outside. I always try to think of it as like building a fort. You're trying to be on the interior part of the house, protect your head from flying debris, use some pillows, blankets, and helmets, and make sure if you're in a mobile home, you get to a neighbor's home as quickly as possible. If not, to an outlying area, to a ditch if you can. You want to get as low to the ground as you possibly can. It's just not safe to stay inside a mobile home because they do tend to flip. Now, some of the storms have been so destructive tonight. The lowest level of your home, if you've got a basement, is definitely going to be ideal. This storm is moving eastward, so anybody even in Lynchburg, you're going to have the impact of some high winds and a lot of lightning with the storm as it does advance on towards the east. We're looking here at storm threats. I'm seeing a little bit of red in here too, indicating some of those higher winds. So we've got the hail indicated here and perhaps 2 inches of rain an hour. That just means a lot of moisture in that storm. If it sit there and just continued to rain, that's what we would see, about 2 inches in that hour's time. And this last update here, not as tight a rotation. This is what we mean with these storms. They're ramping up and then they go back down as well. And we can see that the winds aren't quite as high here when you add those together. They're less than 100. Now this is moving on eastward right now, and you can see all up and down this line from Wartrace down to around Lynchburg. But we thought the most likely area would be right in through here. So that includes folks there in Hilltop over to Tullahoma and into Manchester. Now while we're here, we want to show you the entire line because it is really strong as it continues to move towards the east right now. And it is getting closer and closer to you in Jamestown at this point. We can see it right up through here. The amount of lightning seems to have ramped up just a little bit again, but let's get a closer look there around Salina and also around Gainesboro. A lot of lightning is with this storm. Look for gusty winds, heavy downpours as it moves to you in Jamestown. You're experiencing that right now in Gainesboro. And Cookeville, it seemed like those storms were so far away from you. Well, they're knocking on your door now, just starting to enter Putnam County, and they'll be moving right into Cookeville with some strong winds, also a lot of lightning with the storm too. And then we follow that line right on down to where we had this latest warning that was issued. Now, there was one for Rutherford County, and now we go on down this line. That one weakened, and then the one south of it is what rejuvenated. So right here around Shelbyville. And not surprising that we're seeing these warnings here right near that Alabama line or in this quadrant, this southeast quadrant of the mid-state, because that's where it looked like most of the conditions were conducive for the storms to intensify, and that's what we're seeing here. Look at all this lightning, though, right here from Shelbyville, straight on down southward. It is really electrical, and that's going to be headed your way if you're in Wartrace and over to Manchester. Of course, we're looking at the winds right now, and they have tightened up a little bit, as we see here. We are talking about winds at 36, and add those together, still not as high as some of the other amounts that we have had a bit earlier. But we're also looking at still a very strong storm with that possibility of rotation. We know the storm's rotating. It's just the idea is that rotation extending to the ground? Do we have a tornado? But we don't want to wait for confirmation on that. We do want to go on and make sure you're in your safe place right now as the storm is moving towards the east here, headed towards you if you're in Tullahoma, and also over towards the Manchester area if it holds together and continues on this track. And let's see, you're going to go about 40 miles an hour or so. That's what the storms have been doing, with Hilltop getting that storm at about 7:59, so we're talking 3 minutes away. Tullahoma High School at 8:10, over to Tullahoma itself at 8:11, and Coffee County High School around 8:23. Manchester, estimated arrival time there is 8:25 with this storm. And these are storms we don't want to take for granted tonight. I mean, this whole system has had such a history of producing violent tornadoes tonight. It's a little bit different than what we had earlier. This is all right along a line, but still very capable of producing tornadoes, as we're seeing with this rotation really just starting to ramp up, and then sometimes it goes back down. But this one is ramping up right now, and that's leading us to believe we could possibly have a tornado go all the way down to the ground with this storm as it moves towards the east right now. Let's check our debris detector as well to see if we see anything lofted. And there is a little bit of a discoloration, but it is right there on the edge of that. So not totally sure that's going to be indicative of seeing debris. What do you guys think as you're looking at that? Just a little bit questionable.
Yeah, I think it's a bit ambiguous.
Yeah, because it's right on the edge of that.
Also switching, just to, double check myself, switching between the Nashville and the Huntsville radars, just to see how those two differ. So, for example, this is the rotation in Huntsville, and then this is the rotation in the Nashville radar. So there's a bit of a difference. I think we're closer to the Huntsville radar, being in this southern part of the state.
Which is, we always do this because especially when you're here to the south, you want to be able to get the best vantage point. And so that's what we're seeing right now. A little bit tighter rotation from this view on Huntsville, and then storm moving off towards the east, northeast right now. So we can see where it is in location to where that rotation is. It's right there at Midway. Heads up there, though, over in Normandy, Fairview, and this is the Fairview that's off to the east, not the one in Williamson County. Hickory and Flowertown, Lake Hills, and also, we can see it, Hickory Hill Estates, I should say. Those are some of the areas where this is going to be headed, and we can also look at some of the roads as well. And we've got 41A out there, and we're also seeing Picnic Creek Road, one of the other locations that's out ahead of this storm. Few other roads there. Let's see, I mentioned 41A as the storm moves to the east.
Tullahoma Road.
Avoca Road, and then right on over to North Atlantic Street. Those are some of the landmarks, some of the roadways that are in the direct path of this storm. And, you know, the possibility is there that we could be seeing a tornado with this. You can get the little notch showing up there. That's indicating where the winds are flowing into that storm, which could also be a look at a possible tornado. And notice all of the pink and the black shaded colors here. Wouldn't be surprised if we don't have a little bit of hail showing up inside this storm as well, because of the pinks that we're seeing on the radar, reflectivity, and then also what we're seeing here with our storm threats. 1.5 inch hail is what it's reporting here or indicating, but a lot of times it's going to be larger at the top of the storm, and so by the time it makes it down, likely not that large, but nonetheless, that's what we're seeing. And click on that red right there, and let's see what that's indicating for us. If that's an indication of some of the winds, yeah, 58-mile-per-hour wind, so a 60-mile-an-hour wind is enough to prompt a severe thunderstorm warning, and with this, along with that rotation that we're seeing, we could be seeing a tornado here. So that's the reason for the tornado warning that it's going to remain in effect. What was the end time on this tornado warning? Was it 8:15 or was it 8:30?
8:15.
8:15. So about 15 more minutes with this storm. It's 8 o'clock right now as we see here. Pull out and show you that big line once again. We still have this flood advisory for an hour more. The rain has moved out of there and it's been gone for a little while now. Got some lingering showers on the back side of this. Not expecting anything else severe here at all. We do see just some more storms across that Alabama line. I'm not seeing any warnings there just yet. So that's good because we would be tracking those up perhaps here in this extreme southeast corner of the mid-state. But Fayetteville, you are in the thick of it right now, getting some of the heavy rain. We've got quite a bit of lightning showing up with this, and all the way up here into our storm right there around Bedford and Coffee County. This is our area where we do have a tornado warning in effect. So that's here. Let's keep going up the line too, though, just to show folks up here what we've got going on. No warnings up here. Good news. But we are looking at some very gusty winds, and also the lightning continues to be very vivid out here. So that dangerous within itself. I want you to stay in and wait till that storm to pass by before you head out. And then we right on up the line over to Alexandria, and we continue to see more of the lightning, more of the heavy rain all the way up to Livingston right now. And quite a bit of lightning up here around Salina. All this moving to the east and really almost out of our counties here across southern sections of Kentucky. Now we are under a tornado warning until about 14 more minutes right through here with this cell that you see. And we had one a little earlier as you were watching. It just expired a little while ago. That was in Rutherford County. So this is just south of this where we've seen this really ramp up with possible rotation right now. So remind you again, if you're in Bedford or if you're in Coffee County, this storm is very close to you. It's coming right through your county. So make sure that you are in your safe spot. As a matter of fact, it's right there along the highway. Some of that rotation around 41 that we can see there. All this moving on towards the east right now at about 40 miles an hour or so. And we can get a new storm track on this and give you what we're seeing right now, some of the areas that are in line to get some of this high wind that's going to be introduced with this as it moves on to the east over to areas like Manchester. So on that, we've got Normandy. The storm's going to come to you at 8:05 over to around Coffee County High School at 8:18, Manchester around 8:20, over to Hillsborough at 8:29, and Summitville around 8:30. 8:30. So those are the areas in line to see this storm. So, just reminding you again to head to that safe place. We've got just a few more minutes with this potential tornado as we track it on through time. Let's head on over to Cruz.
Yeah, well, I want to talk a little bit about this line in general that we're seeing now and how this compares to earlier today. So with all of those tornadoes that we had, these storms were, yes, they were in linear fashion, but there was some breaks in the line. With those storms a little more isolated earlier today, there was really nothing to steal their energy. Now, when you get these types of lines here, it is easier for storms to kind of feed off of each other's energy, meaning they can kind of steal each other's energy. That's what I'm hoping is going to happen as we go through the next few hours and this line continues to slide off to the east. But here's the other thing. It's dark right now. You can't see what's going on outside. In this line, there are going to be some little notches. If anything, that's kind of what we're seeing for this tornado warning that we have down here near Tullahoma. So look at the line overall. There's kind of a little bow shape right there. So just to the east of Shelbyville, just to the west of Tullahoma, you'll notice that little bow shape. So when you start to see that bowing out, a lot of times that's indicative that the winds are strengthening in that part of the line. So we could actually see in this area that is tornado warned, we could actually see some of those stronger winds really start to make it down to the surface. Now, is that going to do tornado-like damage? Probably not, but there is still a tornado warning. We want you to treat this like there was a tornado on the ground, meaning you should be in your safe place if you are watching right now and you know that you are under that tornado warning. So once again, this particular tornado warning only goes until 8:15. So we've got about another 10 minutes or so that this storm is going to remain active. And for the rest of the evening, we have to remain vigilant as this line continues to move on through. But for the time being, this is the only warning that we have on the radar. And that is good news for all of the folks that have yet to see these storms and know that this is headed in your direction. Lisa?
Wow, what a day with these storms. I mean, what a day we have had. We've watched them develop early on this afternoon, and then, of course, all the destruction that we've had. We'll be showing you some more video, get some more reports coming up here in just a few moments, but we definitely want to keep folks warned here. It looks as though we may have a new tornado warning that is issued here. So let's get the latest on what we're looking at here. We'll take a peek at that and see what exactly is happening with this new warning that we have out. And what have we got underway, guys? Taking a peek there. While we do that, we'll look here, stretched from...
This is going to be extended into Coffee County.
Gotcha. So more of the county here.
You mentioned earlier how this was kind of a weird shape that they drew, but I think that's, just overlap of National Weather Service offices.
All right. So just mainly a continuation of this over to around Morrison. And what's the expiration time here on this new warning that has been issued? What are we seeing there?
So this one's going to go until 8:30.
All right, till 8:30. All right.
And really that rotation, Lisa, this looks like it's the same area of rotation we were already looking at. It's very broad. Yeah. It's a big area of rotation, and it's moving right toward Manchester.
Yes, it is. So Manchester, and then looks as though with this latest redrawing of this too, that Morrison, it could be coming very close to you as well. So just want to give you a heads up. You're not quite in that warned area, but that storm is headed in your general direction. So we look here and we can see we're still under this 100-mile-per-hour wind, but nonetheless, we are seeing that circulation, which is pretty close together right now as it moves towards the east and almost trying to form a little bit of a hook shape here with that storm as we've got winds blowing into the storm. So we'll keep a close eye on that too. But all this is moving on towards the east about 40 miles an hour. That's what most of the speeds have been for tonight. It's already passed you by though if you're in Hilltop. So good news there. Shelbyville and Pleasant Grove also, things are calming down for you. Getting an update here with this track, and that's going to be headed over to Coffee County High School as you can see it there, and that estimated arrival time is going to be 8:19 and Manchester 8:20, Hillsborough right around 8:30, and over to Summitville at 8:30, Saneville at 8:35. And I believe we're looking at Cookeville in that live camera view because we are looking at part of this line that's moving eastward. will be moving into Cookeville, and you can see the lightning in the distance there. So we're going to get right back to you in just a moment and show you what's happening in Cookeville. But just reiterating, we have this first part of our warning in effect until 8:15, but this continuation has been made until 8:30. So Bedford and Coffee County, still the counties, it's just been broadened out here across Coffee County as the storm is moving on towards the east. And I think you pointed this out, Cruz, a little bit of a bow that is going on here. Usually when we see that bow, we're talking about some pretty strong winds that are starting to develop along these lines. And of course, with this one, even the sign of a rotation here, that's going to give us that possibility that we're seeing a tornado here with this storm. Hence the tornado warning, and hopefully you are taking advantage of the early warning and getting into your safe place in these locations like Manchester, which, you know, is going to be a storm shelter if you've got it. If you're not, a really good place to go, if you have one in your house, is going to be under the staircase. Like if you have a closet or some kind of little storage area underneath your staircase, a great place to go, especially if it's a basement staircase, because that's going to really give you a lot of protection being low and also an interior room. Protect your head, and you want to do that to keep the flying debris. And that's how a lot of people are certainly injured by all of that flying debris coming through and sustaining head injuries. But this is the storm right now that has potentially a tornado with it. Now, I want to get you up this line a little bit because we're looking at Cookeville right now. So let's go on up here and take a look at what we're seeing there in the Cookeville area up to Putnam County with this storm that is starting to track in right now and make its way towards the east. Right in here. So we've got some lightning. We're seeing that in the distance there in our camera. You'll see those flashes from time to time. 21 lightning strikes in the window that we're showing you here. So that's going to move on towards you. I mean, it is almost to you now in Cookeville. So we'll keep that. I see some rain popping on the camera lens now, but here it comes. So we've got folks down in Baxter, all the way up, as you see here, into communities like Okolona and Rickman and Allgood. You're starting to get into the midst of this. It's going to be passing along 111 very, very soon. And if you're in Smithville, also the storm is coming down to you too. It's just starting to swing into your area over into Cobb County, and right on down that line we've still got more lightning around Woodbury as the storm is moving towards you in Auburntown, and then continuing down to Fayetteville as well. And then we get a little farther down to the south into Coffee and Bedford County, and we can see that cell that potentially is prompting a tornado. So that part of the storm right there just starting to show up at the edge of your screen. Now the bigger view is going to show us, if we can pull back out, Cruz, and show folks how things are improving off to the west. This is the line here. So anybody that is from Murfreesboro, I mean, gosh, all the way back through Smyrna and into Hendersonville and over to Lawrenceburg, if you're back in any of those areas, things are really much, much better for you, and you can see the National Weather Service has trimmed away part of that tornado watch. It is still in effect until 11 o'clock, all the way to the plateau. But as fast as this is moving, I would be surprised if we don't see that canceled before 11 o'clock, because we're still now, what, 8:11. So we'll continue to watch that, but I don't expect that this is going to go all that way. I think you're going to see that storm before we get to that. A lot of power outages for us for tonight. I mean, this has been, gosh, the story that we've been telling for a long, long time now throughout the last several hours. We've got 12,000 estimated without power there in Montgomery County. Not surprising. And look over here. 28,000 right up here in Sumner County. In Davidson County alone, 24,000 without power. So these are not shocking numbers, considering that we have had tornadoes in those separate places today, or at least we think tornadoes. I mean, the official confirmation hasn't come out from the National Weather Service, but likely that this is tornado damage that we have seen tonight. And here you can go. I mean, we will say that it's tornado damage. All the reports of tornadoes up here, and then you can see all the way over to parts of Sumner County and into Davidson County, where we had reports of tornado damage with these storms moving across. And now look how far we've come. I mean, the line is still moving on towards the east, but it has continued to hold together, and as a matter of fact has intensified in many respects, because when the storms were coming west of us, we had a lot of supercells. Now we're seeing this line that is out ahead of the front here that's really come together. And we just reiterate that we are still under a tornado warning for just over 15 more minutes here into Coffee County and into Bedford County right now as the storm is moving on towards the east. So let's do one more track. We're going to go get some more reports from our anchors, but we're going to be right here and we'll come right back to you with an update here in just a few minutes. But you can see right through here where we're looking at that rotation that is happening with this storm, and now we're going to push this out towards the east and get the latest storm track for these communities. Over to the Coffee County High School around 8:16 is when we expect it to arrive there. And Manchester at 8:17, Fredonia at 8:18, Hillsborough at 8:27, Summitville at 8:28. If you're in those areas, make sure that you are in your safe place. All right, so we're going to hold with that thought. Please continue to be advised that there is this tornado warning here. We're going to take a quick just hop over to our anchors, get a little more information, and then we'll come back with another update on this in just a few minutes. So heading over to you, Marius and Amanda.
All right, if you are just joining us, we do want to update you on the situation with fatalities. We know that 3 people have died in Montgomery County, 2 adults and a child, and that 3 people have died in Nashville after tornadoes moved through the mid-state in what the National Weather Service is calling a catastrophic outbreak of tornadoes.
Yeah, they were calling it a tornado emergency as these storms were passing through Middle Tennessee. We've been getting a lot of video into the studios here, and we want to show some of the videos that we have gotten in. This is in Madison. You can see the tornado there right over that home. You see how big that is. You see the power sources are sparking there, little explosions going on.
And we were watching this happen live on television, and we were warning people, okay, this is coming your way. Madison, 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 please take cover and be careful. We also have new images of the situation in Hendersonville, and you can see just the wind kind of whipping past this shopping center there. Tons of emergency personnel in that area as well. Robertson County Hendersonville authorities have been telling us that there were some issues with injuries and rescues happening there as well.
That was at the Big Play Shopping Center there in Hendersonville. And speaking of Hendersonville, that's where our Lauren Lowry is. And Lauren, you've been telling us about the damage that you've seen there. A lot going on. A lot of people are uneasy right now after these storms have passed through.
Yeah, I got to tell you, about 30 minutes ago, I was able to speak with 2 Hendersonville police officers. They were coming up the road from New Shackle Island Road. That's where that bowling alley, it's where the Jolly Ollie, it's where all of the things that we can't get to because there are power lines down, there's poles down. There were officers that came up from that area, and I stopped them as they were walking by, and I said, have you been able to account for everyone? And they said, as far as we know, everyone down in that area, off of Main Street, off of New Shackle Island Road, everyone's accounted for at this point. We also saw a couple of fire engine units just leave. So as you guys know, when the urgency begins to die down, when it subsides, that's when you know that things are stable. That's when you know people are okay. And now it's really just a cleanup effort. I want to draw your attention just behind me, though. This is kind of the main thing that you can see here. Everything is completely dark, but there is a huge pole. Not only is it down, those wires are still attached, but it was sheared off. And so it's causing a huge problem in this area. It's the reason why Main Street was shut down. We saw TDOT even said, hey, avoid Main Street. This is also known as State Route 6, also Highway 31. So if you are familiar with that here in Hendersonville, that's what you need to avoid. There's also wires down everywhere. So my photojournalist Jason Klaus and I have been, when we walk, I mean, you have to step, like high step everywhere you go, because you just see right there even is another wire. So you have to be very, very careful around this area. It's interesting because in the last few hours, I mean, we've been here a couple of hours now, all of Main Street, people were backed up because they didn't know that there was no way to go. So they would come all the way up to where you see these Hendersonville officers right now. They would get here, they'd be told to turn around, and then after sitting, what, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, an hour, then you'd be turned around and sent right back down the road where you were. I want to show you one more thing, Jason, if you can turn around. Just behind us here, this is an animal clinic, all right? So just behind me, right here, this corner, this is an animal clinic. And probably about 20, 25 minutes ago, I saw a couple roll up here and they began taking animals out. They had 4 dogs that they were walking in, carrying out, and they were about to drive away. And I was able to speak with them and I asked them, you know, are these your dogs? What's going on? And they were able to tell me that they had boarded their dogs here at this animal clinic. They were all the way in Kentucky for a trip for the weekend. They saw the storms, turned around, came back, had to check on their home, picked up their dogs. But there are still animals being boarded at this animal clinic. Thankfully, they were all in the basement. Everyone was okay. But you imagine how terrifying this must have been. We've seen roofs just flown off, fly into other buildings, and then facades of buildings completely sheared off as well. I've seen a trailer. I was able to walk down New Shackle Island Road, just a little bit down, and I saw trailers on top of trucks down there. Every window is blown out. I mean, it's significant damage. So if we can see that in the dark, just imagine how everything's going to look tomorrow morning once the sun comes up. It's just... I had one man tell me who had gone down there. He had checked on 2 of his businesses, and he said, no one's going to stop me from walking down there. And when he came back up, I asked him, I said, how does it look down there? And he said, it looks like a war zone. And there's going to be so much that this town is going to have to clean up. And that, Amanda and Marius, is why we're here. This is why we're your station, because we will be with this neighborhood, we'll be with the city through the cleanup. It's what we do. It's why we're here. It's for the people in this town, because this is our community too. So we'll be down here bringing you live coverage as long as it's necessary.
And Lauren, that's such a good point. So many people have been asking us on social media, how can we help people? We know people are hurting. We know people are suffering. And so that's a question that we're trying to answer. I think first responders are just so incredibly busy trying to get a handle on the situation right now.
Yeah, and I think she made a great point. This is our community too. So we care, and we will be there as these communities start to clean up. We will be there with them every step of the way. We want to get out to our Jordan James, who's in Montgomery County, and we've checked in with Jordan, and he was at a church where he told us previously that if this was a week ago, that church would be filled with kids who had an event there. Jordan.
And, yeah, Jordan, the church may have damaged a school next door, right?
Yeah, Amanda, that is absolutely correct. We're still out here in Clarksville on Walnut Grove. I'm going to step out of the way to give you guys at home a better look at the damage. As you can see, this tree right here is completely uprooted as a result of that tornado that rolled through the area. And talking with people in the community, they described it kind of like a freight train that came through this area. They said they have never experienced anything like this. What you're looking at is this vantage point of Clarksville School of Fine Arts. We talked with the owner of the school. He told us that students and staff members were out here earlier today trying to salvage what they can, but unfortunately it's a total loss as a result of this tornado. He said all of their equipment is gone and things like that. And he said the church next door, at the time when this tornado hit, there was actually someone inside of their car when the tornado hit. Thankfully, they were able to make it out. But unfortunately, we have learned that at least 3 people have died, 2 adults and 1 child, and at least 23 people are being treated at local hospitals as a result of this tornado. And right now, crews are coming in and out of this neighborhood trying to fix the utility poles. First responders are asking folks to not be out on the roadways if you don't have to, because they're still trying to get to those areas that need tending to. But for right now, this is the scene out here in Clarksville. I'm going to send it back to you guys in studio.
And Jordan, we have a couple of questions for you. I mean, for people who have not experienced a tornado or then had to go into a tornado aftermath and report, they may not realize this is that eerie time of the night where nobody is around you and you're just hearing all of these sounds like home alarms and fire alarms going off. Have you seen anyone in this area tonight since you've been there?
Yes, we've seen a few people. One woman said, I'm just trying to get home to my husband, and that's the reality for a lot of folks. There's a lot of uncertainty tonight as a result of this storm. For the most part, there's been a lot of first responders, utility companies making their way up and down this roadway, but it's kind of feels like a ghost town in some sense. In different parts of the city, you have it's very lively and things like that, but in the northern part of Clarksville, it's pretty dark out here. It's just us and first responders right now.
Jordan James, thank you so much. We've seen in that area, Montgomery County, where people have come together and helped out. We talked to Joylyn Bukovac, who was in a community there out by, what was the name of that elementary school? She was out there,
Yeah.
and people from Fort Campbell had come in. They had their equipment from Fort Campbell. They had medical supplies, they had water, and they're helping people in that neighborhood.
And one of the soldiers said, you know, I came up the street, saw a mom trying to get her kids evacuated, and there's just shattered glass everywhere. He said, of course, we're going to step in. We can't let, you know, people try to get out in conditions like that. So they're just kind of going door to door and doing as much good as possible.
Yeah, there's a lot going on, and there's going to be a lot to see tomorrow as the sun comes up and we start surveying some of the damage that's left.
All right, Jeremy Finley is helping us with our coverage tonight, and he is in Hendersonville. Jeremy, walk us through what you're seeing, kind of a different perspective and location than where we've seen Lauren Lowry.
Absolutely. Good evening, everybody. I am on New Shackle Island Road, right off of New Shackle Island Road here in Hendersonville. It's typically referred to as just an industrial park, but what everybody knows is where I am is because I am right in front of what was left of Jolly Ollie's Pizza and Pub. It is one of the most popular restaurants, pubs here in Hendersonville. This is where families come. This is where people have come for generations to this place, and you can see what is left of it now. It is just that the roof was just peeled off. And you can see that what is left of the building is now tossed here onto these cars. This is one of the vehicles here where you can see that someone was parked here just working, and now all of this, all of the parts of the roof, you can see these are parts of the roof, and you have to be especially careful because there are so many wires around here as well that we're being careful of. But I do want you to take a look over here, and you can see that's just the roof that is now lying on top of this truck. The really frightening thing about this is this place was filled when the tornado came through. So, but the good news is that the staff acted extremely quickly. They got everybody under tables. They got them into a corner. They said they all huddled over, and the tornado came on top of them, pulled the roof off. The gentleman that you're going to hear from him in just a bit, the gentleman who was here that got the people into safety, he said he actually started to get teared up because he thought that this was going to be the end. But no one was harmed here. They did exactly what they were supposed to do, and you can see what this building looks like. Imagine that 30 people were inside at the time, and everybody is okay. Now, if you can, we got some video of more businesses along this stretch of this industrial park. And you can see, when you ask anybody out here, and all the business owners are coming out here trying to look at their businesses, and they say one after another, it is like a bomb went off. And that is exactly what it looks like. Unfortunately, I have been to a lot of tornadoes in my time, and this is one of the worst. This is one of the worst damages I've seen, where there are these massive industrial complexes and the walls are gone, the roofs are gone, the cars are windows are shattered, the cars are damaged. It is over and over again that we are seeing these businesses. What I'd like to hear from you now, let you hear now, is a gentleman that I spoke to. He's one of the business owners here, and he describes what it was like, what it's like really to see his businesses.
A war zone. Yeah, it's, I mean, you can't even see, you know, only what you can see with a flashlight right now, and it's bad. So I can't imagine what it's going to look like when the sun comes up. But, you know, more so worried about these people they're saying are trapped. There are people who lost their houses right here at Christmas time.
All right, we're back here live in Hendersonville, again, right off of New Shackle Island Road, the industrial complex. But again, most people know this place because of the popular pizza and pub, Jolly Ollie's, which is right behind me. But my photojournalist partner, Jeff, was just showing you, this is what I'm seeing throughout this entire industrial park. The cars that were parked here, because people are here either working or eating, and those windows are just shattered. Everything is just shattered.
That was our Jeremy Finley reporting from Hendersonville. I couldn't imagine being in the Jolly Ollie eating when all of a sudden a tornado comes through.
I mean, from Jeremy's report, it sounds like they did everything right to just get people to safety, or as safely as they could, the safest spot they could, and just hope for the best. And for them, the best kind of worked out because they're all alive.
Yeah, we're going to share their stories as we learn more about that coming up on WSMV4.
So Lisa's been talking about, the situation kind of moving through Tullahoma, and we're now seeing some hail images coming through as well. So we want to share that with you. If we can show that. I mean, it almost kind of looks like a little bit of snow there. I don't know, Lisa,
that
if your
is a lot of
mic is
hail.
up.
That's hail, and that oftentimes happens where it looks like snow, but it's hail that is piled up there, really tiny hail. But wow, appreciate our viewers sharing that with us.
Yeah,
You see a lot of that in the south too. The smaller hail, back in the west, the Great Plains, that's where you get some of that huge stuff, the baseball-sized stuff. We see that maybe once every few years. Thankfully, not all that often here, but wow, what a sight.
Yeah, we also want to take you to the Firestone building in Hendersonville. That's what it looks like after the storms blew through.
We're just seeing damage from every corner. It's just so devastating. And we've heard people say it too. The morning is going to be really tough. It's going to be daylight. We're going to see the extent of this damage. We are just on the cusp of a big recovery underway. It's also been tough to watch because it's just kind of been a never-ending stream of just 1-2 punches over and over again, right?
It seems like every 5 minutes we're hearing that there's another tornado warning, Having said that, we want to send it back to our first alert meteorologist, Lisa Spencer, Cruz Medina. What's going on the radar right now?
Well, the good news is the tornado warning that we had in effect that did include parts of Bedford and Coffee County. It was to end at 8:30, but actually has expired a little bit early. But Cruz, now we have a new severe thunderstorm warning because really our big threat right now is the high wind along this line. We can't rule out a tornado warning, but the high wind.
Yeah, and I want to point out something in this line. So notice there's kind of almost an S shape that you're seeing here. You can see it just off to the east of Manchester, just before McMinnville. That's letting me know that the winds are kicking up, especially right around Manchester. So even though the worst of the storms is past you at this time, don't let your guard down. Those winds are still kicking out there. And we now have this newly issued severe thunderstorm warning. This includes portions of Coffee County. It's extending into Warren County as well, the southern portion of Warren County. And let's see, just to the north.
Grundy.
Grundy County, there you go. So this severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 9 p.m. Lisa's going to track this out for you, and I'm actually going to check too. I know we're about to get this tornado warning that was issued for the Manchester area. That's about to expire, but just want to see how we're doing with rotation. So there's still some in there, Lisa, but it looks very broad at this point.
There's more space. When we say broad, we mean more space between the green and the red. So that is a sign that we're not getting as well-defined rotation. That's good news. We'll take that tonight on a night we've had so many tornadoes. In a day, we've had so many tornadoes. But boy, you can really see what Cruz is talking about. This bow that's happening here. Anytime we see that, we're always thinking, okay, it looks like it's really, really windy out there. And that's what we're seeing out ahead of this storm with high winds. And that's the reason that we do have this severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued. Again, Warren County, including McMinnville, also down to Grundy County with Beersheba Springs included in that. And then we're looking for also folks there in parts of Bedford County included in this warning as it continues to move on towards the east right now. You can see 40 miles per hour is about been what we've been seeing with most of these storms today. And it's going there right around the oil well crossing area. It's right now in your neck of the woods in Biola around 8:33, McMinnville around 8:41, and Hickson around 8:42. So those are our estimated arrival times as this moves towards the east right now. High wind, can't say that enough. That's what we're really concerned about. Now, even outside of a tornado, a high wind can bring down branches, bring down trees. It can just really make a mess out of any kind of holiday decorations that you have out. I mean, high winds, you don't want to take them for granted because they can even do roof damage as well. So when you got a 60+ mile per hour wind, and even when you get those winds up higher, if it's a straight light wind, they can do as much damage as a weak tornado. So just keep that in mind. If you're out here in McMinnville, if you're in Beersheba Springs and Altamont, you've got some very windy conditions that are going to be coming your way. Now, Off to the west, this is so much improved picture. Still some showers here, but wow, just what an awful night to have had all this damage. We've got showers, and then the fact that you just cannot see what all has happened in many of these locations. But let's talk about that flood advisory still in effect there. I think we're okay with that. It expires at 9 o'clock, so good news there. The rain, the heavy rain that's been out of there for a long time. But let's get back up here to the northeast corner here. We've still got some heavy rain, as you can see, Monticello and all the way down to Jamestown. That storm is just now moving into Jamestown. We've got still some lightning here, and then we track it all the way down to around Cookeville. And if we can get that Cookeville picture back up, and let's see what that looks like on the camera. We've got some heavy downpours. We've got that lightning on top of you there in Cookeville. And also we're looking at that rain continuing to come down with the front making its way on towards the east. And eventually this will be moving into Cumberland County. We'll check that camera here in a little bit. And then on down that line, we take you back down to where we have some heavy downpours here. As all this is moving towards the east, McMinnville, this is where we still have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect. And then let's drop a little farther down. You can see that rotation's a little bit better there, so that's good news. It's more broad. And then back over to Fayetteville, plenty of lightning here with that storm. Now, Cruz and I will continue to monitor this for you. We will pop right back in if we get any other warnings that we need to advise you of. But right now, let's get back over to Amanda and Marius. All right, 3 people have died in Metro Nashville, and all of this happened in Madison and the Nesbitt Lane area.
Yeah, our Stacey Cameron is there, and Stacey, hearts are heavy tonight.
Well, Marius, we're in that neighborhood where we're being told a 2-year-old lost its life this evening. And you see back here, this is the neighborhood. We don't know exactly which house it is, but coming here on Nesbitt Lane, I've been able to count at least 10 homes destroyed by that tornado. You can see how it's uprooted trees and thrown them back towards the home. These houses, their windows shattered, their front doors just splintered, the roofs torn apart, trees thrown around like they're toothpicks. Again, power lines down in this neighborhood. Obviously, there's no power. We've seen that people have started to work their way back into the neighborhood as we have been here. We spoke with one gentleman who was actually in his car outside his home when the storm hit. He told me it sounded like an explosion. He just heard a boom, then everything hit. It was gone. Some of his family members, including 2 young children, were inside his townhome. He said it's the last one here on Nesbitt Lane. Thankfully, they were okay. But again, one of these homes, tragically tonight, a 2-year-old lost its life. And this family now just on a journey of pain and hurt that you just can't imagine losing a child. So if you're the praying kind tonight, begin praying for that family, because they're going to need it in these days that go on. This neighborhood just absolutely, Marius and Amanda, destroyed in this tornado tonight.
So tough when we hear about children among the victims as well. We've seen heartbreak across the mid-state. A lot of damage in Springfield, too, in Robertson County.
Yeah, we want to get you out to our Brendan Tierney, who has the very latest on everything that's happening there. Brendan, you've been seeing it all firsthand, what these storms have done to these communities, what they've done to our neighbors out there.
Yeah, Marius and Amanda, the video of that tornado ripping through the Springfield area is so dramatic. Not too far from here is where there was a really good video of it passing through the Legacy Golf Course, and emergency officials say where we are right now, the Bill Jones industrial area, is one of the hardest hit areas, and you can see exactly why. This is one of 2 warehouses in the area just ripped apart. A wall completely collapsed, the roof caving in, and you can see the metal just completely ripped off the top of the building. Siding is scattered around the road out here, and as we were walking down from where they had the road blocked off, just saw insulation everywhere. There's insulation hanging from the power lines out here, as well as large pieces of metal from the roof that are stuck in the power poles. The biggest issue right here, City of Springfield Fire Station number 2, severely damaged as well, including this power pole that was snapped in half in 2 different areas. There's a pole sitting on top of this truck. The wires are just dangling right now. The doors of the firehouse were ripped off. There's other damage to it as well. Luckily, we were able to talk with some fire crews out here that told us they were out at a call responding to other damage when the worst of it came through this area. So luckily no one was hurt out here. But there were 4 people hurt across Robertson County. According to emergency officials, I wanted you to take a look at some video from earlier today that we were able to get up in the Memorial Boulevard area, which was one of the hardest hit areas out here. According to emergency officials, a car was flipped on its side up in that area. Multiple other buildings collapsed, including a Valvoline Oil, where the bricks just completely blown all across the parking lot of the Kroger that was behind it. Emergency officials tell us the Kroger that we weren't actually able to get close enough to see the extent of the damage ourselves is missing the front of its wall out there. Lots of transformers blown. We are able to see power lines down all across the area with a number of trees taken down as well. We've gone through some neighborhoods out here as we've been surveying the damage, and people have been telling us that luckily no homes that they've been able to find have been damaged, but emergency officials have been going door to door out here tonight just to make sure that everyone is okay. It's definitely a scary situation out here. Luckily, no one severely injured despite all of the damage up here in the Springfield area. For now, live in Springfield, Brendan Tierney, WSMV4. Maurice and Amanda.
Well, that's a good news to report there, Brendan. Let's take a look at the video of the tornado moving through Springfield. We're going to try and pull that up for you, but I mean, it's intense. It goes basically over a golf course, and the lighting is such that you can see it pretty intensely.
Yeah, we also have video of time lapse as the tornado goes through that area as well. It's just a massive tornado, and just to see it and how it's moving through, and cars are going, they really have no idea what's going on, but little did they know a massive tornado had passed through that area.
When you see some of these images, it's not hard to understand. And here's the video that we were talking about at the golf course there in Springfield. You can see it's just so massive. And it's easy to understand why we're in the situation we are now with the amount of injuries and deaths and destruction because of this.
Yeah, you see the explosions there. You also see the hail on the ground as well. This is just a massive storm, and once again, we are just scratching the surface of the damage that's going to be out there as the sun rises tomorrow.
Yeah, Jordan James has been in Montgomery County for us all evening, and we should mention, so 6 deaths across the mid-state, 3 in Nashville, 3 in Montgomery County, but also like at least 23 people have been taken to the hospital in Montgomery County alone with various injuries.
Yeah, Jordan James is in that area right now. Jordan, you have been at a church. Right now you see crews working to restore power. What else is going on out there?
Yeah, right now crews are hard at work. They've been out here over the last hour. It's completely dark in this neighborhood as a result of that tornado that rolled through the area. One woman who we spoke to about an hour ago, she says, I'm just trying to make it home to my husband. And that's the sentiment for a lot of people. There's a lot of uncertainty as a result of this tornado that rolled through a few hours ago. We're going to step over here, just kind of give you guys at home a better look at the scene out here. As we've mentioned, we're here at the Fine Art School located along Walnut Grove. The tree is completely uprooted, just showing the sheer impact that the storm had. And just kind of off in the distance, the roof has been completely removed off of this building. As we mentioned, it's a fine arts school. There's a lot of bricks that are now, we see some chairs that are scattered throughout the field. This is a place where several students have performed over the years. Just last week, they had a Christmas play here, and a man said if this was 1 week later, we could have had hundreds of kids inside of this building. And he kind of expressed a sense of gratefulness that they were not here when this happened. However, the church right next door, he told us that there were a few people who were inside of that building at the time. Thankfully, they were able to survive. But as we've mentioned, at least 3 people did end up dying, 2 adults and 1 child, and at least 23 people are being treated at local hospitals as a result of this tornado. First responders are asking if you don't have to be out on the roadway, don't be out at this time, because they're still out assessing the damage and trying to restore power to those folks who need it. But for now, reporting here live in Clarksville, Jordan James, WSMV4.
Jordan, before we let you go, just a quick question to reiterate this for folks at home. So Walnut Grove Missionary Baptist Church has been, what, completely destroyed? And you were saying earlier that the steeple of the church then fell onto the Clarksville School of Fine Arts right next to it and caused damage there as well, right?
Yes, that's correct. This owner of the Fine Arts School told us that the steeple blew from the front of the church to the back behind his building, just showing how strong the wind was. And we've had a chance to drive throughout this neighborhood. It appears that this is the path that the tornado took, because if you go, let's say, a few minutes down the road, they have minimal damage, but straight in front of this Fine Arts School, there's a lot of damage, which is why crews are out here at this moment trying to restore power to this community.
And just like hard to think folks who would have normally been going to services tomorrow morning on Sunday, you know, don't really have a place to congregate now.
Yeah, once again, we want to reset and let you know that 6 people have lost their lives. We know at least 2 children have lost their lives as well, 1 in Montgomery County and 1 in Nashville.
All right, we want to share some more videos with you. We're getting so many pictures and images in from viewers, and this was one of the most, I guess, breathtaking to see. This was near Gate 1 at Fort Campbell, and just everywhere you look, like there's Luigi's Pizza, and then we pan over to the left, and there's just cars kind of everywhere that have been tossed around, and this is the most memorable part to me. This woman just standing in what looks to be like a door frame of a destroyed building.
Like she was in shock. You know, we hear people, some of the people that we've talked to describe the areas that we've seen as a war zone, and that is what we see right there. It looks like a war zone.
Yeah, that's definitely tough. We want to share some more with you as we continue through the evening here. This is video of one of the tornadoes, one of the many tornadoes that moved through the mid-state, moving past the camera. And this was like, you can see the timing here is not great, right? Like this is as the sun was going down, it's dark out, people are getting caught off guard. But this is that big explosion that we witnessed.
You see it right there, that fire. As the tornado was going through, it was knocking out power. You see the power lines exploding, and then you see that massive explosion right there, and then all of the black smoke.
And we had a lot of people messaging us different vantage points of this happening, of various like explosions of transformers and power lines and whatever else, and saying, you know, this looks like a sunset off in the distance. It's not.
No, that's not a sunset at all. Yeah, you see the power lines exploding right there as we look at another angle of this storm as it blew through Middle Tennessee. Excuse me. As it blew through Middle Tennessee, you see the explosions there, and you see that's not a sunset. You talked about that earlier. That's not a sunset we're seeing. That is storms. Those are explosions that we're seeing in the background.
We're hearing from Governor Bill Lee at this hour, and he is saying, as we continue to show you some of these pictures and images that we're getting into the newsroom, saying Maria and I are praying for all Tennesseans who have been impacted by the tornadoes. And he said that we're really relying on Tennessee Emergency Management Agency, Highway Patrol, and also TDOT and local responders in what is just a trying night for so many. You've got traffic issues getting around, power lines everywhere, and people who need help.
And once again, we're just scratching the surface of the scope of all the destruction that we're going to see when we wake up tomorrow. It's nighttime outside right now, and not a lot of people can see what's happened.
And the hardest part about this is you think, you know, we're in the middle of Hanukkah. We are getting ready for Christmas. People have lost their homes. You have to imagine that they've lost all of the Christmas presents that they've been storing in their homes. This is going to be devastating on so many levels. Loss of life, loss of homes, loss of property.
Yeah, but this is what Nashville is all about. We help each other. Nashville helps each other.
Well, this is video of the tornado moving through Madison, and so we were live on the air warning people this is coming your way. We were kind of watching this happen on radar. This is what it looked like on the ground for people who were in Madison. And this, remember, is where 3 people in Davidson County died tonight.
Very ominous out there. Look at the clouds, how dark they are. You see the movement of the clouds. You see the explosions of the power lines and the debris that's in the air as this storm moves through.
Oh, just tough to see some of these images and know how scared people must have been. We've heard from our crews all over the mid-state. Jeremy Finley was reporting for us in Hendersonville, and he was at the Jolly Ollie's Pizza and Pub and was saying, you know, people were actually inside eating and just saw this coming their way and didn't have enough time really to do anything but just take cover. And fortunately, they did it. They did it the right way, and they survived.
Yeah, they said they were forcing people under the tables. They knew exactly what to do, and, you know, a lot of people survived because of how they reacted to what was going on there. We also heard from Mayor Freddie O'Connell tonight. He says tonight Nashville joins other communities across Middle Tennessee grieving loss of life from deadly tornadoes. As we continue to take stock of the devastation, please keep our neighbors in your thoughts and prayers. Be safe and look after one another.
Well, Dryden Quigley has been in Montgomery County for most of the day and evening, and she is joining us live now with a look at what you're seeing at this hour, as we know that so many people are surveying damage and still looking for people who might need help, Dryden.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've been driving around here for about the last 6 hours now. It is completely pitch black dark over here, which is the eeriest thing. All you can hear are these emergency sirens going off. If you take a look behind me, also right now, we're on Eldo's Trace Circle. So I don't know if you can see because of just how dark it is with no power, but there is a roof completely ripped off. I mean, and then this car below it with all this damage around it. We have no idea if anyone was injured here, but the roof is just completely missing. There's a car pulling in right now, so you might be able to get a better image of that and just the destruction around here. I mean, we have been driving to different areas, and every time we gasp at just how devastating it really is. We spoke with one family that says they were in the middle of they were about to be pulled up into this tornado and pulled over, called their mom sobbing. Here, take a listen.
I got a call from my girls at work screaming and crying. They were in the tornado as it was forming. I work at Sam's Club. We got the call, so we made everybody move to the center at Sam's Club. Then I got sent home to rescue my kids.
Yeah, and that exact same family, they came home and they found out that their house was okay, but their grandma, who lives just down the street, part of her house was completely gone. When we talked to them then, they were on their way over there to look for their grandfather's ashes. Luckily, they said they did find those and were very happy about it. They were able to take some of their belongings there, and then this was an area where no cars were allowed, so they gathered some of their belongings, including their pet snake, and then were carrying all this, including its big tank, down the street to go to their car, just showing how resilient people are, getting their animals, coming back to the area, even in the complete pitch black darkness. So we'll have more information soon, but for now, back to you.
Dryden Quigley, thank you so much.
And you know what's been tough? This has been going on for hours, and we are still not completely out of the woods just yet.
No, we want to send it back to our first alert meteorologists, Lisa Spencer and Cruz Medina. And once again, it's not over.
It is not. I mean, we still have that main line continuing to move towards the east. We can come out here.
Not sure.
Well, we can still hear you, which is the good news. Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, that main line is still moving towards the east. So we still have a tornado watch that remains in effect, and that is in effect until 11 o'clock, Cruz. And we can see that counties off to the west have already been eliminated, but we're not quite done.
Yeah, that's right. So we can sound the all clear for folks that are not included in that tornado watch. That's going to be back to the west. Think of areas like Nashville, Waverly, Paris, Murray. Those are all areas that the storm threat is over for you, but it continues for those folks in the Cumberland Plateau. Lisa?
Right, and we have been tracking this one storm, and we've had part of this warning trimmed away, and now it looks as though the rest of it's been trimmed away as well. So good news, that just happened within the last couple of minutes. Here's what we've been watching right over here around Warren County, Grundy County. We had a warning in effect for Bedford, or excuse me, Coffee County as well. But this is the warned area, and now that warning has been expired. So good news there, but we've still got some very windy conditions with this line. So I'm telling you, we could get another warning come out real quickly, because that's what's happening with these storms. They pulse down, then they go back up again with extremely high winds. So that's what's prompting. This is really a wind event at this point. Not to say we can't have a quick spin-up tornado, but right now it's the winds that we are most concerned about. And you can see this one right now moving through Warren County, tracking towards the east and headed to you in Grundy County. So this was the cell where we did have the warning a few minutes ago. And there's Warren County, and then a little farther down, we've got northern Grundy County right through here. But I think this is probably the most potent of the cells that I can see right here as it moves eastward. It's going to be headed towards you in the Spencer area. So we can get a little track on that and give you some of the communities that will be impacted next. A lot of lightning, also some high winds with this. Could see a little bit of hail, but mainly it is the wind that we've got going on at this point. Notice that bow there in that line. That really is an indicator when we've got some very strong winds moving along a system like this. Beersheba Springs, it's coming to you at 8:52, over to around White Hill at 8:53, Curtistown around 8:53, and over to Colmont, that's right around 8:57. And then right on over to Dole at 8:58. Spencer coming into your area at 9:02. And if you're in Sparta up in White County on the northern end of this line, it should be in your area at 9:03 as well. So right here along the line. And then we can scoot on up and show you kind of a little curve here, but then we still have some of the heavier downpours around the Cookeville area, but we don't have the lightning that we had there a little while ago. And then that line extends all the way up to around Jamestown too, and over into Kentucky, but it has moved out of our viewing area. The worst of it has moved on towards the east here. Looking back westward, even though we have some showers still lingering here, back around Murfreesboro, over to around Smyrna and into Manchester, back to Columbia as well. It's all just lighter rain that we're seeing now. So you are good to go. No issues here still left with these stronger storms. But boy, have they done a number on some locations. Look at all the power outages. These yellows where we have the most, 14,000, 18,000 in Davidson County, 22,000 people are homes without power right there as we look in on Sumner County. So it has been some kind of a night with these extreme winds and, of course, tornadoes. So all up and down this line, we'll look for more higher wind to show you. Here is the trail of destruction, so to speak, with all the reports of tornadoes, the wind damage, and the reports of hail as well. Cruz and I are going to stay right here with you. We'll give you the latest on any new warnings that may be issued. But look how close this line is getting to be out of our viewing area, which would be great news for our friends over here on the Cumberland Plateau. We'll keep an eye on it. But now let's send it back over to Amanda and Marius.
All right, Lisa Spencer. We will keep you close. Thank you. Well, we also want to let you know Clarksville Mayor Joe Pitts has declared a state of emergency for Clarksville. He also has a curfew starting tonight at 9 o'clock. It will go also tomorrow at 9 o'clock. So a curfew in Clarksville as the mayor, Joe Pitts, has declared a state of emergency.
So in about 7 minutes, everybody is being asked to basically stay home. That's for your safety. That's for the first responders' safety. There are live wires everywhere.
Yeah.
There's just so much damage out there. And crews really need those roads cleared so that they can get to places they need to respond to. We should also mention that goes for tomorrow night as well. So in about 7 minutes here, curfew goes into effect there in Clarksville. That's coming from the mayor, and they have issued a state of emergency. We've also been watching pretty closely what's going on in Hendersonville. A confirmed tornado did run through there as well. It was just one of many that have hit across the mid-state today. And Lauren Lowry has been watching the situation there, and this is part of the reason that it makes sense for the curfew and the state of emergency. Yes. In Hendersonville, people are having such a difficult time getting anywhere on the roads because of all of those down power lines. I think Lauren might actually be ready. If Lauren, you can hear us and take it away. Walk us through the latest that you're seeing there in Hendersonville now.
Yeah, you guys, it's exactly as you've described. It's been very difficult to really maneuver anywhere. There's so many down power lines. I'm right here at the corner of Main Street and New Shackle Island Road. But because the lights are all down, you can't see anything. It's funny what you find when you just shine some light here and there, right? And this is one of the things we just found. I said to my photographer I'm with, I said, wait a minute, did you see this car? Look down here. Look to the bottom. There's insulation stuck to this car. There's tons of damage on this one side, the driver's side. The airbags have been deployed. There's insulation up there, too. So it was either rolled over and landed here, or something hit it and then kept going, because there is nothing around here. And yes, it definitely is the work of a tornado, because when you see all of the downed, it's not just power lines, it's downed power poles, and you realize that to get down the road into this area where Jolly Ollie's is, like where there's so many businesses down there, it is treacherous. You definitely cannot take a vehicle down right now. You can barely go down by foot. I tried, I got halfway down, and there are wires even up to around like midriff area, and you're looking at the wire. This was my experience, looking at the wire, and I thought, do I go underneath this thing or do I go over it? There's a lot going on. We got some fire trucks that are coming on. I will tell you guys, we had many more fire engines here just several minutes ago. Oh, and the bottom's dropping out. Here comes the hood. Marius and Amanda, we're going to work toward 10 o'clock. I'm going to send it back to you.
All right, be safe out there. This is just a tricky situation, navigating all of those dangers, and especially in the dark, so be safe.
Yeah, and once again, this storm is still coming through. So as you can see, Lauren, with all the rain that was coming through, so it's not a chance to breathe that sigh of relief out there, because many communities are still going through a lot.
I mean, a lot of our crews, we see them, they are getting hit by the rain. Even in Nashville, we touched base with Stacey Cameron earlier, and he was getting rained on too in the Madison area, where we know that 3 people unfortunately died after the tornado came through.
And the same thing up in the Montgomery County area, the storms are still passing through there as well. A lot going on in our area
We
tonight.
should mention, folks at home, we've got a bunch of resources for you in the WSMV4 News app, specifically how you can monitor and report power outages. We know thousands of people are without power still. We have all the resources for you, basically like a severe weather first alert weather day toolkit.
Yes.
So you can check flights, roads, power outages, report them as well.
Well, we just heard from Lauren Lowry in Hendersonville. Our Jeremy Finley is also there as well. Jeremy, you were at the Jolly Ollie earlier talking to people there who were actually eating pizza when this storm blew through.
Yeah, that's right, Marius. I'm not too far from where you're seeing Lauren just a short while ago. I, too, am near off of New Shackle Island Road. We're in the industrial park right off of that road. And what you're seeing behind me here is what's left of the patio of Jolly Ollie's. People here in Hendersonville know this place. It's a popular pub and pizza. And I just want to show you. So here's Jolly Ollie. It's the dark building in the background. The roof just flipped off and fell onto the patio area. And you can see, look, here are the gutters that were on the roof. You can see just the insulation, the roof itself, all that plywood just destroyed, just ripped right off that building. We've kind of shown you before that the parts of this building are just everywhere. And this area literally, and when you ask the people who have businesses here, they will describe it as it looks like a bomb went off. And of course, as Lauren described, there is no power. Everything is dark. When daylight comes, this is going to look extremely different and a lot more devastating. We have seen people come here to look again at their businesses, and it's just miserable now. I mean, now it is like pouring rain as well. But it's important that we stay out here and show you exactly what these people are finding, because these business owners are now coming. And I've been able to talk to several of them, and they're all just so thankful because no one was injured out here. And the remarkable thing about Jolly Ollie's, this place, again, is a popular pizza and pub filled with people. When this happened, I was able to talk to a young man who was the manager here. Take a listen to him now about what it was like when the storm came through.
The power cut off, I was like, at first I was nervous because we had a building full of customers. So I was like, oh, I gotta get everyone to safety. And so I ran out the kitchen, took everyone out of the kitchen that I had in there, because I had full staff of employees in the kitchen with me as well. Took them all, and I told all the customers, took everyone from upstairs, brought them all down to put them all into the back room.
And so what did you all do? Did you huddle down?
I made sure everyone, because there was kids too as well in the building, I made them all get down, because I had big tables underneath there. So I made them get all underneath tables to make sure everyone was safe.
So when it did come through, what did it feel like? What did it sound like?
It was definitely, you could just hear wind whistling through our doors. It was just scary. Like when the roof was ripping off the building, like the building started shaking, so I was getting nervous that the building was going to collapse on everyone. That was my biggest thing that I was thinking about when it was coming through.
All right, we're back here live in Hendersonville. That was Alvin you were listening to. I told him he and his coworkers were real heroes tonight. As soon as they saw that storm come through, they got, as you heard, everybody together, and all of those people are safe. Every one of them got under the table, and the roof of this building flew off. Speaking of which, I want to take you a look right behind here. So this is right next door. We've been describing this as an industrial park. So as you can imagine, these are places, I'm told that there's a concrete company, and you can see there the wall just torn down, the roof torn apart. I've seen the owners come back with their flashlights, look around, and they're just astonished. I mean, you can know that this is a concrete company, and the wall there is obviously substantial, and it was just devastated. We've also got video throughout this industrial park that we showed you a little bit earlier. We're going to show you this throughout our coverage. But to me, this is one of the most substantial because it really shows the power of the storm. And luckily, again, this part is like more of an industrial complex. And it's Saturday night, so people weren't working at the time, which is great news. But again, as we talked about, right next door is that popular pub and pizza. This is what it looks like now, and just imagine that 30 people were inside when that happened. So we are going to move through this area to show you more of the damage out here. It is substantial. It does look like a bomb went off. So we've got a lot more to bring you here as our coverage continues. But for now, Marius, Amanda, I'm going to throw it back to you.
Jeremy, I have a quick question for you. I want to get back to Alvin. You described him as a hero. I'm sure a lot of us have worked at different places throughout our careers and our lives. Never once have I had to train for a tornado. He knew exactly what to do to keep everybody, his employees, and everybody safe.
Yeah, absolutely, Marius. I'm so glad that you said that, and everybody watching here too. I think a lot of us have waited tables and we worked as managers and things like that. But the thing you should also know about Alvin and his family, this is his family's business. So his mother and father own Jolly Ollie's. And he is working there. He's obviously part of the family. And I spoke with both his parents, who are obviously very proud of him and the rest of the staff, but neither of the parents were here. Father Michael was at home. Mother was at Sam's when they heard about the storm came through. In fact, they're so well known in town, they had on their uniforms. The mother had on her uniform at Sam's, and people said, "Ma'am, do you own Jolly Ollie's?" And she said, "Yes." And they said, your business is gone. And the extremely tragic thing about this is that just a couple years ago, this place caught on fire. But I will tell you that I asked the owners, and they said, look, the community really rallied around us when that happened, and we very much are hoping they'll do it again. They're now hoping to rebuild this. But yeah, I mean, this is one of the tales of how close how terrible this could have been if they weren't watching the news, to be able to see that these storms were coming through and knew to get these people in safely. So they are very upset, as you can imagine, tonight, but also very thankful.
And the fact that he had the wherewithal to specifically think about the children that were there in the building and make sure that they were taken into consideration and put into a safe spot, I mean, bravo to him.
Yeah. They're doing things the right way there. We want to get you up to Montgomery County. That place has experienced a lot today. They've lost 3 lives up there, and the damage is extensive.
It's just been really tough to watch. Jordan James has been kind of taking us on a tour of the damage in certain areas, and specifically, we've talked a lot about a church that's been completely flattened and a nearby school that's suffered damage, and it just feels like it never ends, Jordan.
Yeah, Amanda, that is absolutely right. We're here at the Fine Arts School, and this was a bathroom. And as you can see, the roof is completely blown off. The roof is actually caved in inside of this bathroom as we speak. This is a building where hundreds of students attended here, did theater. A man told us, the owner of the school said just last week they were having a play here, and he's just grateful that they were not here this time when this tornado hit. One woman we spoke to moments ago, she told us that she went to the church right next door to this Fine Arts School, and it was kind of emotional to her just to see the state of the school at this point in time. She said she had so many memories at the school. Utility crews actually just wrapped up moments ago trying to restore power, but it's completely dark out here. This is what the scene looks like. About 2 hours ago, there were staff members, parents coming out here trying to salvage what they can, but the owner says they lost everything and it's going to be a tough road to recovery. But thankfully, he says that a nearby church has stepped up and said that they can use their facility for the foreseeable future. But as you can see, it had quite the impact, and unfortunately it did end in tragedy with the loss of at least 3 people and 20 plus other folks injured as a result of this tornado in the area. Marius and Amanda.
Jordan James, thank you so much. We also want to remind you that Clarksville Mayor Joe Pitts has declared a state of emergency. He also has declared a curfew for tonight at 9 o'clock, so it started about 5 minutes ago, and tomorrow night at 9 o'clock as well. That's because there's a lot of cleanup that needs to be happening. There's a lot of wires that are down. There's a lot of search and rescue that continues to go on at this hour.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much that they're trying to work through. They want to keep people off the roads. They can keep the roads clear so they can get to folks who maybe need help. Stacey Cameron has been following a big piece of this story for us tonight, and we know that the Nesbitt Lane area of Madison it's just been hit extremely hard. That's where 3 deaths happened in Davidson County tonight.
Yeah, and one was a child. Stacey, behind you is nothing but devastation. We see wires. Wow is all I could say.
Yeah, Morris, that's exactly correct. You know, we continue to see families. There's a family right now walking just off camera here, leaving this area. We saw a family about 15 minutes ago with several small children. You can see this family here, one small child coming out with their parents, we would assume. We saw another family with 3 small children. They all had bags, the belongings they could pack up and take with them tonight. As I assume they're looking out to go get shelter. The rain continues to pour out here just past where they're walking right now. If you can still see them in the distance, maybe 30 minutes ago, Nashville firemen went into a home where they went upstairs and rescued 2 puppies. We talked with the gentleman who lived there. He said he actually checked himself out of the hospital to come home and check on the damage and try to save his dogs. His girlfriend, who was living in the home, was there at the time. He said she was injured and is at the ICU in a hospital right now. So that starts to give you an idea of how bad the damage is here. You can see this home, if we can pan back just a little bit to the left, you can see this home on the top level. That's the 2nd story that you're seeing there, just completely ripped apart. This is how much damage that storm did. As we go down and continue here, you see light poles brought down. You see that the doors and the windows just completely blown out of these homes. Several trees are down, torn across the street. There are, at least from what I can count, 10 homes just in this area that were damaged, but Nesbitt continues to go down a little bit further before it dead ends, so I'm not exactly sure how many homes were damaged in here, but again, we do know that one of the people in this neighborhood fatally injured a 2-year-old child. We haven't learned yet which home here that is that small child was killed inside of, but you can just get an idea of how bad the storm hit here. Now, not even an 1/8 of a mile up from me, none of the homes there were even damaged. So either that storm was maybe hopscotching and hitting, or it just happened to touch down again right here to hit these homes. The homes, like I said, not an 1/8 of a mile from here, not touched at all. You hardly see a twig or a branch on a tree even disturbed. So it's always those oddities we see with tornadoes. They're indiscriminate about where they touch down and damage, but this part of Nesbitt Lane just absolutely damaged tonight. We'll stay out here and try to gather some more information as it becomes available.
Well, Stacey Cameron, thank you. I'm sure Nashville will wrap its arms around Nesbitt and Montgomery County and all of the neighborhoods that need that love tonight.
And we're already starting to see some signs of that. We do want to show you some more images of damage. This is coming to us from Madison. Sunbelt Equipment Rental. Look at this. Would you even know that was standing there on Myatt Drive in Madison before? I mean, it's almost entirely unrecognizable.
It looks like it was demolished, like it was meant to be demolished.
Yeah, like on purpose almost, just simply flattened there. And the tough part about today is it just feels like we haven't been able to come up for air, right?
Yeah, you're right about that. It seems like every 5 minutes we keep hearing about more storms, more warnings, more watches that continue to go on.
And we are not out of the woods just yet. Chief Meteorologist Lisa Spencer and Meteorologist Cruz Medina are joining us with a look at that lingering threat tonight.
Yes, we are slowly but surely seeing this line move to the east, but we are still have some counties that are under a potential impact tonight.
Yeah, that's right. So this tornado watch is actually still in effect for some of our far eastern counties, Putnam County, Cumberland County, Warren County, just to name a few. Now, we are seeing most of the storms either moving over these areas or just off to the east, so it's not going to be too much longer before this is allowed to expire, but keep in mind it does go until 11 p.m. unless we advise you otherwise. Now, here is the current picture, First Alert Live Radar. As I mentioned, most of those storms are off to the east, and we don't have any warnings at this time. Lisa?
which is fantastic news. That means that we are keeping these storms at this point below that criteria. And just to remind you, to get a severe thunderstorm warning, it's 60-mile-an-hour winds plus or inch-size diameter hail or greater, or a tornado. And we know if we get a tornado, it gets its own warning. But here's what we're looking at right now. Still some very windy conditions. We have had quite a bit of lightning. We pop our lightning counter back on there and show you how much lightning we have right now here in just a moment. There we go. This is over the big window that you see here, over 220 lightning strikes. But we can break it down and show you which areas have what. Now we get up here, and this is where we're looking at the worst of the storms right now. It really is along the Cumberland Plateau. So Jamestown over to Cookeville, we are seeing in this window that we've got displayed here 112 lightning strikes. So it's still a night where we've got quite a bit of lightning out there. And look over to here, Crossville. This is going to be headed in your general direction very, very shortly. And all the way down to Spencer, we continue to see some heavier rain moving right through there now. Still got this little bit of a bow right here as this is continuing to move on to the east. With that, we will see some very windy conditions, but this is almost out of our viewing area right now. And we're looking at the rotation detector here. We just don't see what we had a bit earlier with these storms rotating, hence producing tornadoes. But we follow on down that line. Altamont right up here, one of the higher elevations over in Grundy County. You've got lightning, but a lot of rain, but we're not seeing anything that looks like we need a tornado warning for sure, or a severe thunderstorm warning at this point. Down through Tullahoma, I will tell you that over in Bedford County, we did have some reports of some quarter-size hail with these storms. So they still are producing a little bit of hail as they're moving through. That could have been a little bit earlier before the image became quite as weak as it looks now compared to what it did earlier through here. So definitely some good news. I do want to point out to you, because we did have Lauren Lowry, who was on the air a little while ago, and she quickly moved on out of camera view and ended her report because rain just started pouring down. Well, this is what we're seeing back behind here, like Gainesboro, and this was what was coming down over in Hendersonville. So nothing severe, just some rain out here for those folks in that area. But certainly that is just, you know, adding insult to injury when you're talking about what devastation we have gone through today just to continue to get this rain. But it is just rain, so that's good news there. That continues down to Hendersonville. Mount Juliet seeing a few light showers through here, right on across the interstate. We've got a little bit of light rain left there. Antioch, Brentwood, Laverne, and Smyrna, just some light showers showing up. And we actually been watching what has been falling here in Nashville, which is very, very light shower activity that has continued to move on through. And we can scoot on down a little bit more, show you down towards Franklin, some lighter rain and a little bit heavier rain back there in parts of Murray County right now, right around Columbia. Lewisburg seeing some of that rain. Over to Tullahoma and Manchester again. And then heavier downpours here in Lawrence County and also over to Giles County, where we had some warnings a bit earlier tonight. A little more moderate, I should say, here. And then Fayetteville, some lighter showers. But what you're seeing right here, that is pressing on out of our viewing area. So that's good news that all in all, things are starting to shape up for us. Let's pull out and show folks that bigger view again, Cruz. And I do want to show kind of the track of all this activity that we have dealt with today, all the damage, all the reports of tornadoes. So if we can pop our little view on there that shows all those T's. Anywhere you see these T's, this is where we had a report of a tornado. And I'm sure the National Weather Service will be busy tomorrow taking surveys of all of these areas to see exactly what happened, get the timeline of everything. But look at this. As that line moved across, first we had it over into Paris where we had the storms move in. And then initially that was where we had our first warning out. Didn't get a confirmation there, but then we got into Montgomery County, and that's when things just exploded. These storms just became so violent as they moved on towards the east and, of course, went through Madison and over into Hendersonville. We've got all these reports of where we had tornadoes reported. And then we've got here H's representing all the hail that was reported with these storms, and the W's over in West Tennessee. That's where we had wind damage with the storms. So this has been going on since around lunchtime today when all this activity really got going. Now, as the storms have moved eastward, we don't see all of those reports. Things are improving, I should say. We're not totally out of the woods. We want to wait till this line marches all the way off. But I will tell you, it does look to be an improved picture as the storms do show some signs of weakening as they move on towards the east. In terms of rainfall, how much have we had? We have had some welcome rain in terms of the drought. Remember, we've been under an extreme drought here across parts of the South and a severe drought. So good to see some of the rainfall that we've had here, with 2 inches reported in some of these locations, a couple of inches there off to the east and all the way back here into Waverly, picking up near an inch. So some areas picking up more than others, but it was welcome rain. Just unfortunately, we had such severe weather today, resulting in just some of the trauma that we've talked about a little bit earlier, and we'll continue to report for you. But here's what it looks like right now with our First Alert Live radar. All that rain continues to shift onto the east, Jamestown and Cookeville, seeing some of the heavier downpours, and you can see how all that stretches down towards the southeast over to Murfreesboro and to Smyrna. Cruz?
Yeah, Lisa, so we are seeing this continue as it moves off to the east, and it's definitely not as strong as what it was earlier, which is a really good sign. I'm going to cross my fingers and hope that we just stay clear of warnings for the rest of the evening. I can't promise that, but I can promise you we're going to keep you updated right here on WSMV4. We're not going off the air. Keep in mind our normal newscast is at 10 p.m. on a Saturday night, so we're going to stay on all the way through then, and of course continue to provide you with updates on what's going on here on the radar and then what's going on in the field as well.
And we might want to add, too, Cruz, that we've got a transition because this is a front that's coming through. And behind that front, we're going to get some much chillier air on the backside. That's definitely going to get your attention coming up for tomorrow. And we're going to have all that in our complete forecast coming up tonight on WSMV4 at 10 o'clock. Let's take it back over to Morris and Amanda.
All right, Lisa, Spencer, Cruz, Medina, thank you so much. Once again, our First Alert weather team has been all over this storm. They've been talking about this storm since Wednesday, getting us prepared of the possibilities of severe weather moving through, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, alerting us first. Meanwhile, we've got crews spread out all across the mid-state, keeping an eye on what's going on in different communities that have really been hit hard by a handful of tornadoes that just kind of kept punching us today. And Brendan Tierney is actually in Springfield, and he's been talking with a man who was inside of a tobacco warehouse when the tornado hit. So he should be live to walk us through that. Oh, we just had a technical issue. We'll try to get back to him, but the images he's sharing with us are pretty remarkable. I mean, they're all just breathtaking to see the damage and destruction and then know that somebody walked out alive.
Yeah, and we've been seeing those kind of devastating pictures all afternoon, all since the storms started moving through. We want to get you to our Lydia Fielder. Lydia's on our alert desk, and Lydia, you've been getting responses from mayors, from Senator Marsha Blackburn, a lot going on.
Yeah, Marius, Amanda, we've been tracking so much today. We've been on air since before 2 or around 2 o'clock today, just following along, getting just awe-inspiring pictures and videos, scary stuff here. So we want to kind of walk you back through some of the biggest ones we got today, starting with our T-Dot camera, this tornado moving through Nashville. This was the moments we captured on a T-Dot traffic cam of the literal tornado moving across the I-65 area, North Nashville. Those are explosions. Those are, we're guessing, electric explosions. We want to move now to this next video in Montgomery County, a clearer picture of the Clarksville tornado. This is a time lapse there. You see above this four-way intersection, just a vast span of this tornado, how much area it's covering. And you'll see those same sort of like electrical looking explosions within that video. I mean, imagine just driving and seeing this cross your path. We move on now to, this is video of the tornado from an airport. Now, this is the Clarksville Airport. Producers are informing me here. This is a picture of the tornado from the Clarksville Airport. Just so visible, so clear. Again, these are daytime pictures, as you can see. Now we're turning to the tornado in Springfield is what the producers are telling me now. This is in Legacy Golf Course. This is a viewer-submitted video. This is one of the most stunning videos we've seen all day. Meteorologist Stefano DiPietro even told me that this is one of the scariest videos he's ever seen, just because of these flashes, explosions, and just the clear cut of this tornado, this natural disaster. We move now to a Fort Campbell damage from the tornado. We've shown this video a couple times today, but it just doesn't get any less jarring to see what people saw as soon as they walked out from their safe spaces, wherever they were, walking out and looking onto the roadway. Can you imagine coming out to seeing these cars overturned and this woman standing in the doorway of her home, or imagine someone else's that she might have popped into to check on? Just devastation. And then lastly, here we want to walk you through this video out of Madison. We've seen this from a lot of different angles tonight, but you're going to see a giant fiery explosion here from the tornado moving across Madison just before nightfall. Here comes those flashes of light. And so there it is right there. That is completely terrifying. You see the power go out there, fire, flames coming up, followed by a black plume of smoke. So we saw many different angles of that video all around sent into us from our newsroom today. So as a reminder, as Amanda mentioned, that you can see all these pictures and videos over on our WSMV4 app right now. And we're going to continue to monitor and to bring you the latest now that we're seeing damage. Of course, it's dark, so we're going to try our best to get those to you as we have our reporters out in the field and our first alert meteorologists covering this from top to bottom tonight. Amanda, Marius.
Lydia Fielder, thank you. Once again, we have crews all over Middle Tennessee covering the damages from these storms. And one of the hardest hit areas, one of the most emotional places, has been Montgomery County.
I mean, we've just been hearing from people who have such heartbreaking stories to tell. And Joylyn Bukovac has been bringing us some of those stories. She joins us live now. Walk us through what you've been hearing. I mean, we watched a man cry on television a couple hours ago. It's just so tough to watch.
Oh, yeah, you're talking about Rex. He's someone who lives in this neighborhood here. This is Henry Place Boulevard. It's off of Peters Mill Road, and it was very hardly hit. You can tell just how much damage there is behind me. And like I said, Rex, the man that we talked to earlier today, he said that this tornado just came almost out of nowhere. He said that he didn't hear any sirens at first. He just heard the low rumbling of the tornado, and then he saw it. He saw the funnel cloud. He saw sparks from the tornado hitting power lines, and he knew he needed to get into a safe place fast. And that's exactly what he did. And then just, 15 seconds later, he said they were hit. This neighborhood was hit. And you can see just down this road, I think this is about 5 houses down from where I'm standing at. There are homes that have been completely leveled. And Rex, the man that we talked to, said that's where he and his wife ran to because they heard people crying for help. When they got there, they saw a little girl and some other people who needed help as well. And his wife is actually a nurse, and she started CPR on some people who needed it right away. And we have been hearing some sad news about lives lost here in Montgomery County. About 3 lives lost so far in this area. So this was a deadly tornado, and you can just see how powerful these winds were. We showed you a moving truck flipped on over on its side earlier today, and then also just come over here, take a look at this debris. You can see this piece of wood and how it's just impaled this over here, and this is just why debris and the winds are so dangerous when it comes to tornadoes, and that's why it's so important to listen to the meteorologists and people who tell you to get into your safe spot, because whenever there's a tornado on the ground, it is very timely. And this is just a clear image of why debris and these winds are so dangerous and why it's so imperative that you get to a safe space right away. And you can see there's cars that are damaged over here, and like I said, just down the ways over here, it's hard to see because it's very, very dark. Mind you, there's still no power in this neighborhood. Crews have been working around the clock trying to get people out of the rubble and out of their homes. That was the primary focus whenever I got here around 5 o'clock this evening. There were police going door to door, making sure everyone was out and everyone was okay. But the big focus was where that rubble is. I know it's really hard to see because of just how dark it is. We've tried to set up some lights so you can see better, but that was the main focus whenever I got here. There were many different first responders, police, ambulances, firefighters, and they did ask us to stand back, so we knew it was serious and we knew that some sad news was going to come from where those homes were, but they are now completely torn down from this tornado that swept through here this afternoon. Now, like I said, very sad news here in Clarksville, but the community. They have come together. This neighborhood really teamed up doing everything they could to save lives even. Like we told you, the nurse who lives just on this corner here, running right away, doing CPR, trying to save whoever she could. So, and then we also saw some volunteers handing out water bottles, granola bars, making sure that everyone was safe, helping in any way that they could. And so that is really heartwarming to see. And some people have told me that, people who have lost roofs and they have damaged property, they tell me that all of that's replaceable, and their hearts are really going out to the families right now who lost loved ones tonight here in Clarksville. Reporting live in Montgomery County, I'm Joylyn Bukovac, WSMV 4.
And Joylyn, before we let you go, what have you noticed in the activity level as we've gone throughout the evening? Because I know when you first got on some of these scenes, there were active search and rescue efforts underway. It seems eerily quiet now tonight.
Yeah, a big difference. I'm glad you asked that because, like I said, whenever I got here around 5 o'clock this evening, it was really hard to even get out here because of how many first responders and people who were trying to get out here to help. And like I said, the primary focus was trying to search for those survivors and get people out and save whoever they could. So that's what they were doing, and making sure that everyone was out of their homes. And to go from that just, a few hours ago to now, in between then, we did see a lot of people out here crying, just trying to take everything in and really wrap their minds around what happened here today, because everyone here has just been in complete shock and complete sadness. And so I did see that as well. But now, all of a sudden, everyone's getting to their place to stay for the evening. I know there's a Red Cross shelter at a high school nearby, and some people, I'm sure, are staying with friends and family members who have lost their home or damaged homes. And so now it is very eerily quiet, very dark. I have seen some people here and there just going into their homes, trying to get what they can out of their homes, just stuff to make it through the night. And so, yeah, a big difference compared to just a few hours ago, for sure.
Joylyn Bukovac reporting live from a hard-hit Montgomery County. And Amanda, we look at the pictures. We've seen those pictures all afternoon of the damage done, and every time I see it, it still takes my breath away.
And then to hear that children are among the dead, you don't have to be a parent to get hit right in the gut. Hearing that as we report on confirmed fatalities tonight. We have crews that are monitoring situations all across the mid-state. So many different areas hit so incredibly hard by the series of tornadoes that swept through today.
Yeah, our Jordan James is in another part of Montgomery County. And Jordan, you were at a church. You saw that church destroyed. The steeple destroyed another building behind that church. And you said just a week ago, if the same storm would have blown through, that church would have been filled with kids.
Yes, Marius, that's a sobering reality for many people in this community, especially for the owner of this fine arts school, who took a moment to just gather himself looking at this site. He said he never expected to have to go through